Chapter 601, Marks McClown is the boss behind the scenes. The boss behind the scenes. Harry organized the students to set up an organization. Could it be that Marks I conspired behind the scenes? Umbridge couldn't laugh anymore. If it was true according to Filch's conjecture, there would be a problem with this matter. You must know that Marks I is a highly responsive person in Hogwarts. If he takes the lead in rebelling against his own rule, then there will definitely be a big problem. And thinking about it, this logic is also valid. Marks McClown has fought with herself so many times. She must have dissatisfaction with herself in her heart, and it is conceivable to organize students to resist herself in private. The more Umbridge thought about it, the more angry he got. He still looked down on Harry's private organization of students. He didn't expect that the background of this incident was so deep and Marks I was involved, so he couldn't just ignore it. Umbridge said coldly, "Which other people are involved in this matter? Tell me what you know." Filch thought about the people he was following these days, and replied, "There are Ron Weasley, George Weasley, Ginny Weasley, and Joseph of Slytherin. Yes. Now, and Janko from Ravenclaw." Umbridge took a deep breath. The list that Filch said already included 3 of the 4 Hogwarts colleges. One can imagine the scale of this private society. Filch continued to add fuel and jealousy. "Professor Umbridge, and according to my tracking these days, at least 300 people attended this rally." Anyway, Umbridge didn't know the situation. "Of course," Filch said, "the more exaggerated the better." Umbridge clenched his fists unknowingly, and said sharply, "Why didn't you notify me early on such a big thing?" "It's good now, this matter has become so tricky." Filch aggrieved, "I've told Professor Umbridge about this a long time ago." Umbridge said angrily, "Then are you blaming me now?" Filch shook his head quickly and said, "How dare you?" Umbridge snorted, "And now it is no way to blame Filch. She must figure out how to deal with Marks I, Harry and others." Umbridge asked, "You have checked Harry and their organization for so long, haven't you found out where they were going?" Filch intermittently said, "I can only roughly determine a range vaguely, but the specifics have not been found out yet. I almost caught them today because of Marks I. Waste. I have determined a range where they can't find their activities." "What use is it for you?" Umbridge snorted heavily. Filch aggrieved, "I don't know, they seem to have a mysterious place to avoid my search." Umbridge said coldly, "Starting tomorrow, I will act with you, and we must get them out. Hogwarts does not need this kind of bad student." Filch was overjoyed. He didn't even care about Umbridge's insults. He nodded and said, "That would be best." With the help of Professor Umbridge, they will definitely be caught. Umbridge kept thinking about how to find evidence of Harry and their gathering, and now the key is to find out where Harry and their gathering were. But why didn't Filch find this place? Filch is the Night Watchman of Hogwarts. He is the person most familiar with the geography and architecture of Hogwarts. If he has discovered the approximate location of Harry's meeting place, it is impossible to find the exact location. Umbridge asked, "Where is the location you can probably determine?" Filch was taken aback and said, "It's probably somewhere on the 8th floor." Umbridge said, "The 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, isn't it very remote?" "As far as I know, there is no classroom available." Filch nodded and said, "McClown's, I have searched it several times. There are no signs of classes or spells." "Maybe they have some special way to find hidden places." Umbridge frowned. She also knew that Hogwarts had many magical places. If Harry and the others did find such a place, it would be really not a simple matter for them to find out Harry and the others. Find flowers. The best way is to catch one of the members and ask for clues. Umbridge already had a calculation in his heart, and slowly said, "Filch, you will still monitor them tomorrow. You can do what you did before, and let me finish the rest." Filch was taken aback and said, "Professor Umbridge, what are your plans?" Umbridge said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about my business, just do your own duty." Filch narrowed his mouth and dared not ask any more, so he had to say, "Well, I see." Umbridge waved his hand to signal Filch to go back first, and Filch could only leave first. After Filch left, Umbridge sneered and slowly stood up, looking at the night outside the window. Mark's eye, "This time you wait to be killed by me, and I will drive you and those who disobey me from Hogwarts." At this time, Mark's eye, sleeping on his own bed, was filled with deep anxiety. I don't know why, Marks McClown always feels that something will happen recently, but he can't grasp that feeling. Marks McClown sat up, thinking carefully about what had happened today that caused him to be so uneasy. It seemed that after preventing Filch from trying to arrest Harry, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It seemed that there was something in it. There was a problem with the link. Marks McClown thought about it for a while, turned around and took out the Ravenclaw crown that she had put in the drawer, and placed it in front of her. This thing is very easy to use. It can increase people's wisdom. If there is something you can't figure out, it may have unexpected results. Mark's eye placed Ravenclaw's crown in front of her, and then gently pressed her hand on it. Chapter 602, Marks McClown's First Hand. Marks McClown felt the strange energy flowing in the crown again, and then continuously transmitted it to her brain. Her brain seemed to become flexible all at once, and her thoughts became extremely clear. He prevented Filch from arresting Harry, and Harry must have no problem with him. He would also strengthen his defense against Filch. It would be difficult for Filch to catch Harry again. Filch should know this too, and of course he will tell Umbridge this information. What will Umbridge do to Harry and the others? Marks McClown thought about Filch's recent actions, all showing that Umbridge was actually not caring about Harry. Otherwise he would have acted with Filch a long time ago. How could he be fooled by Harry? Are they playing around? 543. But what if Filch told Umbridge what happened to him today? Marks McClown stood up suddenly. His anxiety came from here. Umbridge regards himself as a great enemy. If he knows that he and Harry are acting together, I am afraid that he is also a member of Harry's rally, and even that he is behind Harry's rally. That's right. This is definitely justified. After all, he was too calm in front of them. When I contacted Harry and the others about their conspiracy against Umbridge, even I felt that I asked Harry to organize his classmates. Not to mention the name of the organization Harry organized was the California Army. Umbridge will definitely attack Harry and the others. Marks McClown pondered for a moment, recalling Umbridge's original historical approach. Now history has been changed. Umbridge's approach may be different, but the original history can still be used as a reference. It turns out that in history, Umbridge caught Janku, and then used Snape's Veritaserum to force Janku to tell the secret of the House of Requests. In the end, Umbridge discovered the House of Requests and successfully arrested Harry. Now, this method is still feasible. Umbridge can arrest the members of the California Army and use Veritaserum to cover everything. It is impossible for Marks McClown to protect so many members of the California Army, so he can only start with Veritaserum. Marks McClown thought about it, and without further ado, immediately put on his clothes, took advantage of the darkness and walked out of the Slytherin lounge and walked towards Snape's office. It's late at night. There is no sound in the Hogwarts corridor. Marks McClown walked closer to Snape's office with a light pace. In the past few years, Marks McClown had come to Snape's office every day to learn about potions. The environment here is familiar and can no longer be familiar. The fact that Marks McClown wanted to attack Veritaserum could not be discovered by anyone, otherwise it would be a disaster. Therefore, Mark's eye was not as careless as he was smashed into the secret room by Filch this time. He had already maximized his spiritual exploration ability and made sure that no one around came to Snape's office. Allaho Cave is open. Mark's eye's wand tapped the door lock of Snape's office. The door lock automatically fell on Mark's eye's hand, and the door opened in response. Snape did not live in his own office, nor did he take too much precaution against his own office. After all, Snape felt that in his office, apart from the students' homework books and potions, there was nothing worthy of others. Something needed. Besides, Snape's image at Hogwarts. It is estimated that no one would dare to steal things from his office. Who knew that Marks McClown was such a person who dared to sneak into his office? After Marks' eye was sure that no magic spell would be triggered, he immediately walked to Snape's potion test bench. As expected, there were a few bottles of dark liquid medicine on the test bench. The adjusted Veritaserum. You must know that it takes a relatively long time for Veritaserum to be adjusted, so usually the potion master will implement the adjustment, so as not to use it in an emergency. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and looked at the Veritaserum on the table. He knew that there was no antidote for Veritaserum. As long as it was adjusted, 3 drops were enough for people to tell the truth. All he had to do was to make these Veritaserum the agent loses its effect. How to make Veritaserum lose its effect? Marks McClown's current knowledge of potions is not inferior to Snape, and naturally he also knows the formula and production process of Veritaserum. The core component of Veritaserum is scopolamine. This thing is an anesthetic, but it has the effect of influencing the mind. It makes people confused and becomes very obedient. Answer whatever you have. Marks, I can't replace Veritaserum, otherwise, with Snape's eyesight, you will find that Veritaserum is lost. Adding other things is also not feasible. No matter what you add, it will change the color of Veritaserum. There is Snape. Such a potion master was there, and Snape could detect this little change. But Veritaserum has no so-called antidote, so Marks I can only find a way to start from other places, and scopolamine is its breakthrough point. The function of Veritaserum is to make people tell the truth. If the person cannot wake up from anesthesia, it is impossible to speak. Marks McClown's plan is to increase the amount of scopolamine, so that when people drink this so-called Veritaserum, they will be anesthetized immediately, and the spirit will not respond to the anesthesia, so that Veritaserum will become an anesthetic. Marks I did not change the composition of Veritaserum, but only doubled the core ingredients. 4.6 Snape could not tell at a glance that scopolamine had been added unless he tasted it himself. Marks McClown picked up the scopolamine that was set aside and put it in the Veritaserum. The color of the Veritaserum did not change, but the scopolamine was submerged in the Veritaserum and slowly melted in it. After doing everything, Marks McClown left Snape's office with peace of mind. Snape only had a few bottles of Veritaserum and was scrapped by Marks McClown's hands and feet. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription again. Chapter 603. Even if Veritaserum had to be readjusted, it would take a lot of time, enough to make Umbridge's plan invalid. Cool Tiger. The next day, Hogwarts started a new day. The classmates should still go to class. Those who go to the library go to the library. It seems that it has not changed in any way from the past, but in fact it has been surging in secret, and a breath of conspiracy enveloped Hogwarts. After class, Harry took Ron and Hermione to go to the responsive room. Harry also felt something wrong and said, "Have you found anything wrong today?" Ron said, "What do you mean?" Harry frowned and said, "I don't know. I always feel like something bad is about to happen." Hermione patted Harry lightly on the shoulder and comforted, "Don't think so much. Did it scare you when Filch almost caught it yesterday?" Harry shook his head. What he had experienced was not too small. This sudden anxiety made him a little uncomfortable. He asked, "Who is on duty today?" 11. Hermione said, "It's Luna and Neville." Luna is in charge of watching Umbridge, and Neville is in charge of leading Filch away. "What's the matter?" Harry said. "You go over and make them be more careful. Come back and report as soon as something happens. Don't take risks." Cool Tiger. Hermione nodded her head when she saw Harry looking so uneasy, and said, "Okay, I'll tell them. Don't worry too much." Harry nodded and took Ron one step towards the responsive house, while Hermione returned the same way and wanted to say something to Luna and Neville. But at this time Neville has appeared in front of Filch, sneaky, as if to be a thief. This is what Ron taught Neville, and he must make Filch feel suspicious in order to achieve containment. Filch's effect. As soon as Filch saw Neville's guilty conscience, he immediately realized that something was wrong and followed him sneakily. Filch originally planned not to listen to Umbridge, not to follow his classmates, but to keep lying in ambush on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. But when he thought of Umbridge's acrimonious face, he might not listen to her. As a result, Filch still followed Neville obediently, and the two went to Hogwarts together. In Umbridge's office, Luna sits alone on a stone bench not far from the office, pretending to be reading a book, but actually observing Umbridge. Umbridge had just returned to the office after class, and had never been out, which made Luna let go of her vigilance and was about to spend her time reading at ease. The door of Umbridge's office suddenly opened. Umbridge stuck out her head and looked at Luna's side. Luna's heart immediately lifted up, desperately suppressing her panic, and looked at the book in her hand. "Luna Lovegood?" Umbridge exclaimed with a grin. Luna was startled and immediately stood up and looked at Umbridge in a panic, and said, "Professor Umbridge, what's the matter?" Umbridge looked around, and there was no one besides her and Luna. Umbridge smiled lightly. "Can you come to my office to help? I'm a little troublesome." Luna just put aside a little bit. It turned out that she was just helping Umbridge with something, and she was almost frightened to death. Luna said, "Of course there is no problem." Speaking of Luna, she walked towards Umbridge's office. Umbridge smiled and looked at Luna. These days, she also discovered that there is always a student sitting not far from her office and reading, and it is always between school time and dinner time. It made Umbridge suspicious, and through Filch's report last night, this strengthened Umbridge's doubts. This is the person who was sent to monitor him. Luna approached Umbridge's office and asked innocently, "What can I do for you, Professor Umbridge?" Umbridge gently closed the door and locked it, and smiled lightly. "It's very simple. I just need you to answer a few questions." Luna's face became uneasy again. She suddenly felt that this matter seemed a bit bad, and said, "Professor, I don't understand what you mean." Umbridge narrowed his smile and said, "You are a member of Harry's community." Luna shook her head and said, "Professor Umbridge, I don't understand what you said. Harry is just my classmate." Umbridge gently drew out his wand and said coldly, "You know, going to be expelled for cheating on me." "Are you sure you still say that?" Luna stared at the wand that Umbridge drew out, her body twitching unconsciously because of tension, and gritted her teeth and said, "Professor Umbridge, I really don't know what you are talking about." Umbridge's wand was placed directly on Luna's head, and the cold touch made Luna shiver, saying 490, "Professor Umbridge, Hogwarts clearly stipulated that the professor cannot use punishment magic on students. Cursed, and I made no mistakes." "You made no mistakes?" Umbridge suddenly yelled and became ugly, and said, "You are all fighting against me." "Do you think I don't know?" Luna trembled all over, gritted her teeth and dared not speak anymore. Umbridge's wand poked Luna's forehead and said gloomily, "You all think I'm good for bullying, don't you? A school unites to bully me. I tell you, it's impossible. I'm the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic." "What are you, Hogwarts?" "I want you to disband and you must go home immediately." With tears in her eyes, Luna shook her head again and again, but did not dare to speak. Umbridge continued, "Do you think there is a Mark's Eye, and Harry can deal with me? Is it because they gave you confidence? Then I will let you see what they do with me." Chapter 604 Crazy Umbridge. They will not end well, have you heard? Luna was frightened by Umbridge and sat down directly on the ground, looking at Umbridge pitifully. She didn't expect Umbridge to have understood their plan. But Luna also made a secret decision in her heart that she must not reveal the secret, otherwise Harry and more than 100 classmates would suffer. Umbridge's wand never left Luna's eyebrows, and he shouted, "Now, tell me what they are plotting, so that I can let you go, or you will wait to be expelled." Luna gritted her teeth and shook her head firmly. She sees what Umbridge did to Hogwarts. Letting Umbridge go on will definitely make Hogwarts insecure. She can't watch this happen, so she will never tell Harry, Mark's Eye and their secrets. Umbridge grinned back and said, "Okay, very good, very good. Do you think you are very spineless? I let you know that you are just stupid. Umbridge raised the wand, and the wave of the spell's power was flashing at the top of the wand, and Luna immediately closed her eyes in fright. All petrochemicals, with a finger of Umbridge's wand, the petrification curse hit Luna, who immediately could not move, looking at Umbridge in horror. Umbridge snorted. Since Luna refused to speak, she went to the person who was willing to talk about it. Umbridge did not believe that everyone was so loyal to Markseye and Harry. Someone would be willing to take this matter. Speak out. Umbridge left his office without saying anything. Now, isn't Filch also following a member of Harry's community? So he arrested that person too. Umbridge didn't believe it. He would always find someone. Will speak out. As soon as Umbridge left the office, Hermione just turned the corner, just in time to see Umbridge leaving behind. Hermione was surprised. Isn't Luna watching Umbridge? Why is Luna missing and Umbridge leaving the office? Hermione didn't think much about it. The first reaction was to rush back to the House of Request and ask Harry and the others to disband first, or they would be discovered by Umbridge. Hermione turned around and ran in the direction of the responsive house, but did not find Luna, who had been petrified in Umbridge's office. At this time, Neville followed Filch behind him and just walked to Hogwarts Avenue. Neville played the role of a thief very laboriously, trying to attract Filch to follow, and Filch also worked hard to follow Neville. Why? Just to not violate Umbridge's orders. Plus cool, Tiger, Filch. A scream suddenly cut through the silence here. Many passing classmates looked at the place where the sound was made in horror, dressed in a pink girl with an old face. It was Umbridge. Filch was also taken aback. He jumped out from behind the stone pillar and looked at Umbridge with a bewildered look. Why did Umbridge suddenly come here? And Neville, who was being followed, stayed in place, looking at this side a little silly. Umbridge walked up to Filch, gave Neville a cold stare in the distance, and said, "Are you following Neville Longbottom?" Filch nodded repeatedly, and said a little aggrieved, "Professor Umbridge, why did you come here? Will you expose me when you come?" Umbridge sneered and said, "What are you still following? Get him over for me." Filch was taken aback, and he immediately understood what Umbridge meant, and said with great joy, "Good good, I'll catch it right away." After speaking, Filch turned and walked in Neville's direction. Neville saw Umbridge and Filch staring at him, and quickly realized that it was not good, and said loudly, What are you going to do?" Filch said coldly, "Catch you. Can't you see it so obviously?" As he said, Filch pinched Neville's ears with his dry hands and tried to drag Neville over. Neville looked reluctant and kept yelling, "I didn't make a mistake. Why are you arresting me? I don't accept it." Umbridge walked up to Neville, slapped him heavily on Neville's face, and said coldly, "Shut your stinky mouth, and I will fire you directly after another call." Because of Neville's yelling, many students have already seen this side, so Umbridge had to directly threaten Neville to shut up. Neville was also frightened by the sudden physical punishment, and immediately closed his mouth. The onlookers not far away saw Umbridge indiscriminately and grabbed Neville. They slapped Neville in full view, all casting disdainful glances at Umbridge. Umbridge felt the strange gaze around him, and the anger in his heart was burning. She felt more and more that it was students like Marks McClown and Harry who instigated their classmates to revolt against them. That's why so many students were dissatisfied with them. This made Umbridge's fight against Marks McClown and Harry even stronger. Umbridge said coldly, "Take him back to my office." Filch smiled and nodded. He knew that Umbridge was going to deal with Markseye and Harry, and he would surely bring Harry down. Filch pulled Neville's ears and dragged his way toward Emily Goodrich's office. Umbridge gave the students around him a fierce look. The other students didn't dare to speak much, and scattered one after another, for fear that he would suffer a similar encounter like Neville. Filch pulled Neville back to Umbridge's office and slammed Neville's massive body heavily on the ground. Neville grinned in pain. At the same time, Neville also saw Neville sitting on the side the petrified Luna. Neville looked at Luna in surprise. As today's duty, he naturally knew Luna's mission, but he didn't expect Luna to be caught by Umbridge. Chapter 605. The Greatest Crisis. Looking at Luna's painful expression again, Neville naturally thought of what treatment Luna had suffered before petrochemical. Cool Tiger, in Neville's impression, Luna is just a mad woman, just a weak woman who is always mad, but Umbridge has to catch herself after catching Luna, which shows that Luna did not reveal anything, so she will grab yourself too. Neville clenched her teeth. Luna, a weak woman, could insist on not telling Harry and the others secrets. She was a big man and she said she wanted to become stronger. How could she be weaker than a weak woman? Neville secretly decided not to disclose any news. Umbridge walked into the office and glanced at the two of them like a prisoner with a look of disdain. Umbridge sneered at Neville, and said, "Neville Longbottom, do you know why I arrested you?" Neville rubbed his reddened ears, snorted and said nothing. It was because of Neville's grunt that Umbridge's heart was filled with an unknown fire again, and he kicked Neville's thigh directly. Umbridge is now wearing a pair of pointed high heels. This kick, not kidding. 557. Neville immediately cried out, clutching where he was kicked, rolling on the ground. Umbridge said coldly, "Navi Longbottom, I'll give you a chance. Now I will tell you about the conspiracy between Marksy and Harry. I can save you some pain. Wait for me to find out. Get out of Hogwarts, both of you." Neville glared at Umbridge without saying a word, his wide eyes slowly turning ruddy. Umbridge stared at Neville and saw that Neville didn't mean to say anything, and continued, "Neville, I want you to tell the secret is actually very simple. Have you heard of Veritaserum? As long as I give you a drink of Veritaserum, what secrets do I have? So you still obediently tell what you know, otherwise the result will be the same, but you still have to suffer more." Neville felt cold. Of course he had heard of the name Veritaserum. As long as he drank Veritaserum, it would be difficult for him to keep this secret. But Bedge told the secret because of this. Why was not reconciled, and Neville kept fighting inside for a while. Umbridge continued to swim and said, "Anyway, the result is the same. Why should you keep this secret?" Filch also smiled and said, "McClowns, as long as you tell everything you want you to know, you are the hero who helped the school find outlaws. Professor Umbridge will not treat you badly." At this time, Neville's eyes slowly became firm, looking at Umbridge and Filch, and firmly said, "Impossible. I won't tell you." For Neville to become stronger, he must begin to strengthen his heart. Even if Veritaserum will let Neville tell the truth, it is also an irreversible factor. When Neville controls himself, it is absolutely impossible to do these things that betray a friend. Umbridge grinned very angry. "Ha," said, "Okay, another spineless guy. I think you two have a hard mouth when Veritaserum comes. Filch, go to Snape and give it to me right away. Bring Veritaserum here." Filch nodded repeatedly and flattered. "Professor Umbridge, I'll go to Professor Snape now. You can wait a moment." "Cool Tiger," Umbridge said. "Go." Filch immediately walked out of Umbridge's office and walked toward Snape's office. Umbridge turned his head and stared coldly at the two of them. He kicked Neville again and vented his anger. Neville was also very spineless and stopped making any painful noises, so he let Umbridge beat him. Curse. There is a room for requests, and Harry is letting his classmates experiment with the curse they just learned. Each of the classmates seemed very enthusiastic about training. The door of the responsive house slowly appeared, and many people looked at the direction of the door curiously, wondering why someone came here now. Boom! The door was pushed open, and Hermione ran into the responsive room with an anxious look, looking like she was sweating profusely. When Harry saw Hermione's face full of anxiety, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Hermione, what's wrong?" Hermione glanced at Harry, and then at the curious classmates. She had to get to Harry's ear and said, "Harry, something has happened. I went to find Luna just now. Luna is missing, and Umbridge also came out of the office and didn't know where he was going." Harry frowned and said, "Luna is not such an unreliable person. How could she suddenly disappear?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know. Anyway, when I was trying to find Luna, Luna was gone, and Umbridge walked out of her office." Harry pondered for a moment, and said, "All right, then today's class will be suspended first, and we will talk about it after we investigate." Hermione nodded quickly and agreed. Harry turned around and said loudly to the students, "Classmates, something has happened now, so today's class is suspended. Everyone will go back to their bedroom immediately." The classmates seemed a little overwhelmed. It had never happened before in class. Why is it so strange today? Many students came up curiously and asked the exact situation. Seeing the classmates panicking, Hermione was also a little upset. Now Luna is gone, and Umbridge left the office. They are now in a very dangerous situation in the responsive room, and there is no time to explain in detail with the classmates. Hermione had no choice but to say loudly, "Students, don't worry, it's just that there are some unexpected situations that we need to deal with. The students will follow the arrangement and go back to the dormitory. Soon we will be able to go to class." Chapter 606, Cruel Abuse. Harry also said, "McClowns, students, don't worry too much. Nothing will happen." Hearing Harry and Hermione say this, the students had to reluctantly pack their own things and leave the responsive room. Harry took Hermione and Ron to the corner of the responsive house and began to inquire about the situation in detail. Harry asked, "Hermione, when did Luna disappear?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know. I saw Luna in class today. It's normal. In addition, although she is crazy, she is still very reliable in doing things. I don't know she will go." "What's up?" Ron dissatisfied. "Luna is so unreliable and missing her. Let's just fire her. If such a person stays with us, something will happen." Harry shook his head and said, "How can you say that? Maybe something is wrong with Luna." Ron had a look of disdain, but he didn't refute Harry with interest. "Harry, what happened?" Suddenly a voice came in, and Harry looked up and saw that it was Joseph of Slytherin, Janku, and even the Weasley brothers. Joseph leaned closer to Harry and said, "Is there any trouble? If it is, please tell us and we will solve it together." Ron dissatisfied. "We can solve it ourselves. You go back to the dormitory quickly." "Can't you hear what Harry said just now?" Joseph said, "Now that we are all members of the California Army, we should advance and retreat together, don't you, Harry?" Brothers Janku and Weasley, who followed Joseph, also nodded again and again. Ron also wanted to continue to refute Joseph. In Ron's mind, Joseph was the person on the other side of Mark's eye and his own worst enemy. Harry stopped Ron at this moment and hesitated. In Harry's view, Joseph is Mark's eye's person, which means that Joseph is also trustworthy, and said, "Well, that's it. Luna, who we sent to monitor Umbridge today, is gone. And Umbridge also left his office and didn't know where he was going, so we temporarily cancelled today's class." Joseph frowned and said, "Why send such an unreliable person to do things? If our affairs are discovered, there will be major problems." Harry shook his head and said, "No, Luna is a reliable person. I can assure you that it might have happened if she disappeared." "Cool Tiger," Janku asked, "since Umbridge has a problem, how about Filch? Is there a problem?" Harry froze for a moment and said, "I haven't heard the news for the time being. It seems that Neville is holding Filch today." Hermione nodded and said, "Why don't we find someone to see what is going on in Neville? If Neville also has an accident, we might really be exposed." Joseph nodded and said, "McClowns, we have not figured out anything now, and we must not be confused. Let's go out and collect the news first, and then come back to focus." Harry sighed and said, "That's all we can do. Let's split up. I, Hermione, and Ron will go back to the bedroom to see if we can find Luna. You can go and see if Neville is now. Whatever the situation, as soon as there is a situation, I will come back to the house immediately upon request." Joseph nodded, and led Janku and the Weasley brothers out of the responsive house. Harry also took Hermione and Ron towards the Gryffindor dormitory. They desperately needed to know what was going on now. On the other side, Umbridge's office. Neville lay on the ground and gasped. During this time, Umbridge punched and kicked Neville. Neville's face was blue and purple, but Neville just bit his lip. half a word. Refused to say. Umbridge held his hand on the table, panting for breath. It took a lot of effort for her to beat Neville. Originally she could use the spell, but Umbridge felt that using the spell could not vent her anger, so she switched to physical beating. Middle dot find flowers middle dot. Umbridge panted, and said angrily, Narvi Longbottom, I didn't expect your mouth to be so hard, so you wouldn't say anything. Neville lay on the ground and looked at Umbridge feebly. Although his eyes seemed very tired, his eyes were very firm and he was not willing to compromise at all. Umbridge sat back in her seat. She also knew that no matter how hard she wasted, it would be useless. It would be better to just wait for Veritaserum to come. At that time Neville was harder than Veritaserum. Neville saw Umbridge temporarily slowing down his abuse, and his body relaxed, lying on the ground feebly, just to see the petrified Luna staring at him blankly, with a little gleam in her eyes. Bright. Umbridge sneered at the two people and said, Two hard bones, I want to see what you will become after you drink Veritaserum. I just hope you will not show your ugliest side at that time. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Filch walked in with a flattering expression, followed by Snape. Snape's originally cold face changed slightly when he saw Neville and Luna lying on the ground, and said coldly, Professor Umbridge, what are you doing? When Umbridge saw Snape, he immediately exclaimed, quickly, get the Veritaserum out. Snape ignored Umbridge and asked again, Professor Umbridge, I ask you what you are doing. Umbridge saw that Snape didn't mean to cooperate with him at all, and the nameless fire in his heart was ignited again, and said angrily, Professor Snape, do you know who you are talking to? Snape didn't have the slightest timidity. Instead, he stepped forward and directly stood in front of Neville and Luna. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 607 Despair. Professor Umbridge, I believe you knew before you entered the school that Hogwarts prohibits all corporal punishment of students and casts punishment curses on students. Your current behavior makes me very incomprehensible. Umbridge snorted heavily, and said, I was sent by the Ministry of Magic to Hogwarts. Your Hogwarts regulations do not work for me. I can do whatever I want. You, a little professor, dare is it in my head? Snape froze and opened his mouth to refute Umbridge, but he couldn't say a word. Filch hurriedly stepped forward and said, Professor Snape, don't be angry. Professor Umbridge is for the good of the school. These students conspired to resist Professor Umbridge, and they blatantly rebelled against the Ministry of Magic. 5 of 3 students staying at Hogwarts will bring disaster to Hogwarts sooner or later. Snape hummed, putting his Veritaserum heavily on Umbridge's table, and then sat down on the chair on the other side. Although he has no power to control Umbridge, he is also sitting here in case Umbridge continues to abuse students. Umbridge took the Veritaserum as a treasure, approached Neville with a sneer, and said, Narvi Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, have you two bad students see it? Something that makes you fall into hell. I will give you one last chance now. As long as you are willing to confess Mark's eye and Harry's secrets now, I can let you go. With a light wave of the Umbridge curse, Luna's petrification curse was released, and the tears in Luna's eyes immediately shed, shrinking behind Neville, making her whole person trembling slightly with fear. Cool tiger, Neville bit his lip and glared at Umbridge, still saying nothing. Umbridge stared at the two people, his originally triumphant expression, but also because of the lack of reaction between the two, slowly became savage. Good. Umbridge said 3 good times and screamed, Filch, hold them down for me. Filch was frightened by Umbridge's scream, and quickly stepped forward to hold Neville, and pinched Neville's mouth. Originally, with Filch's thin body, it was difficult to hold down the huge Neville, but at this time Neville became helpless because of Umbridge's abuse, and could only be weakened by Filch. Uniform. Umbridge pulled off the cap of the Veritaserum bottle, walked to Neville's side, and poured Veritaserum directly into Neville's mouth. Cool tiger, Snape stood up and said anxiously, Veritaserum doesn't need so much weight. 3 drops are enough for one person. Umbridge looked a little crazy at this time, and said angrily, "Don't interrupt me when I do something, or just watch me well, or get out of me." Snape was taken aback for a moment and realized that Umbridge was in an extremely emotional state. Unless he took action to stop Umbridge, there would be no way to stop Umbridge. Snape was about to pull out his wand to stop Umbridge. "Who knew?" Filch shouted. "Professor Snape, don't do stupid things." Snape had reached into his wizard robe and touched his wand, and what Filch said, he understood that if he attacked Umbridge now, he would definitely be expelled. Thinking of the agreement between himself and Dumbledore, and the importance of the plan to fight Voldemort, Snape hesitated and couldn't give up all his previous work just because of this little thing. Umbridge also noticed Snape's actions and shouted, "Snape, do you want to rebel too?" Snape glared at Umbridge coldly, and then at Neville, only to sigh helplessly before turning around and leaving Umbridge's office. Snape originally thought that he would not be too arrogant here in Umbridge. Who knew that Umbridge was so frantic that he was the same as if he existed or not? So it was better to just leave without seeing. Neville saw that even Snape couldn't save himself, so he closed his eyes in despair and let Umbridge and Filch be at the mercy of him. Luna was also desperate at this time. She could only hold on to Neville's clothes corner, and endure her inner fear. When Snape went out, there was a battle in his heart. On the one hand, he couldn't bear to see Neville and Luna being abused by Umbridge, but on the other hand, he had to take care of the overall situation and could not take action, which made Snape very uncomfortable. Snape took 2 steps, and finally decided to leave Umbridge's office and walk toward Dumbledore's office. Umbridge shouldn't be so indulged in this way. In the final analysis, Dumbledore had to take action. Before the door of the responsive house, Joseph, Janku, and the Weasley brothers ran over, panting, and everyone's faces were heavy. Harry, Hermione, and Ron also ran back from the Gryffindor dormitory with an indescribable haze on their faces. As soon as he saw Joseph, Harry shouted, "We can't find Luna. Luna is not in the Gryffindor bedroom." Joseph approached Harry, pondered for a moment, and said, "We also went to find out." Neville was captured by Umbridge on Hogwarts Avenue. In front of many people, it is said that Neville was also caught in public. Beated. "What?" Harry yelled. Why Neville would be arrested suddenly, which was 5.1 unexpectedly by Harry. Hermione also looked surprised, and said, "If Neville also had an accident, doesn't it mean that Luna was also captured by Umbridge?" Everyone shook their hearts, but they didn't expect the situation to suddenly become so serious. Janku swallowed, and said, "There is one more thing. I heard my classmates just say that Mr. Filch went to Professor Snape, and then the two hurried to Umbridge. The office walked over." Harry was taken aback when he heard the words. Chapter 608, "This is our boss." What are they looking for Professor Snape for? Hermione thought for a while and said, "I have a guess now. Maybe Umbridge already knows that we have a room for every request, so Luna and Neville have to be taken back for questioning." Professor Snape was asked because of need. Veritaserum in Professor Snape's hand. As soon as Hermione's voice fell, everyone present fell into a short silence. According to Hermione, everything made sense. No wonder Luna and Neville had accidents one after another. It was because Umbridge had been aware of their plan that they had caught them. Harry gritted his teeth and said, "Will they confess us?" Hermione said, "As long as there is Veritaserum, our plan will definitely be confessed. After all, Veritaserum is a potion that allows everyone to tell the truth." Harry grabbed his hair and said distressed, "I blame it, everything is exposed now." Joseph comforted, "Harry, don't do this, it's not your responsibility alone." Janku also grabbed Harry's 11 hands and said, "McClowns, we are all members of the California Army. If we have anything, we will bear it together, right?" George said, "Harry, don't pursue whose problem it is now. The first thing we need to do now is how to solve this problem, right?" Fred also said, "McClowns, It is said that when Neville was arrested, it seemed that Umbridge had done something to Neville. Who knows if the old witch Umbridge will abuse the two of them? Let's hurry up. Think of a solution to this matter. Cool Tiger. Harry thought about it, too. Now is not the time to pursue who is to blame, but to find a way to rescue Neville and Luna. But how can he think of a way at a time? Hermione hesitated for a moment, and said, "Why don't we ask Mark-Sci for help? Now the situation has reached a stage beyond our control." Joseph immediately agreed and said, "I also think that the only one of us who can confront the old witch of Umbridge is the boss." Janku hesitated. Will this hurt Mr. Marks? After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. Joseph shook his head and said, "You don't understand the boss too much when you say that. How does the boss compare these things? As long as he needs his help, he will definitely help. This is our boss." Janku Kai lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong, and stopped talking. Hermione glanced at Janku and said, "Well, he'll go to Mark-Sci for help." "Don't move." Everyone nodded, but Harry shook his head, and said, "I caused this incident. It is already very uncomfortable for Neville and Luna. I don't want to drag others in. Let me fix it." Ron's eyes lit up and said, "McClowns, Harry, you are the leader of the California Army. It is best for you to take responsibility if your partner has a problem. I will definitely support you. If you want to go, I can accompany you." It's rare to see Harry come forward once, and Ron certainly raised his hands and feet in favor, and he could finally make Harry stand out, without waiting for Mark-Sci to show off. Hermione said anxiously, "Harry, don't worry, there will be a solution when Mark-Sci arrives, right?" Harry shook his head firmly, and said, "Mr. Marks has helped me too much. I have to take my own responsibility, right?" Seeing that Harry was so determined to save Neville and Luna, the others were also slightly moved. "You must know that Marks McClown is now a professor at Hogwarts, and there is a certain amount of capital to fight Umbridge. But Harry is an ordinary student, or a student that Umbridge regards as a thorny one. It is undoubtedly the most stupid way to be tough with Umbridge, but Harry still chooses to do this for his partner. This has been won by everyone." Recognition. Joseph pondered for a while, and said, "Harry, we can all understand your mood, so let's go and see if you and Ron can save Luna and Neville. Hermione will still go to the boss, in case you can't solve it. The consequences of the problem, we are here to wait for the boss instructions." In fact, everyone knows that Harry could not solve the problem 100% in the past, but everyone can understand Harry's feelings, so they can only come up with such a strategy. Harry glanced at the crowd, nodded to Ron, and said, "Go, let's find the old witch in Umbridge." Ron immediately followed enthusiastically. I'm afraid it was Ron who didn't see the whole thing clearly. Hermione also turned her head and said, "I'm going to find Mark-Sci now. You guys are waiting here, don't go around." Joseph and others nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would definitely be waiting here. Umbridge's office looked messy at this time. This was the end of the furious Umbridge smashing things. The Veritaserum Umbridge brought by Snape had been used on Luna and Neville in 557. Umbridge was triumphantly trying to hear the secrets of Harry, Mark-Sci and the others, who knew that as soon as the Veritaserum was poured into their mouths, the two of them spit out white foam and fainted. They couldn't wake up no matter how they called. This accident made Umbridge extremely angry. Umbridge took it for granted that Snape had moved his hands and feet on Veritaserum, so Luna and Neville passed out directly without any reaction. "Snape, you damn old bat. Even you resist me." Umbridge picked up the book in his hand and slammed it against the door, making a loud noise, making Filch shiver away from the side. Filch frightened. "Professor Umbridge, don't get angry. Professor Snape has the courage to resist you." "Professor Umbridge, maybe he took the wrong potion?" Unexpectedly, Umbridge picked up a pen and threw it directly on Filch, and Filch screamed in pain. Chapter 609 Frenzy to the Extreme. Umbridge said angrily, "The old immortal Snape is the great master of the potion world. He will make a small mistake like taking the wrong potion. He must be deliberate. Even he wants to resist me, Damn it, Snape, damn Hogwarts. Filch shrank to a corner and tremblingly said, "Then what should we do now? We can't find evidence to prove the crimes of Harry, Mark's eye and the others." Umbridge kicked over her desktop. Now she is in a state of extreme anger. You must know that if she can find evidence that these students are guilty, then she can be forgiven for doing too much. But if she can't find the evidence, then what she did before was to abuse the students, and she couldn't find any reason. So even Fudge couldn't keep herself. No, you must find evidence, no matter what means you use. Umbridge has been frantic to a certain degree, and she is willing to fight for the evidence. Filch, press Neville on the chair. Umbridge, trembling all over, exclaimed. Filch didn't dare to neglect, and quickly ran to help Neville, who was foaming at his mouth, up and pressing him on the chair. Filch said timidly, "Professor Umbridge, do you have any plans now?" Umbridge slowly drew out his wand, his face full of madness, and said, "That old bat of Snape thought I wouldn't be able to tell the secret without giving me Veritaserum. I thought I had no way to get out of this group." The secret of the little kid. Seeing Umbridge's crazy expression, Filch immediately realized that it was not good, and said, "Professor Umbridge, what do you want to do?" Umbridge said madly, "I will use a heartbreaking curse on these damn bad students, so they will obediently tell me the secret." Filch fearfully said, This is not so good. Didn't the Ministry of Magic stipulate that unforgivable spells cannot be used on people? Besides, these two children seem to be not good enough anymore. It would be bad if they were killed now. Plus cool, Tiger. Although Filch didn't like Luna and Neville, he couldn't bear to see Umbridge kill them. Umbridge walked over and kicked Filch over, and said angrily, "What do you know? Get out of you, damn dumb gun." Filch was kicked and hit the bookshelf behind him, and his forehead was immediately knocked out of blood. He looked at Umbridge with a look of horror, and never dared to speak again. At this time, Umbridge was extremely crazy and would not listen to whatever he said. Umbridge's wand was pointed directly at Neville, and the tip of the wand was shining with a dangerous red light. Cool Tiger. Drill into the wrist bones. A red curse hit Neville's body straight, and Neville trembled all over, and the expression on his face became distorted, as if experiencing some huge pain. Umbridge stared at Neville frantically, wanting to see Neville's face rolling on the ground because of the severe pain, but Neville did not wake up, but was distorted because of the extreme physical pain. How could this happen? How could even the heart-drilling curse have no effect? Umbridge's eyes widened and stared at the unresponsive Neville. What Umbridge didn't know was that Veritaserum had become a powerful anesthetic because Mark's eye increased the dose of scopolamine. And when Umbridge poured it into the two of them, it poured too much into their bodies in order to pursue the effect. So the two had been strongly anesthetized, and even the heart-drilling spell could not awaken Neville, and could only torture Neville's spirit. Impossible. Umbridge roared, looking at Neville's distorted face from pain, but he was not awakened for a long time. Filch closed his eyes in fear when he saw Neville's pain. Now that even the heart-drilling curse doesn't work, he doesn't know what crazy things Umbridge will do. Sure enough, the madness on Umbridge's face did not fade at all, but he approached Neville step by step, saying, "Since the heart-drilling curse won't work, don't blame me for being polite." Filch couldn't help his curiosity in the end, opened his eyes, and said in fear, "Professor Umbridge, what else do you want to do? If Longbottom is tossed like this, I'm afraid it will really be fatal." Umbridge gave Filch a fierce look and said, "Shut up, you damn dumb gun. Did I let you talk?" Filch was so frightened that he immediately closed his mouth, and looked at Umbridge in horror. Umbridge suddenly burst into laughter, looking like a mad woman, and said, You almost won me, but you definitely can't think of it. I will still use Desire Mind. Ha ha ha. Umbridge's words were like words from hell, making Filch feel the chill of his soul. Filch shrank in a corner, looking at Umbridge shiveringly, and whispered, "Professor Umbridge, isn't the Ministry of Magic also forbidden to use Sentry?" Umbridge sneered, "I'm trying to find the guy who rebelled against the Ministry of Magic. Can I use it casually? Besides, I've even used the heartbreaking curse, so I'm afraid of using this dementia." Hearing this, Filch closed his mouth immediately. Zo's Umbridge dared to use the heart-drilling curse on others, let alone dementia. Now Umbridge's crazy state is not someone will be able to persuade. Umbridge's wand was coldly spotted on Neville's forehead. At this time, Neville had turned pale and foamed at the mouth due to excessive torture. If it weren't for Mark's hands and feet on Veritaserum, which caused Neville to fall into a deep anesthesia state, I am afraid that no matter how strong Neville has the willpower, he cannot withstand Umbridge's torture. But even so, the current Neville is extremely weak, and his life is at stake at any time. Chapter 610. Despite the mind, Umbridge's magic wand was pressed on Neville's forehead, and Umbridge's magic rushed into Neville's mind violently, searching for what he wanted. It is important to know that the spellcaster can read the emotions and memories of the caster, but this is under the premise of using it properly. If the dementia mind is not used well, it is very likely to destroy the other party's memory, make the other party become demented, and cause very tragic consequences. This is why, like the 3 unforgivable spells, dementia is forbidden to be used at will. Even if it is used, it must be approved by the Ministry of Magic. Filch didn't know how harmful this spell was. He could only watch Umbridge's wand gently slide on Neville's forehead, and finally slowly dragged out a crystal clear white light. Looking at the white light, Umbridge laughed and shouted, I saw it all, you little thing's conspiracy. I will make you regret it. You dare to resist my rule. That is to resist the Ministry of Magic. Filch saw Umbridge's ecstasy and said in disbelief, Professor Umbridge, have you found the evidence? 530. Umbridge laughed and said, this memory is evidence. Everything is in it. Mark's sigh. Harry, all of you will suffer. Ha ha ha. Filch was also secretly grateful for Umbridge's finding of evidence. If Umbridge did so too much, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence, let alone himself. Even Umbridge would not be able to survive the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore their anger. Cool Tiger, but now that the evidence has been found, everything has to be another matter, and he has to turn from an accomplice to a great hero, and Filch's mood naturally improves. Umbridge packed this memory into a special small box and said, go to my bedroom, where my penis is placed. You can read Neville's memory by putting this memory in, and then sort out the list of all California troops inside and give it to me. Filch wondered, what California army? Umbridge had already read Neville's memory and knew everything, and sneered, it's the name of the club that Harry and the others organized. The California army, that is, the Crowder army. This is to build an army privately to rebel. Filch took the small box, nodded repeatedly, and ran toward Umbridge's bedroom. As long as he sorts out the list, Mark's Harry and the others will not be able to escape, and it is better to follow Umbridge. Even Mark's will suffer. Filch thought to himself. Umbridge sat back in his chair and finally let out a sigh of relief. After tossing for so long today, it is finally effective. Now as long as that list comes out, I can justly arrest the so-called California army. If Harry is just building a society, I really can only expel them out of school. But now they are actually forming an army. Now Umbridge is sure that as long as they report to the Ministry of Magic, all California army members will be thrown into Azkaban, especially Marks McClown, who was actually the leader of the California army. Umbridge secretly made up his mind that he must make Marks McClown worse than life, ruin and let everyone know how serious the consequences of resisting him are. Not long after Filch left, Harry and Ron came to the door of Umbridge's office, with obvious tension and hesitation on their faces. Ron clenched his fists and said, Harry, it's inside. Are you ready? Harry plucked up the courage to nod, and said, no matter who it is, I will never let my partner hurt me. Ron smiled and said, very well, you must be able to. I believe you, Harry, because you are the savior of the wizarding world. Harry nodded heavily at Ron, and took the lead, pushing open the door of Umbridge's office. On the other side, Slytherin's common room. Marks McClown was originally in the lounge, reading books and sipping red wine, looking relaxed. Hermione suddenly rushed into the Slytherin lounge with a panicked look. When she saw Marks McClown, she rushed forward and shouted, "Marks McClown, something is wrong, something happened." Marks McClown looked at Hermione in her arms, a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" Some Slytherin classmates looked at them with ambiguous sighs nearby. They thought that Hermione broke into the Slytherin lounge just because she missed Mark's eye, but they didn't say anything. Hermione is Mark's eye now, the number one ambiguous object. Who dares to have an opinion? Hermione had no time to pay attention to the strange eyes of the people around her. At this time, Hermione was already anxious like an ant on a pot. When she saw Mark's eye, tears could not help but show. This made Marks McClown even more anxious, frowning and said, "What the hell is wrong with Hermione? You speak." Hermione pursed her mouth and said, "Luna and Neville were caught by Umbridge, as if they were going to use Professor Snape's Veritaserum to force them to tell the truth. We are about to expose." Hearing this, Marks McClown put aside a little bit. He knew that Veritaserum had been manipulated by himself and would not work, and said, "It's okay, don't worry, Umbridge won't know anything." Hermione was taken aback and raised her head and said, "How do you know?" Marks McClown shrugged and said, "Because Snape's Veritaserum has been secretly manipulated by me." Hermione still had a bitter face when she heard this, and said, "But Harry and Ron have already ran to Umbridge to settle accounts." Harry thought it was his responsibility. It was because of him, so Neville and Luna would caught. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, and said, "Harry is a stubborn brain. I will go over and have a look with you." Hermione nodded quickly and said, "There is also Janku. Brother Joseph and Weasley are waiting for us in the responsive room. Chapter 611 Thoroughly Tear Your Face. Marks McClown asked, "Did they stop Harry?" Hermione shook her head. "They said they were waiting for your order." Marks McClown nodded and said, "That's it, let's meet together and then go to find Harry and the others. Umbridge office. The door of the office was open, and Harry stood at the door and saw the mess inside, as well as Luna and Neville lying on the ground without a living. Umbridge sat on the chair in his spare time, and laughed and said, "Harry, I was just about to find you, but I didn't expect you to be here." Harry didn't take advantage of Umbridge and ran to Neville and Luna. The two people foamed, their faces turned pale, and looked unconscious. They didn't wake up no matter how Harry swung them. Had it not been for the two of them to breathe a little bit weakly, Harry thought they were dead. Harry said angrily, "Umbridge, you old witch, what did you do to them?" Ron walked up to Harry a little at a loss. He thought he was just coming to reason about it. Who knew that Neville and Luna were abused so badly? Umbridge sneered and said, "What else can I do? But it's just a little bit of information about you from these two bad students. I'm right, Harry of the California Army." Harry's face sank. Umbridge already knew about their meeting. Umbridge continued, "You are so courageous that you dare to gather so many people against my rule. I tell you, Harry, more than 100 of you will not end well. I want to put all of you decentralized to Azkaban. This is the fate of your rebellion against me and the Ministry of Magic." Harry stood up and stood in front of Luna and Neville. Now that he had torn his face, Harry didn't need to talk to Umbridge in a good voice. He directly drew out his wand and pointed it at Umbridge and said coldly, "You haven't answered my question yet. I ask you, what did you do to them?" Umbridge stood up abruptly and said, "Harry, you dare to use your magic wand at me? You are going to rebel." Harry sneered. "Didn't you already acquiesce in my rebellious behavior? In this case, if I don't rebel, wouldn't it be a loss?" Harry was blinded by the anger in his heart at this time. He thought about many scenes where Neville and Luna were being questioned, but he never thought that Neville and Luna would be abused so badly. Although Harry couldn't see what they had suffered, he could still imagine how much pain they suffered when they were abused. "All this is because of myself, because I formed the California Army." Harry must seek justice for the two of them, and for this he will fight against Umbridge. Umbridge retorted with a smile, "Very good, Harry, it's worthwhile that Luna and Neville have supported you so much just now. They didn't reveal your secrets until death. You really have something worthy of their trust. Plus cool tiger. Harry gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. I will never let you go today. I want to avenge Neville and Luna. All petrochemicals. Harbin interest rate used the spell first. The petrification curse hit Umbridge. Umbridge's pupils shrank. She didn't expect Harry to actually shoot at herself. Umbridge hurriedly rushed to his side, avoiding Harry's attack dangerously, and the petrification curse hit the bookshelf behind Umbridge, and the books on the bookshelf were torn apart by the impact of magic into countless pieces. Fragments of the Mantanzu are flying in Umbridge's office, looking really beautiful. Umbridge got up from the desk with a shaggy head and screamed, "Harry, you dare to do something to me? You are tired of life." Harry said coldly, "If you dare to do it to my partner, I dare to do it to you, you old witch. Who cares about you?" Umbridge quickly drew out his wand, and said, "Fuchsia." The curse hit Harry, and Harry immediately avoided it. The two held their wands and faced each other in a messy office. Harry stared at Umbridge and said, "Ron, take Luna and Neville out. Seeking flowers. Middle dot. 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 Ron was stunned by the scene before him. Harry actually fought Umbridge. You must know that in the history of Hogwarts, people who played against professors as students have really never heard of. Maybe Marks McClown was the first one, but now there is a second one before him. Harry said angrily, "Did you not hear me, Ron?" Ron finally recovered, and replied again and again, "Good, good." Speaking desperately, pulling Luna and Neville down on the ground, desperately dragging them out of the office. It is very difficult to drag Luna and Neville at the same time with Ron's body. But now Ron was still in a daze. He hadn't recovered from the fact that Harry and Umbridge had fought for a long time, and dumbly dragged the two out of Umbridge's office. And Harry still held his wand and pointed it straight at Umbridge, without a trace of timidity. Harry could no longer care about the consequences. He urgently needed to help Neville and Luna get ahead. Umbridge's wand suddenly moved. "Accept your weapon." Harry reacted in a timely manner, and at the same time an accept you weapon struck back. The two disarming curses slammed into the air, and the magic of the lacing tore the desk in the middle of Umbridge's office, making a loud noise. Many students nearby also heard the loud noise coming from Umbridge's office, and they gathered around. They also saw Ron, who looked awkward, and dragged the seriously injured Luna and Neville. "Walk out." "What's the situation? Why are people fighting in the Umbridge office? Why were these two classmates being abused so badly? What happened?" More and more people gathered around, wanting to see what happened. Chapter 612. She is crazy. On the other side, Marksai and Hermione came to the room of requirement. Joseph and others had been waiting in the room of requirement for a long time. When they saw Marksai, it was like seeing a straw. Joseph anxiously said, "Boss, something big happened. Harry went to a duel with Umbridge." "What should I do?" Marks McClown said calmly. "I know. How is the situation now?" Joseph repeatedly shook his head and said, "I don't know. This is too far from the Umbridge office. I don't know what is happening there now." Marks McClown frowned and said, "You go back first and find all the classmates. Harry will undoubtedly tear his face with Umbridge by doing this. We need the support of the classmates. And, 6 times even 7, let the professors also pay attention to the situation there. The more people the better." Joseph repeatedly nodded and said, "I will ask classmate Chi to rush over as soon as I go back." "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely support you." Janku also nodded and said, "Mr. Marks, I will go back to the classmates of Ravenclaw now, and I will definitely support you." George also said, "McClowns, there are also Gryffindor classmates. I will let them focus immediately." Fred said, "I'm going to find the people in Hufflepuff. I am familiar with the people there. I am definitely willing to come and support you." Marks McClown nodded and turned to Hermione and said, "Hermione, you and I will go to the Umbridge office to see the situation first. I hope Harry will not do impulsive things." "Cool tiger," Hermione said with a bitter face. I also hope that Harry will not be impulsive, but I heard that Umbridge seemed to be violent with Neville and Luna. Harry would definitely think it was his responsibility. What else will I make? I can't even think about it now. It's terrible. Marks McClown said, then let's go. Go to Umbridge's office immediately. Hermione had to follow Mark's eye and walk towards Umbridge's office. The Umbridge office here has been messed up by the battle between Umbridge and Harry. The whole office is rotten, the bookshelves and desks are all smashed by curses, and the windows and the like are even more difficult. Spared. Many Hogwarts students crowded around curiously, looking inside curiously. They have discovered that Umbridge and Harry are fighting. This is an unprecedented struggle between students and professors. Talking about it will definitely become a big headline for Hogwarts, which attracts the attention of students. Harry and Umbridge in the office have been fighting for a while. Umbridge's talent and strength are of course not as amazing as Sirius and Snape, but they are undoubtedly a graduate, a genuine adult wizard for many years. Although Harry's strength has risen a lot because of the enhancement of the magic potion, it is still a certain distance from Umbridge, the Deputy Minister of Magic. Now Harry is panting because of the lack of magic power. Umbridge laughed and said, Harry Potter, you are finished. You are finished the moment you start with me. You have to know that I am the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. How do you think I got the Deputy Minister? You want to defeat me with the magic power of your three-legged cat? It's such a feast. Harry panted and said angrily, it's one thing to be able to beat you. Anyway, I must help Neville and Luna get justice today. I won't let you abuse them for no reason. As soon as Harry said this, some of the onlookers wailed in exclamation. They also saw Ron dragging Luna and Neville from Umbridge's office. Their injuries were caused by Umbridge. Is it caused by strange abuse? Umbridge was obstructed by the faces of the students around him and said angrily, what are you talking about? I just asked them to tell the truth. They are not willing to cooperate with me. Then I have to use a little punishment. Is this a problem? Harry yelled. They will all be tortured by you so that they have no lives. You are shameless, old witch. You want their lives. Umbridge became furious and shouted, shut up, Harry. You rebel. You have been expelled for conspiring to rebel. Harry couldn't take care of that much at this time, and said angrily, you'll be expelled. Instead of being ruled by an old witch like you, I would rather be expelled. Harry's passionate sentence was immediately recognized by the students outside. Under Umbridge's rule, the life of the students was really uncomfortable. Harry's words really touched the hearts of the students. Many students clenched their fists secretly and glared at Umbridge. Luna and Neville's tragic situation were also in their eyes. They were not convinced by Umbridge, but they lacked someone who dared to lead them to charge. People only. Umbridge saw the changes in the eyes of the students around him and became even more furious, saying, since you are going to rebel against my management, then I will let you see how it will end against me. Umbridge raised his wand high, and said, drill your heart. Harry's pupils shrank, and Umbridge dared to chant a heart-burning charm in front of so many people. Is she crazy? Will it provoke public anger or not? The important thing is that this is completely illegal, and it is a crime to enter Azkaban. But Harry didn't have time to think about it. He didn't want to rush to his side in 5.6. It would not be a joke if he was hit by the heart drill. Except for your weapons. The corner of Umbridge's mouth tilted, and the wand slammed a little. The disarming curse hit Harry's hand, and the wand in Harry's hand flew out and fell to the side. Harry was stunned. It turned out that Umbridge's mind-blowing curse was fake. He just wanted Harry to make a dodge action so that the next disarming curse could hit directly. Chapter 613, The Powerless Mag. Harry's face changed drastically and he stared at Umbridge. He actually lost on such a simple scheme. The classmates' onlookers originally looked enthusiastic. But now that Harry was defeated, the steps he wanted to go out immediately took back. Looking at Harry and Umbridge timidly, Harry was knocked down. Umbridge would certainly not let Harry go easily. Umbridge sneered at Harry, and said, do you still dare to be arrogant now? you kid full of bad water. All petrochemicals. Umbridge cast a petrification spell and hit Harry's body straight. Harry without a wand had no way to resist, and his entire body was petrified. Umbridge laughed madly, stepped forward and kicked Harry to the ground, and said, "Where did your arrogance just now go? Aren't you trying to get justice? Then you stand up." Harry gritted his teeth and glared at Umbridge, but because of being petrified, he could do nothing but his eyes. Umbridge's foot directly touched Harry's face and struck him vigorously. The classmates around him watched Harry being abused and could only back up. No one dared to step forward. Ron was also sluggish on the side. He didn't expect Harry to be Umbridge's opponent, and he didn't know how to react for a while. Plus cool, Tiger. Umbridge, what are you doing? Suddenly a voice sounded. It was the McGonagall that the students were familiar with. The sound of fighting here was so loud that even McGonagall was alarmed. As soon as he walked over, he saw Umbridge stomping on Harry's face vigorously. What's the matter? Why is Umbridge beating the students? Still beat Harry. McGonagall rushed to Umbridge angrily, and trembling with anger, pointed at Umbridge and said, "Umbridge, do you know what you are doing? Why are you insulting Harry openly?" McGonagall looked around, and suddenly saw the two Luna and Neville lying on the ground next to Ron, who were lying on the ground. They immediately screamed, rushed in front of them, and yelled, "Merlin is on! What the hell did you do? How could Luna and Neville hurt so badly?" Umbridge sneered, "Professor McGonagall, I advise you not to be nosy. I'm investigating the rebellion in our school. Now that I have found all the history and evidence, Filch will get it later. The list is up." McGonagall ignored Umbridge's meaning. She was shaking with anger at this time, and looked at Umbridge in disbelief. "You actually cast a heartbreaking curse on this poor child, Neville. You have completely crazy." McGonagall had seen the scars on Neville's body, as well as the traces of black magic that hadn't disappeared from his body. It was the heart-piercing curse. The students all around were in an uproar, and Umbridge had completely shocked everyone at the fact that Umbridge cast a heart-pending spell on the students. This is definitely the most notorious crime. Even if the Minister of Magic does this kind of thing, she must step down. How dare she, Umbridge? Umbridge's face is also not very good looking. She has been suppressed by Mark-Psi for a long time, and the emotional intensification of a series of events. She has completely lost her calmness in her blood. Now when Umbridge started to think about the consequences, he regretted it a little bit. After all, this kind of heart-drilling curse has been explicitly forbidden to be used against people. McGonagall said it under the eyes of everyone, clearly embarrassing himself. "But now that I have done everything, now it's difficult to ride a tiger." Umbridge believes that the best way is to continue to be tough. Umbridge said angrily, "Mag, shut your mouth. I do things naturally in my own way. I have found a group of rebels for Hogwarts now, but I will benefit for Hogwarts. Otherwise, keep it. Sooner or later, these people will rebel against the Ministry of Magic and cause great events." McGonagall also said angrily, "Your blessing is to cast your unforgivable curse on the poor child." Umbridge's wand suddenly raised, and shouted at McGonagall, "Shut up, McGonagall." McGonagall was stunned. She never expected Umbridge to point her wand to herself frantically, still in front of so many students. Umbridge said word by word, "I was sent by the Ministry of Magic to govern Hogwarts. I represent the Ministry. Whoever dares to question me is to question the Ministry. I have the right to expel all those who question me." McGonagall stared at Umbridge blankly and shook his head blankly. The other classmates also looked at Umbridge. Their faces were ashamed. So who else would dare to challenge Umbridge's prostitution? I am afraid that they would be expelled directly before challenging her. Harry, Neville and Luna are the best. Seeing the desperate and fearful eyes of the students around, Umbridge felt refreshed in his heart. It is for this effect, that everyone is afraid of themselves, so that he can truly master Hogwarts. 527. Professor Umbridge, I sorted it out. Filch ran over with a piece of parchment excitedly from a distance, and shouted, "So many students have rebelled. It is estimated that there are close to 200 people." Filch squeezed through the crowd laboriously, walked into the embarrassed office, and respectfully handed the parchment to Umbridge. Umbridge took the parchment with a sneer, looked at the densely packed names on it, and said coldly, "I'm afraid from today, Hogwarts will start a big exchange of blood. So many people dare to rebel." McGonagall paled and asked, "Umbridge, what else do you want? You have already made Hogwarts panic." As soon as he spoke, McGonagall realized that his throat was so dry that he couldn't even speak a word. Umbridge proudly raised the parchment in his hand and said, "Mag, it seems that you as a professor are still incompetent. Chapter 614 Not worth it. You don't even know that the students underneath have formed an army to resist. The more than 200 people on the list will all be expelled. As for the leading people, Umbridge pointed to Harry, who was stepped on under his feet, and said, "These people will all be thrown into Azkaban." McGonagall pressed his head. McGonagall had a terrible headache and almost couldn't stand still. Fortunately, a classmate nearby helped McGonagall in time. Filch stood triumphantly next to Umbridge, looking at the angry and painful, but helpless expressions of the students around him. His mood was more comfortable, and it was a perfect choice to follow Umbridge. And Harry, under Umbridge's feet, slowly closed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to solve the problem by himself and trouble Mark's eye, who knew that he was making things worse and worsening, and he couldn't finish it now. "I said, Umbridge, you take yourself too seriously. Who do you think you are?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and everyone showed an incredible look. At this time, "I dare to say such things. This person, is it?" Mark's eye. All the people present looked at the place where the sound was made in surprise. It turned out to be a Slytherin wizard robe, familiar face. Who could it be if it wasn't Mark's eye? Umbridge looked at Marks McClown. His face slowly revealed a hideous look, and said, "Marks McClown, you dare to appear in front of me?" Marks McClown smiled lightly. "I didn't dare to do anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, Umbridge, you have done so many shameful things, and you dare to be so arrogant. On the contrary, you have refreshed my view." Umbridge slapped the table fiercely, and said angrily, "Mark's eye, what are you talking about? Now you are a sinner at Hogwarts, come and catch him for me." The last sentence was Umbridge shouting at the surrounding students. The students next to each other looked at each other, but none of them obeyed Umbridge's orders. Umbridge said angrily, "Did you not hear me? You also want to be expelled?" The classmates showed fearful but disgusted expressions and stepped back, but no one was willing to step forward to catch Mark's eye. Marks McClown slowly shook his head and stepped forward and said, "Umbridge, you have been at Hogwarts for so long, haven't you found one thing yet?" Umbridge stunned. "What's the matter?" Marks McClown smiled lightly. "The students listened to you only because you were a professor at Hogwarts, not because you were sent by the Ministry of Magic." "Cool tiger, you think you are sent by the Ministry of Magic and do whatever you want. Do you think your classmates will really convince you?" Umbridge sneered and said, "Professor, Hogwarts has nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. I am managing you as the Ministry of Magic. What can you say?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "If you are here as the Ministry of Magic, then I am really embarrassed. Today I can no longer ignore your behavior and seek justice for my classmates." Umbridge laughed loudly and said, "Marks McClown, are you brainy now? Like Harry, you want to fight me? Let's not say if you can beat me. As long as you fight me, Magic, I will never let you go." Marks McClown also smiled and said, "This is hard to say. I have heard the family laugh and talk about it before. You seem to have touched my face more than once at my house, right? So this has hit you and the Ministry in the face more than once, right? Then I don't know why the Ministry hasn't let me go because of you." Umbridge was trembling with anger when he heard the words. Her dark history-like experiences turned out to be a joke of the Marks family. Marks McClown's smile slowly faded. "Why not let me tell you the reason? Because the Ministry of Magic must first think about it before letting me go. Because you are a Umbridge, is it worth going and standing tall? The Marks family, who has not fallen for hundreds of years, is right. And the answer is not worth it. Umbridge was speechless, and his complexion became more and more ferocious, but there was no way to refute it. These damned pure-blooded wizards and nobles. I think it's great. I think him a behemoth. It won't end well if you go against the government. Marks McClown didn't give Umbridge a chance to speak, and continued coldly. In the final analysis, if you abuse your classmates as Professor Hogwarts, as long as Professor Dumbledore can deal with you, but you are now the person who abused our Hogwarts as a foreigner. All of us at Hogwarts have the power to shoot at you. Marks McClown's last words were categorical and smashed into the hearts of the students. McClowns, why does Umbridge abuse his classmates like this? These classmates did not make any mistakes, but they gathered in private, but Umbridge used the drill curse to torture them. Harry was trampled under his feet just to get justice. Do they continue to endure this insult? The classmates showed angry expressions in their eyes, staring at Umbridge. The persecution of Umbridge has brought the patience of the students to a critical point, and it may explode any time. Mahazao, and Mark's eye is the fuse of this explosion point. Seeing the angry look of the classmates, Umbridge couldn't help taking a step back. Unexpectedly, the students who had been reprimanded by him just now for lack of temper would actually arouse fighting spirit in Mark's eyes. Few words, one by one, like a wounded wolf. Staring at yourself, thinking of this, Umbridge was even more angry. Now she is the person sent by the Ministry of Magic to manage Hogwarts. Shouldn't the people at Hogwarts obey her? Why is she now the public enemy of everyone? It must be because of Mark's eye. Chapter 615 Outbreak. It is because he spreads his own bad words among the students that the students will help Mark's eye target himself. Everything is because of Mark's eye. Umbridge was even more angry, staring at the rest of Hogwarts. Cool Tiger, Umbridge thought it was Mark's eye's ghost, so everyone in Hogwarts would be so against themselves, so that they would lose face and could not complete the mission assigned by the Ministry of Magic, and wanted to ruin their official career. Mark's eye. Umbridge turned to stare at Marks McClown. She had never wanted to kill Marks McClown so eagerly at this moment. At this time, there were already quite a few people surrounding the Umbridge office, and most of the entire Hogwarts had been attracted. Both students and professors have been dissatisfied with Umbridge during this period because of Umbridge's management. In addition, now Umbridge has done such an excessive thing, it has aroused strong dissatisfaction among the Hogwarts classmates and professors. Originally, Harry was defeated, and McGonagall was too speechless to argue. The students thought we also plan to swallow this bad breath, but now that Mark's eye has stepped forward, they want to seek justice for Hogwarts. What reason do they not support Mark's eye against Umbridge? 517. McClowns, we have had enough. Suddenly a voice sounded. It was Joseph. Behind him there were a large number of classmates from the California Army such as Janku and the Weasley brothers. The students of the California Army all looked at Umbridge angrily, shouting for Marks McClown, ready to rush forward and fight with Marks McClown at any time. Madam Hooch, Flitwick and other professors also came to McGonagall to help. McGonagall, standing on the side of the students, looking at Umbridge coldly, their inner dissatisfaction with Umbridge also showed on their faces. Filch saw that Hogwarts was united, and he was so scared that he didn't know where to hide. Following Umbridge is good for one thing, but because of this good, Hogwarts anger was caused. What do you think? It's not a cost-effective thing. In addition, Filch is just a dumb cannon. There is no good work to do in the wizarding world. It is quite good to be a manager at Hogwarts, and Filch naturally does not dare to follow Umbridge. Umbridge hadn't noticed so much at this time, staring at Mark's eye and the crowd of Hogwarts in the dark behind Mark's eye. At this time, Umbridge was like a powerful woman without the slightest amount of respect that she deserved. Her self-esteem was severely damaged, and her anger was extreme. Plus Cool Tiger. Marks McClown, today I need your life. Umbridge shouted hoarsely. Marks McClown smiled and drew out her magic wand, and said, Then you are here. Let me see how this old witch wants my life. Umbridge's wand pointed at Mark's eye, and angrily said, "Drill your heart." A red flashing curse flew towards Mark's eye quickly, and with a light wave of Mark's eye's magic wand, a book that fell on the ground flew up and hit the drill curse. The whole book was shattered, but the magic was also dissipated. Exhausted, it will not affect Mark's eye at all. The students looked at Umbridge in shock. Umbridge is really crazy now, dare to use the heart-drilling charm in front of so many people. However, students can also see that Umbridge's murderous intentions towards Mark's eye are really serious. The professors are also extremely unbelievable. Now they Hogwarts and Umbridge are really completely tearing their faces. Either Umbridge is down or their Hogwarts is unlucky, but they didn't expect Umbridge to be so true. Heartbroken, but also to cast a heart-piercing curse on Mark's eye. Fortunately, Mark's McClown is not someone else, and this level of attack is not enough to pose a threat to Mark's McClown. Naturally, Mark's eye would not be afraid of Umbridge's attacks. You should know that Mark's eye had almost fought against Voldemort's powerful Death Eaters before. These Death Eaters were even more aggressive and brutal when they used the unforgivable Sue spell. Umbridge was undoubtedly just a kind little white rabbit compared to the Death Eaters. Umbridge looked at Mark's eye frantically, no longer bothering to speak. At this moment, she had no other thoughts in her heart, just thinking about how to defeat Mark's eye in front of so many people, and then step on Mark's eye's face like Harry, and finally broke Mark's eye happily. Umbridge even thought about how to report Mark's eye's killing to the Ministry of Magic afterwards, saying that Mark's eye refused to manage her, and joined the rebels to attack herself, killing Mark's eye by mistake in self-defense. Mark's McClown looked at Umbridge with a faint smile. Umbridge's unsteady eyes betrayed Umbridge's heart, and Umbridge's strong killing intent also aroused Mark's eye's anger. "How old are you if you want to kill me?" Mark's McClown Zong is the first to attack, and I will let you know the end of a fight with Mark's McClown. Except for your weapons. All petrochemicals. Fire is raging. Torn apart. Fuchsia. In an instant, 5 attacking spells rushed towards Umbridge with lightning speed. The 5 spells seemed to be issued by 5 wizards at the same time. Various tricky angles, and the speed of the spells too late to react, made Umbridge. She completely messed up. How could there be such a fast casting speed? Impossible. Umbridge hurriedly rushed to the ground, and several spells hit the wall behind Umbridge. Boom! A huge hole was blown out in the wall, and huge magic powers splashed around. The entire Umbridge office was completely destroyed, and all the pictures of cats on the wall were shattered. Umbridge lay down on the ground in embarrassment, looking at Mark's eye in shock. This unparalleled casting speed, terrifying magic power, is this something that a teenager under 17 should have? Chapter 616. Do you want to run and ask me? Mark's McClown stood on the side indifferently. Just now he just used a magic wand to cast spells, and he still had the mentality to play with Umbridge. Otherwise, he would be a wizard at the level of Umbridge. Mark's McClown would just do it casually. Can knock down a large area. Umbridge looked at Mark's eye with messy hair and looked shocked. She was thinking very well just now, what to do after killing Mark's McClown. But the facts are very realistic. Mark's McClown's strength completely crushes herself, and the two are not on the same level at all. How could he be able to kill Mark's eye? Not to mention that Mark's eye defeated Mark's eye. He didn't even have the qualification to stand in front of Mark's eye's face. The classmates and professors around saw Umbridge's embarrassment in front of Mark's eye, and their hearts were secretly refreshed. Some students even cheered loudly, which added to Umbridge's inner suppression. Umbridge suddenly climbed from the ground. His wand was about to cast a spell on Mark's eye, trying to save the face he had just been humiliated. Mark's McClown pointed slightly, and said, "Accept your weapon." Umbridge's wand was knocked into the air at the sound. and fell directly through the big hole in the wall to some place downstairs. Umbridge was stunned on the spot. She actually didn't have any ability to resist in front of Marks McClown. What she said about killing Marks McClown was simply a matter of heaven. Umbridge without the wand is just a useless old woman. Marks McClown slowly walked to Umbridge, and said coldly, "Didn't you say you want to kill me? Why are you so embarrassed now?" Like a bereavement dog, Umbridge's face was flushed with anger, and the murderous intent in his eyes was exposed. Suddenly he stretched out his hand to grab Marks McClown's neck, and strangled Marks McClown alive with close hands. But how could Marks let Umbridge succeed? With a light tap of the magic wand, Umbridge's whole body flew up and hit another wall heavily, making a huge dull sound. Umbridge hit the ground. His whole body seemed torn apart, grinning in pain. Marks McClown said lightly, "It hurts, my Professor Umbridge. Tell me honestly, do you feel pain now?" Umbridge glared at Marks McClown, without saying a word. The classmates and professors also looked at Marks McClown, not knowing what Marks McClown meant. Marks McClown's face suddenly became angry, and she said loudly, "Have you ever thought of this kind of pain when you tortured and abused my classmates? The means you used to them is 100 times higher than your current pain." The faces of the students and professors also gradually became more angry. They had been knocked down because of Umbridge, and felt that the matter should almost be over. After hearing Marks' questioning, the last thing about Umbridge was a little sympathy also dissipated, and they clamored to punish Umbridge. Plus cool Tiger McGonagall stood on the side of the professors, looking at the figure of Marks McClown defeating Umbridge, and sighed softly. The Madam Hooch next to him also shook her head and said, "The child Marks McClown is too impulsive. It's no good to shame." McGonagall nodded and said lightly, "But now there is only this way, right?" Mrs. Hooch looked at McGonagall in surprise, and McGonagall smiled bitterly. "At least Marks' doing this can make Hogwarts less hurt, right?" Madame Hooch nodded helplessly, as if McGonagall was right. Umbridge stared at Marks McClown bitterly. She had never hated such a person so much. Marks McClown gave her too much humiliation. Too much humiliation. Umbridge took a deep breath and said, "Marks McClown, do you think it will be over if you beat me? I tell you, this is impossible." Marks McClown looked at Umbridge faintly, without speaking. The classmates and professors looked at Umbridge nervously. When a person is forced to a desperate situation, he may do unexpected things. Undoubtedly, Umbridge is at this stage now. Who knows what will Umbridge do? Umbridge slowly stood up, his face full of madness, and said hoarsely, "I am the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. You dare to do this to me? The Ministry will not let you go, and you will not let Hogwarts go!" Exclamation mark. Find flowers. You are ready to accept the wrath of the Ministry of Magic, and the error of the Ministry of Magic will smooth you Hogwarts. As soon as Umbridge's voice fell, the faces of the students and professors present changed. Umbridge is indeed right. She is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. No matter who is right or wrong in this matter, the Ministry will protect Umbridge. In order to conceal Umbridge's fault, the Ministry of Magic took action to eradicate Hogwarts, which seemed to be something incomprehensible. After all, the Ministry of Magic is the official government of the wizarding world anyway, and Hogwarts is just a school no matter how famous it is. Umbridge saw the changes in the complexions of the students and professors, and he was very happy. He laughed and said, "You know, I'm afraid, all of you are dead." With that said, Umbridge suddenly accelerated back, holding something in his hand, and was about to run into the fireplace in her office. Umbridge wants to use flu powder to escape back to the Ministry of Magic. Just when Umbridge was about to step into the fireplace, a figure appeared in front of Umbridge very quickly. The ecstasy on Umbridge's face hadn't dissipated, and the flu powder on his hand was about to be scattered into the fireplace. But one hand suddenly squeezed Umbridge's hand holding the flu powder. "You want to run after we are at Hogwarts? You underestimated a Hogwarts." The hand knife slashed heavily on Umbridge's neck, and Umbridge fell directly to the ground, unconscious. It was Mark's eye standing in front of Umbridge. He looked at Umbridge indifferently at the fallen Umbridge. After confirming that Umbridge had really fainted, he said, "Want to leave and ask me?" Chapter 617, The Tranquility Before the Storm. Seeing this, the students cheered loudly. Cool Tiger, as long as Umbridge didn't return to the Ministry of Magic, everything would have changed, but anyway, Umbridge finally fell, and they finally didn't have to endure Umbridge's management. The professors also slowly showed a smile, looking at the cheering students around them. They also felt the students' inner sorrow, and they also felt a little ashamed. After all, when Umbridge harmed Hogwarts, they did not choose to stand up, and it was Mark's eye who dared to lead the students to resist, standing in front of them with a cold face. Flap, pop, pop. Suddenly there was a slow but loud applause, overwhelming the cheers of the students present. 4777, an old man in a white wizard robe walked out slowly, but was missing for a long time and had not appeared in the students' sight. Dumbledore. The students stopped cheering and looked at Dumbledore blankly. Was Dumbledore always at Hogwarts, and why did he appear now? We must know that when Umbridge harmed Hogwarts, students including professors all hoped that Dumbledore would come forward to stop Umbridge, but Dumbledore did not. People thought that Dumbledore was not in school and there was no way to stop Umbridge. But now it seems that Dumbledore has been staying at Hogwarts. But why did Dumbledore have been watching Umbridge before Hogwarts did not come forward? The students looked at Dumbledore with dissatisfaction in their eyes, but they still hoped that Dumbledore would give them a satisfactory explanation. Dumbledore nodded to Mark's eye, unwrapped Harry's petrification curse, and said, "Classmates, I can see your behavior during this period of time. Your courage and courage make me very proud!" Dumbledore looked at the students with a smile, but expected that the cheers of the middle school students did not appear, and the students looked at Dumbledore indifferently. Dumbledore naturally knew why the students reacted this way, but Dumbledore could not explain his own reasons. So he skipped this aspect and said, "I will definitely respond to the Ministry of Magic about Umbridge and promise everyone a satisfactory answer. Students don't have to worry about this." Having said this, the students finally had a little reaction. Many students clenched their fists tightly, as if they were let out a big breath. Dumbledore smiled and said, "During this time, Harry organized his classmates to secretly revolt against Umbridge's rule. This courage really moved me. Harry is indeed my proudest student." Speaking, Dumbledore hugged the weak Harry. The students of the California Army immediately gathered enthusiastic applause. They saw Harry's efforts during this period of time. Moreover, Harry challenged a power like Umbridge for Luna and Neville. This loyalty, it really makes them admire. Many students turned their eyes back and forth between Mark's eye and Dumbledore. Harry was defeated by Umbridge or received such high praise from Dumbledore. Mark's eye defeated Umbridge and I don't know what he could get. The rewards. Dumbledore glanced at Marks McClown and said lightly, "Of course there are still many classmates worthy of praise. There are also many excellent classmates like Marks McClown and Joseph." The classmates were taken aback when they heard the words and looked at Dumbledore blankly. Marks McClown was the first line of resistance against Umbridge. Even the society Harry formed was named after Marks McClown, so Marks McClown was taken away with just one sentence. Harry was dissatisfied that he was about to speak, and Dumbledore did not hesitate to interrupt. "In view of the outstanding performance of the students, I decided to hold a reception to honor the students." Some students who were fighting for Mark's eye also wanted to stand up and question Dumbledore, but more students cheered immediately. Although Mark's eye has not been recognized and praised by Dumbledore, many students think that it does not matter, as long as they agree with Mark's eye in their hearts. It is fine. Now it is happier to have a grand reception. The expressions of the professors were also a bit unnatural. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Marks McClown was undoubtedly the best in this struggle against Umbridge. Dumbledore's actions were eccentric, but the professors couldn't say anything. They could only remain silent. Dumbledore shook his head slightly at Harry. motioning Harry to stop talking. As for Mark's eye, he just glanced at Dumbledore faintly, didn't speak much, and walked directly towards his bedroom. Dumbledore, the old fox. I guess he's been waiting for him to take action, wanting to get rid of Umbridge by his own hand. However, the matter of Umbridge was resolved. Marks McClown didn't need so many names, and Marks McClown didn't care about it, so he didn't care so much for the time being. On the other side, Dumbledore whispered, "Harry, you really didn't disappoint me." Harry quickly said, "Professor Dumbledore, why don't you praise Mr. Marks? He has done a lot in this matter. If it weren't for him, we might not have escaped from Umbridge's rule." Dumbledore shook his head slightly, and said, "Why didn't I praise Mark's eye? Didn't I praise him in public? Besides, the classmates are organized by you and under your command." Marks McClown only defeated Umbridge by 0.1. "If he doesn't do this, I will come out to solve Umbridge. He is just helping. I did just one thing." Harry wanted to say something. Dumbledore shook his head to signal Harry to stop talking, and said, "Harry, send Luna and Neville to the infirmary to see the situation, otherwise they may be in danger." When Harry heard this, it was the same reason. The two people were greatly tortured and their lives were at stake. They should be dealt with first. Chapter 618. Snape and Dumbledore. Harry hurriedly bid farewell to Dumbledore and ran in Ron's direction to take them to the infirmary immediately. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore looked at the cheering students, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, slowly becoming gloomy. "Professor Dumbledore." Snape walked up to Dumbledore with a cold face and said, "What will Umbridge do?" Dumbledore said indifferently, "Close it first, and I will report this to the Ministry of Magic." Snape paused, and whispered in Dumbledore's ear, "What about Mark's eye?" Dumbledore's brows twitched slightly and said, "You come to my office first, we need to talk about this." Snape sighed softly, nodded, followed Dumbledore, and walked towards the principal's office. McGonagall would take care of the Umbridge matter. Principal's office. Dumbledore sat in his seat and said softly, "Sit down." Snape did not sit down as Dumbledore ordered, but stood there, looking at Dumbledore faintly, and said, "Professor Dumbledore 11, I want to ask why you haven't come forward before." Dumbledore said, "Severus, what do you mean by that?" Snape took a deep breath and said, "Why did you never show up when Umbridge harmed Hogwarts? You should have seen just now. Many students are already dissatisfied with you. Mark's eye's popularity is almost equal. Cover your limelight." Dumbledore said indifferently, "Didn't I have said it before? I need an army that can be loyal to me. This army does not allow anyone else I can't trust!" Snape said, "Did you find out?" Dumbledore opened his mouth slightly, but did not answer the question head, and said lightly, "When this is about the time, you will know." Snape asked, "What do I want to know?" "Now I am following the plan agreed with you, but I don't know what your idea is." Dumbledore took a deep look at Snape and said, "Do you believe me?" "Believe me? Don't ask so much." Snape closed his eyes and nodded slowly after a long while. Dumbledore continued, "You go back and redistribute Veritaserum, and remember to keep it safe. Your previous Veritaserum has been manipulated, and it has all become powerful anesthetics." Snape was taken aback, but after thinking about it, he probably understood what was going on. He nodded and asked, "What are you doing with Veritaserum?" Dumbledore looked at Snape and said, "It's almost time, I should do it." Snape was taken aback, but before Snape wanted to know more, Dumbledore waved his hand and told Snape to leave first. Snape had no choice but to go back and prepare. After Snape left, Dumbledore sighed slowly. He already knew who he could trust and who could not be trusted. But for the time being, he couldn't tell Snape, because there were some things he didn't understand. He wanted Snape to make Veritaserum just to make things clear. And Marks McClown is his most uncertain factor. And this factor can no longer condone him to be active at Hogwarts. If this goes on, there will be fewer and fewer people he can trust. So he must first start with Mark's eye. At the following reception, the Veritaserum Snape prepared was one of the preparations for Mark's eye. After Umbridge fell, Dumbledore moved very quickly. He immediately found Filch to ask about what Umbridge did at Hogwarts during this period. He collected a lot of Umbridge-abused students. Evidence of, for example, punishments for students are engraved on the hands of students, as well as the use of spell attacks on Luna, the use of piercing spells on Neville, contemplation and other spells prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Every violation is sufficient. Umbridge has been in Azkaban for more than 5 years. I am afraid that even Fudge cannot keep Umbridge from so many violations. Umbridge was secretly detained by the Ministry of Magic. After all, Umbridge was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. The verdict on Umbridge was not made public, but based on Dumbledore's heart, it is estimated that Umbridge is the days after that will not be too easy. For Hogwarts students, they didn't care what life would be like after Umbridge. All they cared about was the fact that Umbridge fell. All the wooden signs made by Umbridge were disassembled and burned by the students. The day of the burning seemed like a holiday. The whole Hogwarts was beaming with joy and cheers. For Marks McClown, Umbridge's downfall did not affect him. After all, when Umbridge ruled Hogwarts before, Umbridge was also unable to intervene in 457 Marksi, so now Umbridge has fallen, and Marksi has no personal feelings. During this period of time, Marks McClown was still studying the secrets of the world of portraits. Originally, this was a common phenomenon in the wizarding world. However, after Marks McClown got a deep understanding, he discovered that the world of portraits was unusual. Why do the characters in these portraits move? If they are just ordinary animated images, then why are some of the portraits that can express emotions and emotions that are no different from ordinary people? Marks McClown still remembers that in the original history, after Snape killed Dumbledore, in order to continue planning, Snape always took orders from the portrait of Dumbledore. Then, if you say that, can you be the same character in the world of portraits and inherit your own ideas? All signs indicate that the world of portraiture will never be simple, and there will definitely be great secrets hidden in it. P.S. I have been looking for a wave of rewards and automatic subscriptions. Chapter 619. Snape's struggle. Marks McClown stretched out a lot. During this period of time, he was looking for materials about the world of portraits in the library. He was too tired to find it. It was almost time to go back and rest. Plus cool, Tiger. Otherwise, even with such a strong body, it will be overwhelming. Marks McClown must ensure that he is in good condition when problems may arise at any time. Marks McClown paced towards the Slytherin lounge, planning to go back and have a good sleep. Marks sighed. Suddenly a voice stopped Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked back and found that it was Hermione. Marks McClown said strangely, "Hermione, what are you doing here?" Hermione smiled and said, "Can't I wait for you here?" Marks McClown was puzzled. Wait for me? Is there anything wrong? Hermione was dissatisfied. Can't I play with you if I'm fine? Besides, I have something to discuss with you. Marks McClown asked, "What's the matter?" Hermione suddenly looked a little shy and said, "Didn't Professor Dumbledore say that, after that, there will be a grand cocktail party to reward the students of the California Army? So you must dance." Marks McClown immediately understood Hermione's meaning, and smiled. "It turns out that it is. Do you want to find me as a dance partner?" Hermione blushed and asked hopefully, "Can you?" Marks McClown smiled and nodded, "Of course, aren't you always my dancing partner?" Hermione smiled softly, nodded and said, "That's okay. Don't regret it." Marks McClown nodded and looked at Hermione with a smile. Hermione smiled and was about to leave contentedly. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, didn't she still have something for Hermione? For that bottle of magic enhancement potion, Marks adjusted 6 bottles before. 1 bottle was prepared for herself, 1 bottle was given to Fluctuation's dog, 1 bottle was given to Harry, and 2 bottles were kept at home for his parents. The last one, the bottle, is for Hermione. Although Hermione was born in a mole family, her talent in magic is not bad at all, even very powerful. Whether it is knowledge or technology, it is far higher than Harry, and even crushes Harry. What Hermione lacks is just the natural magical aptitude, in other words, the magical foundation in Hermione's body, which is not particularly outstanding. After all, both parents are moles, and there is no magic in the body. Hermione is already very good to be able to reach this point with her talent. The magical aptitude that Hermione lacked happened to be improved by the magic enhancement potion. As long as Hermione drank the magic enhancement potion, Marks McClown believed that Hermione would definitely become stronger than Harry. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown considered that Voldemort's threat could arise at any time. So it is better to give Hermione the magic enhancement potion while it is relatively safe now to enhance Hermione's strength, so she won't have to worry about Hermione's safety in the future. Marks McClown stopped Hermione and said, "Hermione, you can wait a moment." Hermione turned her head and said, "What's the matter?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "I have a gift for you. You and I will go to the Slytherin lounge first." Hermione was taken aback, and immediately showed a happy expression. I actually wanted to give a gift to herself. Is this implying something? In Hermione's heart, I didn't seem to give people gifts often. Marks McClown took Hermione's hand and walked towards the Slytherin lounge with a smile. Some passing students still cast ambiguous glances at the two from time to time, but also, the ambiguity between Marks McClown and Hermione has spread throughout the room. Hogwarts, the students are not surprised to see the two close together. Hermione lowered her head, the little deer in her heart bumped into each other, closely following Marks' steps, constantly imagining what kind of gifts Marks would give herself. When he came to the door of the Slytherin lounge, Marks asked Hermione to wait outside the door, while he went back to get the magic enhancement potion, thinking about how to describe this bottle of magic enhancement potion. It is of course impossible to tell Hermione the truth. Hermione knew that she would never receive such an important thing. I can only trick Hermione into this bottle of magic potion, but a bottle of beauty potion. Drinking it will have a beautifying effect, so that Hermione will accept it willingly. Marks McClown walked out of the Slytherin lounge with the magic enhancement potion, and smiled and stuffed the magic enhancement potion into Hermione's hand. Hermione looked at the magic enhancement potion in her hand curiously, and looked curiously. "What is this, a potion?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "This is a foreign beauty medicine. It may not smell very good, but the beauty effect is great. You can take it back and try it." Hermione nodded lightly. This was Marks' gift to herself. Hermione would drink it clean no matter how bad it tasted. Marks McClown patted Hermione on the head lightly, and exhorted, "Drink it when you go back. Let me see the beautiful Hermione on the day of the reception." Hermione grinned and ran away holding the magic enhancement potion. On the other side, Snape's office. After returning from Dumbledore, Snape had been sitting in his seat, looking at the book in front of him, motionless. Snape knew very clearly that what he should do now was to adjust Veritaserum, but he didn't know why. Snape had been sitting in his seat, not wanting to move at all. Maybe it was because I knew that leaders how this Veritaserum would be used to deal with Marks. Snape actually understood very well in his heart that Dumbledore was a very strong person in control. He wanted to attack Marks McClown not only because Marks McClown was an uncertain factor, but the most important thing was that Dumbledore felt that Marks McClown will become someone beyond him and even Voldemort. Dumbledore felt a threat from Marks, a threat even more serious than Voldemort. This was the most important reason Dumbledore wanted to attack Marks. It stands to reason that for such a super genius, the best thing Dumbledore and the others should do is win over, not be hostile. Chapter 620. Determination. It's a pity that something like that happened last year. Snape shook his head regretfully. Snape thought he wouldn't have any special feelings about Dumbledore's attack on Marks. To be honest, Snape personally hated Marks. This man relied on his arrogance from a family of wizards and nobles, and relied on his talents to make him look like he was the most powerful in the whole world. With an arrogant appearance. He even dared to negotiate terms with himself, who he thought he was. Thinking of this, Snape snorted heavily, and everything that happened to Marks-Eye in the past and himself slowly appeared before his eyes. Snape remembered his request to Marks McClown to let Marks McClown join the Slytherin Quidditch team and help Slytherin win the championship. Who knew that Marks McClown wanted to learn the knowledge of potions here, and he dared to fight? Bargaining by yourself is really abhorrent. Then for the next 3 years or so, Marks McClown would come to her office whenever she was free, and she would sit opposite her and discuss the knowledge of potions with herself. To be honest, Snape didn't want to teach this arrogant student in his heart, but was forced to agree, so 527 only told Marks McClown what he could teach in 3 years. However, Marks McClown is also great. I am afraid that his talent in potions is higher than himself. In just 3 years, he has learned most of what he knows, and even has a lot of knowledge about potions that he doesn't even know. This made Snape very shocked, although he was still calm on the surface. In fact, even Snape hadn't noticed it. He admired Marks-Eye more and more. Marks McClown also fulfilled his promise. Under the leadership of Marks McClown, the Slytherin Quidditch team can win the championship every year. Even under the joint confrontation of the other 3 colleges, they are not afraid of the slightest. Lightly. Song won the championship. Not only Slytherin's Quidditch team, but even the Academy Cup. If it weren't for Marks-Eye, how could Slytherin win the Academy Cup so easily in the past few years? Marks-Eye has been Slytherin all these years. No one is the best student. Snape sighed. Being able to teach such students is one of Snape's most proud things in his life, but now he wants to start with his own pride, which makes Snape feel very proud. Sorrow. But Snape was also sad and used to it in his life, and it didn't seem to be a big problem at all. Snape slowly stood up, walked to his test bench, picked up the utensils, and prepared to start adjusting Veritaserum. Snape glanced at it and saw the scopolamine on the shelf, which is necessary for the preparation of Veritaserum. Why did it seem that the weight was reduced a lot? Snape thought of what Dumbledore had said to himself, that his Veritaserum had been manipulated. Plus Neville and Luna had a powerful anesthetic effect after drinking their Veritaserum. Before and after the synthesis, Snape quickly came to the conclusion that this Marks-Eye sneaked over to fiddle with his own things, and he was a real bastard. Snape smiled bitterly and took off the scopolamine from the shelf, and sighed slightly. But you can help others. I don't know if you can help yourself. This time Veritaserum is absolutely impossible for you. You can move it. On the other side of the Gryffindor lounge, Hermione smiled and ran back to her bedroom with the magic enhancement potion, her face full of joy and joy. Anyone could see. Hermione's roommate smiled and said, "Hermione, you are in love? Why are you smiling so happily?" Hermione pouted her mouth and didn't answer. She ran to her desk, looked at the magic potion in her hand with a smile, and opened the bottle of Bay potion without hesitation. Hermione asked, "And it didn't really smell good?" But this was a gift Marks-Eye gave to herself. Even if it smelled bad and ugly, Hermione would pinch her nose and drink it. Hermione took the enchanting potion, thinking about what clothes she would wear to the reception, and then drank all the enchanting potion in her hand without leaving a drop. Hermione tapped her mouth, and it didn't taste very good. But these were no longer Hermione's considerations. Hermione turned around and went to look through her closet to find a beautiful outfit. A few days later, Hermione really fell ill with a fever. The roommate in the same bedroom immediately escorted Hermione to the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey could not detect anything about it. She could only diagnose Hermione as having a high fever like Harry did last time, and she needed a good rest period. Many students are concerned about visiting Hermione. Hermione has also accumulated a lot of popularity in the outer court because she helped Harry form the California Army before. Many members of the California Army came to visit Hermione spontaneously, and Marks-Eye, who was Hermione's ambiguous subject, naturally had to come and visit Hermione, even though Marks-Eye knew exactly what was going on with Hermione now, and there was no danger. In the infirmary, Marks-Eye pushed Hermione's ward away. Sure enough, there were a lot of students inside, some holding flowers, some holding fruits, and some even holding some magical gadgets, as if they wanted to make fun. Hermione was happy. As soon as the students saw Mark's eye, they immediately made a small booze, and then left the ward wisely. Only Harry and Ron stayed. Marks McClown said, "What's wrong with Hermione now?" Harry smiled and said, "I have a high fever. I don't think it will get better for a while." Ron dissatisfied. "Harry, Hermione has a fever like this. What's the matter with you laughing?" Harry blinked at Marks McClown and smiled mysteriously. He knew Marks McClown must understand what he meant. Marks McClown patted Harry on the head lightly, and said, "Take good care of Hermione during this time. Have you heard?" Harry quickly said, "Of course, Hermione is my good friend. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription." Chapter 621. Did you get the secret treasure in advance? Marks McClown knew in his heart that before the last Triwizard tournament, he had given Harry a magic enhancement potion so that Harry could greatly increase his strength in a short time. Plus cool tiger. And this time Hermione and Harry had the same symptoms. It is estimated that Harry had guessed something too, but there was nothing to say. Only Ron sat beside Hermione with a dazed expression, thinking that something serious had happened to Hermione. Marks McClown looked at Hermione and made sure that there was nothing unusual about Hermione, and then told Harry a few more words before leaving the ward. The students outside Hermione's ward were also scattered. Only a couple of scattered students were standing by the door, as if they wanted to visit Hermione again. Marks McClown didn't pay attention and was about to leave. At that time, a voice suddenly stopped Mark's eye. "Boss, wait for me." Marks McClown looked back and found that it was Bunyel, the current 6th grade prefect. Just now Bunyel was among the group of people who were visiting Hermione, but Mark's eye paid too much attention to Hermione and didn't notice Bunyel. It turned out that when Marks McClown first met him, he was still the shadow prefect of the 2nd grade. As a result, among the prefects who challenged Marks McClown, only he and Joseph did not graduate. Marks McClown sighed when he thought of this. "Passed fast." Marks McClown said, "What's wrong?" Bunyel didn't know what he was looking for in his backpack, and said, "I have something that you will love." Marks McClown looked at Bunyel suspiciously, and saw Bunyel flipped out a tattered book in his backpack, and the name on it read Solomon's Key. Marks McClown's pupils shrank. This was actually Solomon's Key, the secret treasure of Merlin in the legend. How could it appear in Bunyel's hand? However, Mark's eye quickly recovered. This Solomon Key seems to have a certain year, but it is printed for 5 or 6 years. It will definitely not be something left over from Merlin's era, but a fake. Bunyel stared at Mark's eye, expecting to see the look of ecstasy on Mark's eye's face. Who knows that Mark's eye has a cold face from the beginning to the end, which made Bunyel a little frustrated and said, "Boss, you are not looking for this book." Marks McClown said lightly, "How do you know I'm looking for this book?" Bunyel murmured, "Hermione told me not yet. She said you had been looking for a book called Solomon's Key from Merlin's time for a while, and please help me to see if you can find this. The book was bought by my friend in the black market with great effort." Marks McClown took the book with a smile, and said, "I know you are interested, but then again, did this book appear on the black market?" After seeing Mark's eye finally seemingly interested, Bunyel immediately came to the spirit and said, "McClowns, there are many versions of Solomon's Key circulating on the black market, but the most credible one is this one. It is said that it's the secret treasure left by Merlin. It sells for a lot of money." Marks McClown looked at the book. No matter how credible the book was, it was definitely not the real Solomon's Key, and it did not help him much. However, he still knows what Bunyel wants, and he said, "It's a good job. I will return you the original price for the book." Bunyel waved his hand again and again. "No, no, no, how can I ask for the boss money? Besides, I can still afford the money." "Don't worry about this, as long as the boss is happy." Marks McClown also knew that Bunyel's family had a lot of money, and he no longer insisted on giving Kiane Bunyel, and said, "I am very satisfied with this thing, thank you." Bunyel grinned, patted Mark's chest and said, "It's okay. Remember to take care of me more in the future," said. Bunyel waved his hand and left. Marks McClown looked at the Key of Solomon in his hand. Although he could recognize it as a forgery at a glance, it was still the most credible Key of Solomon circulating on the black market. Some accidents could be found in it. Surprises maybe too. However, the chick Hermione was caring enough. He actually asked Bunyel to buy the book on the black market. Marks McClown smiled lightly, and it turned out that the chick was quite caring. Find flowers middle dot. Marks McClown took this book and immediately walked towards his bedroom. He wanted to go back and study this book. Marks McClown returned to the bedroom and immediately opened the Key of Solomon in his hand. Marks McClown wanted to take a good look at the so-called Merlin's secret treasure on the black market, and whether it contained some hard-to-discover secrets. But after only a few glances, Marks McClown was very disappointed. This book talks about how to strengthen one's own power. People who don't know the truth or not will be deceived, because everything it says is true. For example, how to strengthen one's own sex. First of all, you must increase the strength of your own sex, put it on the flames, then take it back when you can't bear it, and repeat the fire. These so-called enhancement methods make Marks McClown a bitter smile. They are all unheard of enhancement methods, or methods that are difficult to persevere in self-abuse. It seems that getting stronger requires going through a lot of painful and difficult steps. In fact, increasing the difficulty makes it difficult for you to persevere. In the end, you can't become stronger, and it's no wonder that this book heads. Marks McClown quickly read the entire book roughly once, but the content of the entire book has nothing to do with it, and it is even nonsense. Marks McClown had to put this so-called Merlin's secret treasure aside. Although Bunyel had worked so hard to find this book back at a great price, it didn't help Mark's eye or anything. It was just an old book of no use. Marks McClown glanced at the book lightly, and was about to put it up or throw it away. After all, this book was useless, and it was useless to keep it. Chapter 622, Conditions for Entering the Painting. However, Marks McClown saw the last page of the book at this time, and it was blank except for a sentence. Cool tiger, the door lock needs a key to open, and the key is stored on the person who built the door. This seems to be just a very plain sentence, even a little nonsense, but I don't know why Marks McClown always has a feeling of being unable to speak when he looks at this sentence, always feeling that this sentence seems to indicate something. What's going on? Why do you think something is wrong when you see this sentence? The door lock needs a key to open. Isn't that common sense? And what does it mean that the key is stored on the person who built the door? Doesn't it seem to have any special meaning? Marks McClown looked at this unremarkable sentence, and wondered why. The more I thought about it, the more problematic it became. This sentence seemed to be telling me something, but I never grasped that point. Door lock, key, door builder, open the door? Marks McClown browsed. This sentence is undoubtedly implying the way people open the door. But what kind of door is this opening? Does this sentence imply the door to the world of portraits? Marks McClown stared at this sentence. His mind kept working, intending to find what the sentence implies. Marks McClown even took out Ravenclaw's crown and held it in his hand, hoping that the wisdom of Ravenclaw's crown to increase her can see the key to this sentence. However, Marks McClown worked hard for a long time, and still found nothing. She could only sit on her chair feebly, looking at these words helplessly. I already felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, but what was wrong in the end, I couldn't find it. It was like a mosquito flying around in front of him. He had already seen it, but couldn't catch it no matter what. This made Marks McClown very irritable, but he was helpless. What I want to enter is the world of portraits, but compared to the real world, the world of portraits is a different country, even another dimension. If Marks McClown wanted to enter, he had to find the door to the world of portraits and open the door of the world of portraits. But Marks McClown didn't have the slightest clue or method. If this sentence really implies a way to open the door to the world of portraiture, what about the door lock? Where's the key? Where's the gate? Wait. The builder of the door? The builder of the door. Marks McClown stood up abruptly. The builder of the door in this sentence is saying that the door to the world of portraits needs to be built by himself. That is to say, he needs to paint by himself? No. It's impossible. It's not that simple. If mere painting can enter the world of portraiture, then countless people will have been able to enter it. There must be other tricks. What tricks are there? Marks McClown closed his eyes. Sweat seeped from his forehead, and sweat came out of the palm of his hand holding Ravenclaw's crown tightly. Marks McClown's brain was running fast at this time, and Marks McClown felt that she was about to find the problem. The key. Plus cool. Tiger. The key is on the door builder. The key can open the door lock. You have to build the door yourself. Marks McClown opened his eyes suddenly. Yes, blood. His own blood. Use your own blood to build the door. Door lock and key. That is the way to open the door to the world of portraits. Since ancient times, blood has always been a standing material for many magic and witchcraft. It can be said that it is a necessary product of rituals. There is no objection to something that must contain magic. Even in herbal medicine and potions, a variety of blood is often needed, and blood is closely related to many things in the magical world. Blood is indeed one of the most probable things, but will blood really be effective when used on it? Thinking of this, Marks McClown couldn't help but smile. This was just something she had imagined. Whether it was real or not is unclear, or it's just that she thinks too much. But now that I want to enter the world of portraits, I have no eyebrows at all. It seems that I can only try this way. Anyway, let's try it first. But Marks I still has a lot of doubts now, whether to paint purely with her own blood, or just mix the blood with magic paint. What should she paint? And what magic paint she wants to use. A series of problems bother Marks I. First of all, it is definitely impossible to paint with her own blood alone. After all, it is too bloody to do so, and her combat power will decline due to too much blood loss. In addition, the way to enter the world of portraits is not black magic. It doesn't need to use such bloody methods, or the possibility is very low. And what should I paint? Marks I first thought of painting a door. After all, I want to enter the world of portraits. Painting a door should be the most appropriate. I am afraid that I can even push the door for other things. Not. So what kind of magic paint should I use? This point should be very particular, but Marks I doesn't have any good ideas, and Marks I is not good at drawing. Of course, I haven't studied this point. However, Marks McClown thinks that if she wants to enter the world of portraits, she definitely cannot do it with pure magic paint. It should be done only with a kind of magic paint with a long history and a peculiar effect. The name of a kind of magic paint immediately appeared in Marks McClown's mind: metal paint. This kind of paint can be said to have a long history, and the age of 0.6 metal coating material happened to be the product of Melin's era. If it weren't for Marks I's period, I was looking for information about Melin's era, I'm afraid this thing would have been missed. There is another reason why Marks I uses metallic paint, and it can even be said to be the most important reason. If you just simply draw a door, the door will still be something on paper after all, an illusory thing. How can you really open the door on paper in the real world? Chapter 623, The Realm of Illusion and Reality. So, I must blur the line between reality and illusion. Now that she had a plan in her heart, Marks I would of course start preparing to try her own ideas. Plus cool, Tiger. Although this method was just a fantasy of Marks McClown caused by a sentence in the book, Marks McClown now has no other good plan, and he can only be a dead horse doctor. The only thing that needs to be prepared now is the magic paint of metal paint. But with the power of the Marks family, it is a very simple thing to get this kind of thing. In less than 2 days, Marks Fan asked his subordinates to send the magic paint of metal paint to Marks McClown. This kind of magic paint born in the Merlin era is still very rare. It took a lot of effort to find Marks Fan, but Marks McClown has no time to care about this kind of thing now, and he is ready to start painting. Marks McClown came to the exclusive office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Although Marks McClown has been a professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts for some time, the utilization rate of Marks I-11 in this office is not particularly high. He just came to deal with some affairs by accident. Now Marks McClown was about to enter the world of portraits. Naturally, he could not be in his own bedroom. He could only use this office first. Marks McClown locked the door of the office tightly and laid a piece of white paper on the desk. Marks McClown took a deep breath, picked up the magic paint bottle with metal paint, and gently opened the cap. Marks McClown could clearly see the crystal metal magic paint inside. All he had to do was mix his own blood. Go in. Marks McClown took out a small knife and lightly cut a knife on his finger. Bright blood immediately flowed from Marks McClown's finger and dripped onto the metal magic paint. The metallic magic paint immediately made a faint sound, as if there was a chemical reaction between Mark's eyes' blood and the magic paint. Marks McClown's eyes fixed on the metallic magic paint. The metallic luster paint inside seemed to boil, fusing with his own blood. The wound on Marks McClown's hand quickly recovered from the scab. Because Marks McClown has a very high level of self-healing skills, this small wound will soon heal itself. So Marks McClown had to cut off his fingers again, and cycled 3 or 4 times, before Marks McClown stopped this self-abuse behavior. Marks McClown didn't know how much blood he should mix in. After all, Marks McClown only practiced on the basis of her own conjecture. He just saw that the metallic magic pigment became a little red, so he stopped adding blood. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown picked up the paintbrush, lightly dipped a little metal magic paint, and began to paint on white paper. Although Marks McClown hadn't painted much before, it was still very simple to draw a door. Soon a door appeared on the white paper. Because it was painted by metal magic paint, it was still shiny with metal, which could project the appearance of Mark's eye. Mark's eye looked at the portrait of the door that looked like himself. Satisfaction. After all, it's not a painting competition. It's pretty good that this door can be seen through. Marks McClown looked at the portrait of the door in front of him, pondered for a moment, still picked up the paintbrush, and continued to paint and call on another piece of white paper. For some reason, Marks McClown always felt that a door always seemed to be missing something. So Marks McClown chose to draw another portrait. This is how intuition gives Mark's eye. At the stage of Mark's eye's mental strength, no intuition will appear for no reason. Therefore, Marks McClown also believed in her self-consciousness. Since she felt that a door was not enough, she would draw another one. It didn't take much effort anyway. Before long, 2 identical door portraits appeared in front of Marks McClown. Looking at the door he had drawn, Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the portrait has been completed, it is time to test his own thoughts. Marks McClown has been searching for the Merlin secret treasure for a long time. Although it won't be great if he fails again, it will still make Marks McClown depressed for a while, so Marks McClown still hopes that his thoughts are right. Be sure to find the entrance to the world of portraits and find the secret treasure of Merlin. Marks McClown took a deep breath. And when he was about to verify his thoughts, a strange feeling arose in his heart, as if there was still something missing. Marks McClown frowned tightly. He believed in his intuition very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to paint 2 pictures. But now that everything is ready, he still has a bad instinct. Did he miss something? Portrait. The world of portraits. The world of Hogwarts portraits. Correct. Marks McClown clapped his hands. Suddenly, he knew what he lacked. If Merlin really hid the secret treasure in the world of Hogwarts portraits, then he would enter the world of Hogwarts portraits. And the portraits I drew casually now, I don't know where it leads to. I have to connect these 540 paintings to Hogwarts Portrait Network. Marks McClown thinks this way. After all, the author of each Hogwarts painting is different, but the characters in the portrait can walk around each other to visit and conflict, which shows that they are actually connected in the world of portraits. just like the internet. And he needs to connect his portrait to the network of Hogwarts Portrait World. But how do you do this? Marks McClown looked at his office. There were also some portraits hanging on it. On it were the portraits of former professors of defense against the dark arts. The people on it were either dozing off or disappeared. How can I connect his portrait to the portrait of Hogwarts? What about the world? Marks McClown suddenly stood up and put a portrait of the door in his hand on the wall. The portrait next to him was Lockhart, a professor of defense against the dark arts before Marks McClown, the one who only speaks big words but has no skills novelist. Chapter 624 Goodbye, I'm going to the two dimensions. In fact, this is the method Marks actually uses, so this book ends early. No. Lockhart in the portrait was smiling and looking at Marks' as if he was saying something, but in fact there was no sound. Marks McClown knocked on Lockhart's portrait and made a gesture to Lockhart, indicating that Lockhart would look at the door portrait. Lockhart froze for a moment, seeing Marks McClown as if he wanted to pin the portrait to his side. He smiled and gestured to Marks McClown to bring the portrait closer to him. After all, when Lockhart was in power, due to various misunderstandings, he had a very high degree of favorability towards Marks unilaterally, and it happened to be a little better now. According to Lockhart's instructions, Marks posted the door portrait beside Lockhart. Lockhart didn't know what he was playing with. After doing it for a while, it seemed that he was still blocked by something. Marks McClown pondered for a while, took out his wand and pointed at the portrait, and said loudly, I order you in the name of Professor Marks McClown from the Dark Arts Defense class to open the port of the Portrait Network. The reason why Marks McClown wants to sit on the position of Professor is precisely because the position of Professor has higher control authority over Hogwarts, especially important positions such as defense against the dark arts. The authority is even second only to the four deans! Hogwarts is like a giant magic item, or a giant magic enchantment. The principal is the controller with the highest authority, and can even perform the phantom shift in the school that other people can't do. In the original history, Snape confiscated Harry's map of the spot, and never knew how to explore the mystery. It was like Marks is now, and wanted to use the dean's authority to force the map of the spot to appear. Similarly, with Marks' professor authority, it is not difficult to connect his portrait to Hogwarts Portrait Network. Upon seeing this, Lockhart smiled and greeted Marks McClown. He fiddled with him for a while, then walked through his own portrait frame and walked to the portrait of Marks McClown's door, looking curiously at the portrait of Marks McClown's door. But there was nothing in Marks' door portrait that could attract Lockhart. Lockhart even opened the door Marks painted, but there was nothing inside. Lockhart was very disappointed and left the door portrait of Marks and returned to Lockhart's own portrait. Plus cool, tiger. Sure enough, in addition to using the professor's authority to open the portrait network, you must also allow the characters in the portrait world to which Hogwarts belongs to enter your own portrait, so that my portrait can truly belong to the Hogwarts portrait world. Marks McClown was like just now, placing another portrait next to Lockhart's portrait, and Lockhart also connected the other door portrait into the world of Hogwarts portraits. Marks McClown held two portraits that had been connected to the world of Hogwarts portraits, and hung them on shelves respectively, while standing in the middle of the two portraits. That's almost it. Marks McClown thought about it again, and after making sure that there would be no more mistakes, he finally started to enter the last step in the world of portraits. Marks McClown looked at the doors painted with metal paint on both sides of her. The doors of the two paintings were full of Marks McClown's figure, looking dreamlike, with a sense of unreality. The light of the metal kept shining, and Marks even had an illusion that two living Marks appeared in front of him. Marks McClown opened his hands and pressed both hands on the doors of the two paintings. Looking at the two Marks in front of him, he also opened his eyes and looked at him, hands against the outstretched hands. Open this door to enter the world of portraits. Marks McClown's powerful mental power hypnotized herself, slowly causing herself to fall into a semi-conscious and semi-conscious state. Marks McClown knows that he wants to enter the world of portraits. This world that does not belong to humans can only rely on his own soul or spirit, so he must forget the existence of his own sex. This is why Marks McClown is now self-hypnotizing. At the same time, the use of metallic paint that reflects the image like a mirror deepens the blur between illusion and reality. Coupled with Marks's own hypnosis, Marks soon enters a state of half-dream and half-awake. Marks slowly couldn't distinguish between the three cloud knights. Which one is the real self? She seems to be constantly changing among the three cloud knights, sometimes in the real world. Sometimes it seems to be looking at reality. The world's self. Marks McClown seemed to be trapped in a spiritual circle, into a realm of selflessness, and could only feel the boundless and ethereal world around him constantly spinning, and spinning again. I don't know how long it has passed. It seems that a long time has passed, and it seems that only a short time has passed. Marks McClown's spirit is constantly rotating in the circle, and there is no real thing in his hand. Suddenly, Marks's entire soul seemed to be pulled by something. He suddenly fell, kept falling, and kept falling. There was no texture in his hand, but suddenly he encountered a metallic object. Marks instinctively pushed hard. Everything in front of him, whether it was three cloud knights, a rotating picture, or a falling picture, all turned into a mirror surface, and by his own push, it cracked into countless pieces. Many of the pieces. What turned into Mark's eye was a metal gate. It was this metal gate that I opened just now, and behind me, it was my own office. The portrait of the door on the opposite side, the messy office, the paintbrush on the desk, the magic paint of metal paint. Things that should have been so real had turned into scenes in the portrait in front of Mark's eye. It was through this portrait of her office that Marks McClown opened the metal door and entered the blank world. The world of Hogwarts portraits. It's successful. Mark's eye finally passed through. It turns out that it is such a feeling to come to the world of portraits. The original real world is like a portrait in the world of portraits. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 625, Fantasy Journey. Marks McClown looked around curiously. Now he is in the door portrait he drew. There is nothing in it except the metal door he opened. It is blank when he looks at it. Marks McClown strolled towards the world outside the portrait frame, and suddenly a portrait frame appeared in front of him again. Marks McClown looked at the familiar face in front of him in surprise. Isn't this Lockhart? Lockhart looked surprised and shouted, "Isn't this my loyal fan Mark's eye? You actually came to visit me. It makes me so happy." Marks McClown was a little surprised. After all, he was still painting the door portrait he had just drew. Looking at the past, it was blank. Who knew that he came to Lockhart's portrait without walking a few steps? It turns out that the world of portraits is so magical. Marks McClown looked at the portrait where Lockhart was, and what it depicted was a room like the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. The books inside are neatly arranged, and there is even a cup of hot tea placed on the table with hot smoke constantly, which is nothing like your own office in reality. Lockhart continued his guns and said, "Although I really want to welcome you to my home, I have nothing to invite 540 to treat you. The cup of hot tea has never been cooled down there. If you are not afraid of being hot, you can taste it as my treat to you." Marks McClown ignored Lockhart. He was still looking at the world of portraits. The world of portraits is indeed different from the real world, because the world of portraits is not complete. It is composed of various portraits. Each portrait has its own style, and the connection between them is very reluctant. It seems to be coming into another portrait, same to another small space, and just like Lockhart said, things in the world of portraits are hard to change. The painter drew a cup of hot tea with hot smoke, then the cup of tea will always be hot in the world of portraits. and will never be broken by the characters in the portrait world. Marks McClown left the portrait of Lockhart and came to the portrait of the next professor, this time the portrait of Quirrell. Quirrell was a spy sent by Voldemort to Hogwarts, and he was killed by Marks-Eye himself, but not many people knew about this, and Dumbledore did not badge announce the incident. So Quirrell's portrait is still hanging in the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. As soon as Killuo saw Marks-Eye, he jumped into thunder and shouted, "You rebel traitor! The Master will not let you go, you will die miserably." Marks McClown quickly took a picture of Killuo aside. After all, Marks McClown is still a human being, and Killuo is just a figure in the portrait. A casual slap is enough to take Killuo aside. Cool tiger, Quirrell's portrait is at the gate of Hogwarts. Many students pass by here, but some students have been painted with faces, and some have only one back. Therefore, when the students were walking, Marks McClown would occasionally see students without faces, which made Marks McClown feel a little creepy. Sure enough, the world of portraiture is not a complete world. It is acceptable to come in accidentally. If a human lives in the world of portraiture for a long time, it is impossible. Marks-Eye passed by one portrait after another. It was a bit of a hot summer in the portrait, but the next portrait might turn into cold weather. Marks-Eye could not react a little bit. Such a peculiar world is really beyond the clouds' imagination of the night. After exploring the novelty of the portrait world for a while, Marks McClown finally remembered his purpose of coming to the portrait world. To find the secret of Merlin's hiding in the portrait world. Where would Merlin hide his secret treasure in the portrait world? Marks McClown has slowly figured out some rules of the portrait world. Just like the portrait world, only the things drawn by the artist will appear in real objects. The things that have not been drawn are all blank. The distance between the portrait and the portrait is very small. Usually, the space of the next portrait can be reached by crossing the portrait frame. It has nothing to do with the far distance of reality. This is how Marks McClown searched for the portraits one by one. According to the lore he discovered, Merlin's secret treasure is probably hidden in a certain painting and placed in a place where people can see it. Does painting have such a thing? Marks-Eye has walked hundreds of portraits in a short period of time, but has found nothing at all. The things in the portrait are the things in the portrait, and they don't have the same texture as the real thing. Marks-Eye was also very careful when searching because she was worried that students outside the portrait might find her traces. But in fact, Marks McClown was too worried. The students were used to walking back and forth in the portrait. Even if they saw Marks McClown walking around in the portrait, they wouldn't think much. The longer Marks McClown stays in the world of portraits, the longer she feels that her body, spirit, and soul are constantly weakened and weakened. After all, the world of portraiture is not a complete world. Suddenly squeezing in a big living person will continuously affect the body of the living person. Marks McClown also understands this. He does not belong to the world of portraits, so naturally he can't stay for long. But he is not reconciled to finding Merlin's secret treasure. Past. No. Still number. Marks McClown was about to give up. Is it true that Merlin didn't hide her secret treasure in the world of portraits? Has she always been worrying too much? Suddenly, Marks McClown seemed to realize that something was wrong on one side. Everything I walked through was a world of portraits full of ink, and I could smell it all. But in another place, it seemed to have a familiar smell. P.S. We should be the first to create the image world, right? So ask for some rewards and automatic subscription rewards. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 626 Independent Space. That kind of smell. Marks-Eye can't tell what it is, but Marks-Eye can feel that this smell is completely different from the smell of ink. Marks McClown walked in that direction. There was no picture frame in that direction, that is to say, there was no passage to the next picture. Looking at the past, it was blank. But what is strange is that Marks-Eye can actually walk into this blank and walk farther away. Is this a space? Marks McClown looked at this blank time in amazement. Here is still the world of portraits, But this space is obviously much more real and complete than the portrait spaces passed by before. Marks McClown even has a feeling that it is not painted in one-piece portrait space. On the contrary, it seems that this space was specially built by someone who came to the world of portraits. Could it be the space created by Merlin in the world of portraits, originally? What Marks McClown thought was that Merlin would hide the secret treasure in a certain portrait. Who knew that Merlin had actually created a space in the world of portraits? He was indeed the most powerful wizard ever in the wizarding world. Marks McClown slowly approached this space, and there was a book with a faint light floating in the air quietly in the middle, slowly spinning. And the English letters of Solomon's Key were written on it. It really is here. Marks McClown was overjoyed. After searching for so long, he finally found out the Key of Solomon. Unexpectedly, in order to store this book, Merlin would have spent so much time creating a space in the world of portraiture. Who else can do this besides Merlin? Marks McClown stepped forward and gently held the book. The conclusive texture tells Marks McClown that this book really exists. Not a book drawn from the world of portraits. This book, which has gone through so many years, is very well preserved in this space. Even with only a little yellowing, it is completely invisible that it is a book hundreds of years ago. Maybe Merlin also felt that no one else would find out here, so he didn't devise any defensive spells. But the fact is also true. If Mark's eye hadn't suspected the world of portraits and happened to get so many clues, it would have been impossible to discover things here so easily. In any case, Marks McClown looked at the Key of Solomon in his hand, and finally found the true chapter of the book, and he did not waste his time searching for it. Marks McClown found his door portrait with Solomon's Key and successfully returned to the real world from the portrait. As soon as he returned to the real world, Marks McClown felt dizzy. He entered the world of portraits for a long time. But how strong Marks McClown's body was. Marks McClown's strong body couldn't stand the world of portraits, let alone others. I have to say that Merlin is a very clever thing to hide Solomon's Key in the world of portraits. After getting the Solomon's Key, Marks McClown did not hesitate, and immediately devoted himself to the study of Solomon's Key. What unexpected effect would this Merlin secret treasure with hidden great secrets have? Marks McClown was very much looking forward to it, but before Marks McClown was studying for 2 days, news came suddenly that Dumbledore decided to hold a reception for the California Army members in advance, and asked the students to get ready immediately. It has started. The students who heard the news were very surprised. Although Dumbledore had said that he would hold a cocktail party, he had never tried to hold a cocktail party in such a hurry. This is too hasty. Usually a few days in advance notice how many days after the reception will be held. Please prepare the students. Why is it so rushed this time to be set tonight? Marks McClown was a little confused when he heard the news. After all, he had only studied Solomon's Key for less than 2 days. Marks McClown could not wait to study Solomon's Key during his sleep and dinner time. How did he think that the reception was so hasty just held it? In addition, Mark's eye's dancing partner Hermione is still lying in the infirmary unconscious. According to Mark's eye's estimation, Hermione will be in a coma for at least 2 days. Without Hermione, wouldn't she have to deal with the reception alone? Find flowers. Although Marks McClown is extremely unwilling, there is no way to do it. It is impossible not to go to the cocktail party. This is impossible. So Mark's eye could only prepare a suit. She went to the cocktail party alone. There was no way to be embarrassed. It was impossible to break her promise with Hermione. But maybe Hermione would regret it very much when she woke up. Soon in the evening, the students all dressed in suits and gowns and gathered at the Hogwarts auditorium. In addition to the 4 long tables of their respective colleges in the auditorium, there is also a large table in front of the professor's seat, on which there is a sign with 2 English letters California written in large. At this time, many students came to the auditorium and sat in their respective positions. McGonagall, who was responsible for maintaining order, supervised the students and shouted, The students of the California Army sit in the front. On the table, other students sit in accordance with their positions in the college. As soon as McGonagall saw Marks McClown, he immediately said, "Professor Marks, you can also sit in the seat of the California Army. Professor Dumbledore will reward you later." Marks McClown nodded lightly, and sat on the seat of the California Army in obedience to the arrangement. Many students of the California Army looked elated, as if it was a pleasant thing to be able to sit on the seat of the California Army. Mark's eye could only hold the red wine on the table, praying to end this boring reception soon. He also wanted to go back and study Solomon's Key. At this time Harry and Ron were also present. As soon as he saw Mark's eye, Harry leaned over and said, "Mr. Marks, why did you arrive so early?" Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, "It's getting late. You can see what time it is. You will be late if you come later. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 627. Harry shrugged and said, "Professor Dumbledore doesn't know what he's anxious about. Why is he holding a reception all of a sudden? I think Hermione knows that this matter must be entangled to death. After all, isn't she going to be your dancing partner? Marks McClown said, "There is no way. Maybe Dumbledore has his own plan." Marks McClown picked up the red wine in his hand and pressed it lightly. The brow on the right kept beating for some reason. Marks McClown always felt that something bad was about to happen. But Marks McClown didn't think too much. After all, this was a Hogwarts cocktail party, which coincided with the fall of Umbridge, and it is estimated that no one would dare to make trouble. Marks McClown saw Neville and Luna, who had recovered from a serious illness, walking towards each other, supporting each other, and asked, "Navi, Luna, are you okay?" 537. When Neville and Luna saw Mark's eye, their faces immediately showed gratitude. Neville said, "Mr. Marks, thank you. I already know that you defeated Umbridge. You are really a Hogwarts savior." Luna, who also nodded, moved, and said, "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the two of us would have been thrown to Azkaban long ago, and we would have suffered in vain." Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, "That old witch from Umbridge deserves it. If I don't take action, someone will take her off the stage. The result is the same." Cool Tiger. Now Yang held back the tears in his eyes and said, "I also want to become a strong person like you, so that no one will bully me." Marks McClown patted Neville on the shoulder and said, "Aren't you joining the California Army now? As long as you work hard, you can definitely become very powerful." I nodded heavily, still showing deep gratitude to Marks McClown in his eyes. Luna suddenly approached Mark's eye and said, "Mr. Marks, do you know why Professor Dumbledore held a reception so suddenly?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "Maybe Professor Dumbledore has his own plan." "How can I know this?" Luna nodded, with a thoughtful look, and said, "I heard that he will also commend our members of the California Army. You and Harry should be honored grandly." "Congratulations." Harry chuckled and said, "Without Mr. Marks, I wouldn't be able to form a California Army. I will definitely give the greatest credit to Mr. Marks." Marks McClown shrugged and said that she actually didn't care about it at all. At this time the students were almost in place. Dumbledore also slowly walked to the podium, looked at the students below, and smiled. "I am really happy to see that the students are still so energetic and energetic!" The students underneath cheered one after another. They were very looking forward to the following cocktail party and were very excited. Dumbledore waved his hand slightly and said, "In this case, then I announce that the reception has officially begun." In an instant, all the floating candles above the entire Hogwarts auditorium increased their brightness, illuminating the auditorium like countless small suns. A sumptuous dinner appeared on the 4 long academy tables and the California Army long tables, huge roast turkey, beautifully decorated cakes, and various drooling snacks. It seems that Hogwarts did the same for this dinner. It took a lot of time. The students cheered and did not hesitate anymore, picking up the delicious food on the table and feasting on them. The students were also panicked during this period of time. After experiencing Umbridge's reign of terror, They were finally freed from it. Of course, they wanted to vent to their fullest. Looking at the elated students, Marks McClown relaxed slightly. Mark's eye was also very busy during this period. Although Umbridge's reign of terror did not have a deep impact on Mark's eye, there are still places that Mark's eye finds inconvenient, and Mark's eye has been busy looking for the Key of Solomon. I have not rested during this time. Finally there is such a chance to relax. Marks McClown also feels very good. The only regret may be that Hermione did not come to the scene to participate in the subsequent dance. Marks McClown picked up the red wine on the table and started a toast to the students of the California Army. The whole Hogwarts auditorium looked very harmonious and enjoyable. Dumbledore on the rostrum smiled and watched the students off the court, but actually put more energy on Marks McClown. Seeing Marks McClown eating and drinking with a happy smile, the corners of Dumbledore's mouth raised slightly. Marks McClown was too cautious, and it was not an easy task to deal with Marks McClown. Therefore, Dumbledore held a special reception to gather the whole school together. On such a grand occasion, Marks McClown would never think that he would deal with him, so that Marks McClown would be caught off guard. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Everyone has something to eat first, and we will start dancing later. We can't dance without strength, can we?" Dumbledore's voice spread throughout the Hogwarts auditorium, and it aroused the cheers of the students. Cocktail parties, dance parties, carnivals, isn't this exactly what Hogwarts students like to do at their age? After a while, loud music sounded in the auditorium, and many students took advantage of the drinking and took their dancing partners to the empty part of the auditorium and danced improvisationally. Even Harry, Ron and others took their dance partners and leaned forward to dance. Marks McClown smiled and looked at the Hogwarts students in the carnival, and took a sip of red wine again. Marks McClown was also happy today. He drank a lot of red wine and his face became slightly ruddy. But if he is so happy today, there is no problem with drinking more wine. Just as the students were reveling, after the Hogwarts auditorium, a private room was quickly set up. There is only a long table inside, and an isolated small table. The long table and the small table are opposed to each other, like an interrogation room. Originally set up in the principal's office is the best place for paralysis. Chapter 628. A special award. It's a pity that the principal's office is on the 8th floor, too far from the auditorium on the 1st floor. With this in mind, asking Marks McClown to go to the principal's office was not normal. Snape didn't know when he had disappeared in the auditorium and appeared in this small room, and it was Dumbledore who stood in front of Snape. Dumbledore said indifferently, "The classmates had a great time today. We can't disturb the interest of the classmates." Snape nodded. He also knew that the cocktail party held today was just to confuse Marks' eye and let Marks' eye relax his vigilance. After all, why would Marks' eye doubt the professors at such a grand gathering? Dumbledore continued, "Later I will announce that I will privately reward the leader of the California Army. I will let Harry enter this room, and you will give him a little reward. And I will let Marks' eye enter this room again. After Marks' eye comes in, you immediately announce the end of the reception and ask the students to return to the dormitory, and then all the professors will be concentrated in this room." Snape nodded slightly. 11 Dumbledore's plan even Harry had calculated. If Harry only got a reward for entering this room, then Marks' eye would definitely not hesitate, and would only enter the room according to their arrangement and become a turtle in the urn. Dumbledore's calculations are not too deep. Snape took out a small bottle of potion from his arms and said, "Veritaserum has been tuned out. I have been watching the whole process, and I have been keeping it close to my body when it is tuned. There will never be a problem." Dumbledore took the Veritaserum, nodded gently, and said, "Very well. You should also prepare." Marks' eye is not such a good for-nothing person. I'm afraid he won't be able to catch it. At that time, I still need your strength. Go and subdue him. Snape said, "I am happy to help you." Dumbledore waved his hand and was about to send Snape back to the auditorium. He suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, you brought the pensieve to this room. I will use it later." Snape was taken aback, nodded slightly, and exited the room. Dumbledore looked around the small room. After making sure that there would be no problem, he walked towards the auditorium again. It was almost time to start implementing his plan. This time he must let Markseye tell all the secrets. Hogwarts Auditorium. The students have been reveling for some time. Many students are a little tired sitting in their seats, and some are even drunk and talking nonsense. The students have not relaxed for too long, and suddenly they may be a little too relaxed. Dumbledore appeared on the podium, his hands slowly raised, and the music in the auditorium slowly slowed down, and the students stopped caring and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and said, "I see everyone having a great time tonight, but please don't forget the main purpose of our reception tonight." Some students immediately yelled, "California Army! California Army! California Army!" Dumbledore nodded lightly and said, "McClowns, the main purpose of our reception tonight is to reward our students in the California Army, to reward their courage and courage to resist Hogwarts under the malicious rule of others." The students on the table of the California Sergeant cheered. Many eyes were cast on Harry and Markseye. If it weren't for these two people, where would they have the courage to resist Umbridge? The establishment of the California Army was the biggest. The heroes are undoubtedly Harry and Markseye. Dumbledore smiled and said, "So we, Professor Hogwarts, have discussed and come up with a reward plan to reward Harry and Markseye with an extremely precious item, but this item cannot be rewarded in public. You need two people to collect it in the auditorium." The students immediately started booing. "This prize can't be commended in public. What a precious thing that should be." Many students cast envious glances at the two of them, but they were not jealous. After all, this was the reward they deserved. Harry also seemed very excited. It was the first time he encountered this kind of reward, but didn't this also explain the preciousness of the gift? Everything he did was not in vain. Harry immediately pulled up Markseye excitedly, and was about to go to the room behind the auditorium to accept the award. As Dumbledore said, Marks McClown was a little puzzled at this time. If this prize is really precious and he is unwilling to tell others, shouldn't it be rewarded in private? Why should I say it in public? Isn't this way of rewarding a bit strange? However, Marks McClown didn't say much. Maybe it was Dumbledore's boo-head, just to arouse cheers from the students. And Marks McClown didn't believe that Dumbledore would do something to himself at this time. After all, Marks McClown knew that Dumbledore was very cautious, and that he had nothing substantive to be discovered by Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't have any reason to attack himself, didn't he? 123. So Marks McClown also let go of his heart, smiled and looked at the students around him. He also looked forward to Dumbledore's unannounced reward. Seeing Harry pulling Markseye with great interest and preparing to rush to the small room at the back of the auditorium, Dumbledore hurriedly said, "There are two prizes. Harry and Markseye each draw one, so you two have to collect them separately. See who has the better luck and receives the best prize. Harry, go in first." Harry was taken aback. This way of receiving the prizes made Harry even more excited. Compared with Markseye, there are many gaps between him and Markseye. Now that he is working hard, Harry is certainly not to be outdone. "Mr. Marks, if I draw first, I might have to draw away the best prize." Markseye understood Dumbledore's preference for Harry, and it is normal for Harry to choose gifts first, and smiled. "If you choose first, I'm afraid you will only choose the worst thing. Go ahead." Harry grinned and walked towards the room behind the auditorium. Chapter 629, Dark Cloud. The students looked at Harry expectantly, wondering what kind of prize Harry would draw. Plus cool, tiger. After a while, Harry walked back to the auditorium with a look of surprise, holding a big box in his hand, not knowing what was in it. But looking at Harry's expression, it is estimated that this prize is very satisfactory to Harry. As soon as Harry came back, he winked at Marks McClown, as if provoking Marks McClown, making Marks McClown more valuable than someone else's gift. Marks McClown smiled and walked directly to the small room behind the auditorium. Dumbledore also stepped off the rostrum at this time and smiled. It seems that Harry's luck is very good. I wonder if Marks McClown's luck is better than Harry? With that said, Dumbledore followed behind Mark's eye and walked to the small room behind the auditorium. After seeing that Harry had taken out the gift, Marks McClown also let go of the last bit of wariness, full of expectation of what kind of gift he could get, and walked directly into the small room behind the auditorium. Dumbledore followed after him and closed the door immediately. After seeing Marks McClown enter the small room, the students' expectations were even higher. They eagerly wanted to know what prize Harry and Marks McClown had drawn, and whose prize was more precious. Plus cool, tiger. Just when the students craned their necks to look around, Snape walked onto the podium and said with a cold face, "Classmates, now I announce that the reception is over." Everyone immediately left the auditorium and returned to their respective lounges. The students present were obviously taken aback. What was going on? Why hadn't the result been announced yet? And they didn't have a lot of fun, so suddenly the party ended. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Mrs. Hogwarts' professors at Hogwarts also reduced their smiles, walked among the students, and urged the students to leave immediately. Harry asked puzzledly, "Mr. Marks is still inside? Why suddenly the party is over?" Some students also yelled with dissatisfaction. The reception was only halfway through. How could it be said that it was over? Isn't this upsetting the students? How could professors do such a thing? Snape's eyes widened. He stared at Harry and the yelling students, and said every word. "Can't you hear me? I said that the reception is over. Everyone will go back to the bedroom immediately, otherwise all points will be deducted." Seeing Snape's cold face without any emotions, the students were instinctively afraid. Some students began to obey and walked towards the entrance of the auditorium. However, there were also a small number of students who wanted to stay. Harry is this group of students. Representative Harry, get out now. We still have things to do. McGonagall walked to Harry with a cold face. Harry wondered, what's the matter? Hogwarts has never tried to drive students like this before. And Mr. Marks, why do you end the reception as soon as he enters? McGonagall shook his head slightly, and said, you should treat it as a sudden internal meeting of our professor. We have to meet urgently. Can you understand it? With that, McGonagall pushed Harry's body with his hand, and Harry immediately left the auditorium. In desperation, Harry could only follow the flow of people out of the auditorium, but the doubts surrounding Harry did not disappear at all. How could a good cocktail party that had been held suddenly end? And it still happened after Mark's Eye entered that room. How did it all look like a conspiracy against Mark's Eye? In the small room behind Hogwarts Auditorium, Marks McClown walked into the room, and at a glance, he saw a neat row of seats opposite, and a small chair in front of him. Dumbledore closed the door with a smile, and all of a sudden the outside voice was cut off. Mark's Eye seemed to have entered a quiet world. Dumbledore walked to the side of the row of seats and smiled. Come, get ready to pick your gift. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment and said, but there seems to be no gift to choose from here. Dumbledore picked up the red wine on the table, poured a glass and handed it to Mark's Eye, saying, McClowns, as long as you answer a few questions. At this time, Mark's Eye still didn't take precautions, and asked, didn't Harry get the gift easily just now? Why is it so troublesome for me? Although Marks McClown said so, she still took a sip of the red wine. Dumbledore smiled and said, How can Harry compare to you, Mr. Marks? I believe that your vision is not Harry's. I still have to ask clearly before I can give you a satisfactory gift. Marks McClown spread his hands, sat on the stool, and said, well, then you can ask. Dumbledore also took a glass of red wine in his hand, and lightly faced Mark's Eye, saying, there is nothing to worry about asking you questions. Have a glass of wine with me and talk about life is more beautiful. Marks McClown smiled indifferently, and said, when did Professor Dumbledore have such an elegant leisurely feeling? However, Marks McClown still picked up the red wine and separated with Dumbledore. Dumbledore drank the red wine in his hand heroically, and slightly signaled to Mark's eye. This is the way on the wine table, to signal to others that he has finished drinking, and correspondingly, he should have finished his own liqueur. After Snape, a master of the potions world, carefully deployed the disguise, Dumbledore believed Minotaur that even Mark's eye, who had a mastery in potions, would never see any problem with red wine. Marks McClown smiled, still raised the red wine glass and drank a drop of it into his stomach. Professor Dumbledore, drinking red wine like this is wasteful. Red wine should be sipped in small sips. Don't drink like beer. Dumbledore saw a drop of red wine being drunk by Mark's eye, and said, I am an old man. Where can I drink it slowly? It's us who drink it quickly and enjoy it. What people of this age should do. Chapter 630, The Truth in the Pendant Basin. As he said, he shook his head again. Oh, it's really not as good as your young people. Marks McClown put down the wineglass and said, Professor Dumbledore, after all that has been said, can you ask questions? I want to get the gift and Harry compare the preciousness of the gift soon. I believe the students must also look forward to it. Dumbledore smiled and said, I'm actually looking forward to it, but I'm afraid I won't see such a scene for the time being. Marks McClown was taken aback and said, Professor Dumbledore, what do you mean? Before Dumbledore could answer, the door of the small room was opened. Snape and Professor McGonagall walked into the small room. The two of them were expressionless. McGonagall, who was walking behind, locked the door easily and they sat down on the opposite row of seats, looking at Mark's eye coldly. Everything seemed so weird and strange. Mark's eye finally realized that something was not right. Dumbledore deliberately led himself to come here, and let McGonagall and Snape enter the room immediately, not knowing what to plot. Marks McClown slowly stood up and said, I'm afraid today's things are not as simple as I thought, are they? Dumbledore smiled and said, 317 Mark's eye, you finally found out, but don't you think you found out a bit late? Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, to lure me into the bait, he even organized a cocktail party. Don't you think it's too wasteful? Dumbledore shook his head quickly and said, No, as long as you can relax your vigilance and drink that glass of red wine, this small price is nothing. Marks McClown frowned, the smile on his face disappeared, and said, that glass of red wine? Dumbledore smiled and nodded, and said, McClowns, that glass of red wine is mixed with Veritaserum, and it has been adjusted by Professor Snape, and it is no different from ordinary red wine. Marks McClown stared at the glass of red wine in front of him. Unexpectedly it was mixed with Veritaserum. But didn't Snape's Veritaserum have been manipulated by himself? Did Snape adjust a batch of them again just to make him lose his vigilance? Snape said indifferently, Marks McClown, don't think that you have touched my Veritaserum hands and feet. I don't know, but since Umbridge is our common enemy, I didn't stop you. After all, it's just a student. Don't think too much of yourself. McGonagall nodded and said, although I am very grateful to you for liberating Hogwarts in the hands of Umbridge, I still can't forgive what you did to Hogwarts before. Marks McClown's pupils shrank and said coldly, what are you talking about? What have I done? I'm sorry for Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled faintly, and said, it seems that our Mr. Marks still refuses to admit it. We need to give some evidence. Cool exclamation mark hash. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, a silver-white basin appeared in front of Mark's eye, who recognized it as the basin of meditation at a glance. Dumbledore continued, believe that our honorable Mr. Marks should also feel it. Our professor has revealed a hostility to you from time to time. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment. This point was still fresh in his memory. Since the end of the Triwizard Tournament last year, he has felt the hostility of Professor Hogwarts towards him from time to time, and even Hermione has reminded himself of this. But as time passed, nothing happened. Marks McClown didn't care anymore, and it seemed a bit strange to think of it now. Dumbledore's wand was pointed on his forehead, and he slowly pulled out a wisp of silver-white memory, and smiled. Before Mr. Marks can solve our doubts, I want to relieve BBBF Mr. Marks from your doubts. Dumbledore put the memory in the basin, and placed the basin in front of Mark's eye. Mark's eye looked at Dumbledore and then at the basin. Finally, he slowly sank his head into the basin. This memory obviously belonged to Dumbledore. After Mark's eye sank into the penis, she saw familiar faces flashing in front of her. He, Harry, Fleur, Crumb, and Mr. Crouch are obviously the memories of the Triwizard Tournament last year. In the end, the picture slowly freezes in a dark and lacquered place. There are many people standing here, and everyone's appearance is a little fuzzy, but it slowly becomes clear. Snape, McGonagall, Mrs. Hooch, Flitwick are all Hogwarts professors, forming a big circle. In front of Dumbledore's perspective, it is Barty K, the leader of the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Crouch. There are so many heavy people around, and in front of them is a thin person, locked in a chair, looking embarrassed. That appearance, Marks McClown has recognized it. It is little Batty. The person who pretended to be Mad-Eye Moody into Hogwarts was also the one who threw his name and Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, but was finally discovered by himself. Not only saved the real Mad-Eye Moody, but also captured by this Voldemort's faithful Death Eater. It's just that at that time he proposed to interrogate Barty Jr. but was rejected by Dumbledore. No wonder he has no clue. Dumbledore waved his hand slightly, and Snape walked forward with a bottle of potion and poured it into Barty's mouth. Marks McClown recognized that the potion was the familiar Veritaserum. Little Batty kept insulting everyone present, with a vicious look. Even if he was forced to drink Veritaserum, he would never give in. He almost bit his tongue and killed himself. Fortunately, Snape slapped Batty on the face so that little Batty could not succeed. After drinking Veritaserum, little Barty appeared a little unconscious, as if in a half-dreamed half-awake state. Mr. Crouch slowly stepped forward, looking tremblingly at his son who had been hiding illegally for many years, and asked, "Little Barty, tell me your conspiracy to come to Hogwarts, and what Voldemort wants you to do." The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 631 Shocking Facts. Little Batty laughed. He wanted to be hard-headed and say nothing, but the magic in his body couldn't suppress the effect of Veritaserum, so he could only speak out the purpose of Voldemort sending him to Hogwarts. For example, he came to Hogwarts just to throw the names of Mark's Eye and Harry into the Goblet of Fire, and to help Harry win in the Triwizard Tournament. Finally, he will do his hands and feet on the trophy to enable Harry to win the championship, and then teleport to the cemetery. The second dwarf Peter will catch Harry and let Harry help Voldemort to resurrect. Dumbledore and the professors were shocked. Mr. Crouch was even more scared and shrank behind Dumbledore. He shivered and didn't know what to say, so Dumbledore had to step forward and continue to ask some of them underscore point. Batty was very frightened. He wanted to contain his mouth and help Voldemort to keep the secret, but under the effect of Veritaserum, Batty's struggle was useless. No matter what Dumbledore asked, he answered whatever he asked. In the end, Barty gave up the struggle. After telling so many secrets, it was a dead end for him to go back. He also looked impenetrable. Dumbledore basically asked about Voldemort's plan in the Triwizard Tournament and found that Voldemort wanted to conspire to catch Harry and help him resurrect. But why did he throw Mark's Eye's name into the Goblet of Fire at the same time? Dumbledore asked his doubts and said, "Why did Voldemort throw Mark's Eye's name into the Goblet of Fire?" Little Batty was obviously taken aback, and slowly said, "Because the Master wants Marks McClown to die. He wants Marks McClown to die in the Triwizard Tournament. If possible, Marks McClown and Harry will also be sent to the Master together. Let the Master kill Mark's Eye. Because of Veritaserum, little Barty can't help himself to continue. It's also because Mark's Eye is also one of the Master's enemies. If you can't get Harry's blood, Getting Mark-Si's blood can resurrect the Master. Mark-Si can be said to be the Master's backup plan. Dumbledore and the professors showed incomprehensible expressions. Dumbledore asked, "Why did Voldemort want to kill Mark-Si? What's the past between Mark-Si and Voldemort? Why is Mark-Si also Voldemort's enemy?" Little Batty shook his head and said, "I'm not very clear about this, but I heard that Marks McClown had also cooperated with the Master before, as if he had betrayed the Master. Just 3 or 4 years ago, when Marks McClown was a first-year student, the Master wanted to get the magic stone, but he failed because of Marks McClown's betrayal. In the end, the Master seemed to suspect that the magic stone fell into Marks McClown's hands." Dumbledore and the professors present were all shocked. Dumbledore said angrily, "Marks McClown actually worked with Voldemort, and conspired with the Sorcerer's Stone. No wonder the Sorcerer's Stone was finally lost. It turned out that Mark-Si stole it." Little Batty continued, "I also firmly believe that Mark-Si must have obtained the Philosopher's Stone. After all, the Philosopher's Stone fell into Mark-Si's hands after the Master's failure at that time, and you idiots couldn't find the trace of the Philosopher's Stone. If Mark-Si gets it, who can get it? The Master thinks that Mark-Si has such a precious thing, and he will definitely carry it with him, so as long as you catch Mark-Si, the Master's plan of resurrection will be more certain, and it is also the Master's second backup plan." Dumbledore suppressed his inner anger forcibly and took a deep breath. Plus cool, Tiger. "But even if Marks McClown betrayed Voldemort and stole the Philosopher's Stone, he did not cause any harm to Voldemort. He could not become Voldemort's enemy." The reason Harry became Voldemort's enemy was because he was protected by Lily and Potter when he was a child, which eventually led to Voldemort's death. But Mark-Si had no such conditions at all. Little Batty shook his head and said, "You think Marks McClown is too simplistic. Have you forgotten the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets 2 years ago? At that time, Marks McClown destroyed a Horcrux of his Master, which is equivalent to killing a soul of the Master." Dumbledore suddenly realized that he almost forgot about this. Find flowers. Little Batty continued, "Moreover, Mark-Si also snatched the basilisk that his Master controlled. Now that basilisk is still missing. Mark-Si's mind is not as simple as you imagined. You are all affected by his appearance." Deceived, Dumbledore and the professors looked at each other. From their faces, they could see the shock of each other. Dumbledore never expected that this Mark-Si would be so scheming. Originally, in his impression, Marks McClown was just a figure he could not control. But no matter how difficult he could control, Marks McClown was just Dumbledore's pawn and would not do much. But it's such a small chess piece, it has jumped out of its own chessboard long ago, and started making waves. What Dumbledore couldn't bear the most was that he had no idea, and had to wait for others to tell him before he found out. This is undoubtedly a great challenge for Dumbledore, and also the most intolerable challenge for Dumbledore. Snape's cold face also showed an incredible expression. He knew that Marks McClown was an extremely powerful person, but he didn't expect that this kid who was only a decade old had already had his overall plan long ago, and even dared to fight against a figure like Voldemort. That's it. Marks McClown's scheming really made Snape feel a little scared. He and Marks McClown have known each other for so long, and he has never had the upper hand in the struggle with Marks McClown. Snape originally thought this was just a little cleverness of Mark-Si, but now it seems that this is more than just a little cleverness. After this kid grows up, I am afraid he will become the kind of person who is like Voldemort, and even surpasses Voldemort. Chapter 632, Burning Fire. Snape secretly made such a judgment in his heart, only feeling that the depths of his soul were cold. The other professors also had various surprised expressions on their faces. They had always thought that Marks McClown was a somewhat unruly genius, but they didn't think it was strange. It was normal for a genius to be a little arrogant. But now, it seems that they are too naive and too beautiful. Marks McClown is more than an unruly genius. He is simply a big liar who deceives the world. Whether it is Voldemort or them, Marks McClown played with him in applause. The most ridiculous thing is that they thought they were the ones who really saw everything. Dumbledore clenched his fists unknowingly. Dumbledore's 367 had never been so messed up in his life. Even if Voldemort grew up, Dumbledore had a complete plan to deal with Voldemort. But facing this Cloud Knight, Dumbledore had no idea what to do. This is just something that Batty knows. How many secrets of Mark's Eye that Batty doesn't know are still hidden? And based on these things, it is undoubtedly that the memories of Harry, Lockhart and others were all modified by Mark's Eye. On the surface, Marks McClown seems to have such a good relationship with Harry Fish Lockhart, but in fact it is for her own purposes. Can she arbitrarily delete the cold personality of their memories? What a deep disguise. What a terrible person. At that time, Mark's Eye was only 11 years old. So she must have planned all this with scheming. Who knows how many shady secrets he has. Dumbledore felt a kind of fear from his heart for the first time. That is, this kind of fear, which made Dumbledore make up his mind that Mark's Eye, this person, could not stay. Such a person is absolutely untrustworthy and untrustworthy. Maybe you will be stabbed in the back anytime, which is the biggest risk factor. It's just that this is really wronging Mark's Eye. In the first grade, Mark's Eye was just an ordinary person who knew Harry. It was just that Harry wanted to contact Mark's Eye unilaterally at the time, and he couldn't get it right. As for Lockhart, that was even Lockhart's own wishful thinking. Little Batty laughed loudly when he saw Professor Hogwarts' face changed one by one. You stupid old guys. It's only now that you find out whether you feel like being played by people is great. But it's not too late for you to find out now. Go back and execute this Mark's Eye and you can still be saved. Ha ha ha. At this time, the picture slowly blurred. Dumbledore's memory slowly dissipated here. Mark's Eye returned to the real world, and the pensive basin slowly returned to its original state. Marks McClown poked his head from the pendulous basin, and he finally understood why Dumbledore and the professors were so hostile to him. It turns out that I suspected that I was connected with Voldemort, and I also suspected that I had stolen the Sorcerer's Stone, that I had concealed the basilisk, that I had tampered with the memories of others. It is an indisputable fact that Marks McClown has obtained the Sorcerer's Stone. Marks McClown has indeed done many things they doubted. Of course, even so, Marks McClown didn't intend to admit this incident so simply. If he really admitted the facts that he had done, then his charge would be confirmed, and these things would never be admitted. Dumbledore and the professors only guessed that they might have obtained it, and they did not have any conclusive evidence. In addition, due to their own terrorist power and the powerful forces behind them, they were unable to make up their minds on what to do with them. Procrastinate. Otherwise, they would have done it as early as last year, so why wait until now? As for the connection between himself and Voldemort, that is a better explanation. Didn't Barty all say that he had betrayed Voldemort? In addition, he had had few conflicts with Voldemort over the years. It was absolutely impossible for him to have contact with Voldemort. Dumbledore and the professor waited until now to do it on themselves, and they must have been worried. First, he was afraid of his own strength. Marks McClown remembers that at that time Harry went back and declared that he had fought against Voldemort and was not defeated by Voldemort. The second is to be afraid of the strength of the Marks family. After all, the Marks family is a family that has been passed down for a long time in the wizarding world. Everything seems to have room for reversal, but in Marks McClown's heart, there is a trace of anger being treated like this burning. Dumbledore slowly said, "Have you finished reading, my honorable Mr. Marks?" Marks McClown nodded lightly and said, "You just suspected me based on Barty's nonsense. I didn't expect Barty to be right. You are too easy to be deceived." Dumbledore shook his head, and said, "Barty drank Veritaserum and what he said will not be false, but we are not so rash to completely believe in Barty, until we slowly discuss some of them later. With clues, we really began to doubt you." Marks McClown's pupils shrank and stared at Dumbledore. McGonagall and Snape also looked at Marks McClown with gloomy faces. Dumbledore said indifferently, I still remember the scene when you rescued Harry and you in the basement when you were in the first grade. Harry's spirit was very vague at that time. I just thought Harry was frightened at that time. You used the memory modification spell 1.7 on Harry. Marks McClown frowned. The effect of Veritaserum began to occur, desperately forcing herself to tell the truth. Marks McClown could only use her own magic power and physique to restrain the effect of Veritaserum, but it also made Marks McClown within a short time speechless to refute. Dumbledore's eyes slowly turned cold, and he continued, I also observed Quirrell's death afterwards. It was deliberately disguised. I'm still surprised. Could it be that Voldemort wanted to create an illusion? Chapter 633 Rage. Actually not. You were the one who killed Quirrell, right? McGonagall and Snape's eyes slowly became cold, and everything Dumbledore said made them reacquainted with the cold and scheming Cloud Knight. Cool Tiger. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. You were just a few years old 5 years ago, and you were so scheming to tamper with Harry's memory. At that time, Harry had only known you for less than a year, and you were so cruel to Harry and still have the courage to kill people. Marks McClown, you said how could I tolerate you? Marks McClown was stubbornly restraining the effect of Veritaserum in his body. Cold sweat broke out all over his head, and his magic and physical strength were constantly being consumed by the effects of Veritaserum, making Marks McClown unable to speak against Dumbledore. Dumbledore continued, 4 years ago, at the time of the Chamber of Secrets incident, Lockhart was a few kilograms or less, don't I know? How could he be able to resist Voldemort's Horcrux control? It must be your masterpiece again. McGonagall and Snape shook their heads and remained silent behind 11 Dumbledore. Their hearts were also extremely suspicious of Marks McClown. Dumbledore walked to Mark's eye and looked down at Mark's eye, who was already tortured by the effects of Veritaserum, with a struggling expression on his face, gritted his teeth and said nothing. Plus cool Tiger. Snape's brows jumped uncontrollably when he saw this. He was quite sure that his Veritaserum had no problem. Why could Marks McClown still be able to say nothing after taking it? Could it be that he can forcibly hold the effects of Veritaserum? No, it's impossible. Snape secretly denied himself in the bottom of his heart. The effect of Veritaserum is absolute, and no one has a record of success in resisting through the ages. Dumbledore continued, Marks McClown, you are a genius, even a peerless genius. You play with all of us in the applause. You can even grow into being beyond me and beyond Voldemort. But why do you want to use these little tricks? Marks McClown clenched his fists and stared at Dumbledore. Marks McClown has only now discovered how powerful the effects of Veritaserum is. Even his current magic power and physique have been consumed tragically. I am afraid that if his magic power or body is weaker, he will all be exposed today. Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye and said faintly, Mark's eye, your scheming is too heavy. You are calling the wind and rain at Hogwarts, and it is your plan to be brothers and brothers with Harry, right? I think the establishment of the California Army was your secret arrangement, and the Hogwarts School magazine. Don't you think your ambitions are too big? Marks McClown gritted her teeth and finally popped a few words between her teeth, saying, then what do you want? Dumbledore shook his head and said, I don't want to be your enemy. Mark's eye, I know that the next era must belong to you. You have all the factors that make you the strongest! But I have to remind you that this era does not belong to you. I will put you in Azkaban. After the Voldemort problem is solved, I am afraid that I will not have much time. At that time, I hope you can do well. Go back to the wizarding world and benefit the wizards. Marks McClown said with a smile. Albus Dumbledore, your arrangement is really thorough. Dumbledore shook his head and said, this is not my arrangement. This is the only way we can defeat Voldemort. Your presence will only disrupt this way, so you can't continue to participate in the plan against Voldemort. You can only enter Azkaban. Marks McClown burst into laughter suddenly, and said, Dumbledore, How do you know that this is the only way to deal with Voldemort? You are just a person with a powerful control. You want to control everything, so you can't allow it. My existence. Dumbledore's face was dark and he said, Mark's eye. What are you talking about? Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore coldly and said, you have no way to deal with Voldemort. Your only way is to make countless sacrifices and finally make Harry alone, right? Dumbledore's face changed, and Snape behind him also had a shocked expression, looking at Mark's eye in surprise. Marks McClown endured the pain in his body and said, Harry is not the only nemesis of Voldemort. You don't need your way to deal with Voldemort. You are just making more innocent people sacrifice. Dumbledore finally couldn't help it, and shouted coldly, Marks McClown, you are questioning me. Marks McClown sneered, why can't I question you? You are just a pedantic old man. You have always believed that Harry is the only savior. For this, you can sacrifice all other innocent people, including you! Exclamation mark. As soon as Marks McClown said this, Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall looked at Marks McClown in shock at the same time. The expressions of the three of them were incredibly wonderful, and there seemed to be an astonishing battle between heaven and man in their hearts. Dumbledore 357's inner shock at this time was unparalleled. Isn't this the plan he and Snape agreed privately? How could Marks McClown know? It is absolutely impossible for Marks McClown to know this. The shock in Snape's heart was even more overwhelming. He knew what Dumbledore had planned, and he also understood that he and Dumbledore both had a spirit of sacrifice. But when Marks McClown said that Dumbledore was sacrificing innocent people, her heart shook inexplicably. McClowns, in order to defeat Voldemort, many innocent people have been sacrificed, including Snape's most beloved Lily. Lily is also a victim of Dumbledore's hands, and for this he has also carried a lifetime of heavy things. Originally, he thought Dumbledore was the person who knew him best, so as long as it was Dumbledore's order, he would obey unconditionally. However, after Mark's eye just said that, Snape suddenly realized that Mark's eye knew his own degree is not inferior to Dumbledore, even worse than Dumbledore. Chapter 634 What have you done? Dumbledore was able to see through his heart and knew his true thoughts, but Marks McClown said what he wanted to hide in his heart, and truly exposed the truest things in his heart. The surprise McGonagall shown was not the surprise at Marks McClown's words, but the surprise that Dumbledore and Snape reacted after Marks McClown said those words. Why are the two people so surprised at Marks McClown's rhetoric? Isn't there a big loophole in Marks McClown's rhetoric? Marks McClown saw that the three of them had fallen into a short period of silence, and immediately began their spiritual exploration. Anyway, he has been attacked by Dumbledore today. How to leave is the key. You cannot escape by rhetoric. However, when Marks McClown's spiritual exploration was released, Marks McClown discovered that many people were ambushing around the room. They were all Hogwarts professors. Mrs. Hooch, Flitwick, etc., had guarded everything in the small room. Exit, whether it is above or below. It can be said that Dumbledore has laid a net to arrest himself. With so many ambushes in spiritual exploration, even Marks McClown can't help feeling the despair. Marks McClown's strength is very strong. It can even be said that none of the professors on the scene can beat him, but he is still worse than Dumbledore. Many. Cool Tiger, and now, here, not only Dumbledore, but also Professor Hogwarts, such as Snape, McGonagall, etc. I am afraid it is extremely difficult for Voldemort to escape here. This old man had to use sacrifice tactics to deal with Voldemort, but he spared no effort to deal with himself. What else can he say except that he is old and confused? At this time Dumbledore has also reacted, and when he was questioned, he changed his color suddenly and said angrily, Marks McClown, you are just an underage kid. What right do you have to question me? Now you have a conclusive evidence. Today you are. It is impossible to escape! Exclamation mark. Marks McClown was also angry at this time. This smelly old man exhausted all his thoughts to deal with himself. But when dealing with foreign enemies, He sacrificed innocent people one by one. How could it not make people angry? Marks McClown said angrily, "You are only relying on your own guesses, as well as little Barty's confession that you don't know the truth or not, to question me. Can you show any evidence against me?" Dumbledore was stagnant. Where did he have evidence to prove Marks McClown's guilt? If he had evidence, Marks McClown would have been arrested and sent to Azkaban early, so why bother to give Marks McClown Veritaserum? Let Marksai confess her crime. Cool Tiger. The faces of McGonagall and Snape also changed. They did not have any evidence at all. They were planning to capture Marksai based solely on Dumbledore's conjecture. Now Marksai questioned them. They simply took "there is no evidence." Marksai saw that Dumbledore had nothing to say, and even shouted, "I am sorry for what I have done since I entered Hogwarts. Sorry for Hogwarts. Can you say anything?" As soon as Marks McClown's words came out, whether it was the three people present, or even the professors who were ambushing outside the small room, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The most eye-catching student of Hogwarts in the past few years is Marksai. If you really want to evaluate a student who has contributed the most to the school, it is undoubtedly Marksai. There is no doubt about this. Marks McClown continued, "When I was in the first grade, Hogwarts would have been upset without me, and the conspiracy of Quirrell and Voldemort had already succeeded." "What did you do at that time, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore's mouth opened, but he said nothing. Marks McClown sneered again. "In the second grade, if it weren't for me, could you find the secret of the secret room?" At that time Hogwarts didn't know how many students would be killed or injured. "I destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux, and you be profitable." McGonagall and Snape stared at Marksai dully, and they suddenly felt that Marksai, the man who has done the most to Hogwarts, why bother to arrest him? Marks McClown's mocking smile was even greater. "In the third grade, if it weren't for me, you could catch Peter Pettigrew, and help Sirius get rid of the charges. You may still be kept in the dark now, Dumbledore. You can do it again." What? The mental fluctuations of the professors in ambush around became stronger and stronger, and under Marks McClown's words, they gradually felt that something was wrong. Why did they arrest Marksai? No matter who they were arrested, it was fine, but Marksai really didn't seem to have any reason to deal with it. Marks McClown continued: "And last year, did Hogwarts win the Triwizard Tournament without me? Your so-called savior Harry would have died at Voldemort's hands without me. And you, Dumbledore, hiding at the end, just after I helped you solve Umbridge, you came out to clean up the mess, and then pointed the finger at me. In the Umbridge incident, Dumbledore has never come forward, and is always a thorn in the hearts of the professors." Now being mentioned by Marks McClown again, the professors have to admit from the bottom of their hearts that Marks McClown is already the pillar of Hogwarts Invisible, and the degree of importance is not inferior to Dumbledore. Marks McClown raised his hand, pointed to the bridge of Dumbledore's nose, and said angrily, "I ask you, what have you done? What you can do is just spit out all the dirty water on me. Throw me to Azkaban. Continue to maintain your poor plan. Continue your seemingly ruinous rule." Dumbledore knew that he could no longer let Marksai say this, but Dumbledore searched his vocabulary, but could not find a word to refute Marksai's words, so he could only let Marksai continue. Marks McClown continued, "Dumbledore, you always put on the appearance that everything is under your control. In fact, you are someone who doesn't understand anything. P.S. Please try to automatically subscribe with one click. Thank you." Chapter 635, Civil War. You desperately want to prove that Harry is the savior of the world. You will only kill more people. You use your most righteous and upright appearance to deceive others to work for you. You are the biggest liar in the world. After saying this, Marks McClown sat back on his seat, panting lightly. Plus cool, Tiger. Due to the need to fight Veritaserum and another series of words, Marks McClown's body is already a bit tired. This is impossible for the usual Marks McClown, but Marks McClown's body is too weak now. Snape looked at Dumbledore's back. "I don't know when it started." He was a little moved by Marksai's words and thought Dumbledore was a liar, but Snape shook his head immediately, dispelling his thoughts. The scene fell into silence for a short time, and the expressions of Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall all changed and looked very wonderful. Marks McClown can feel the spirits of other people in the spiritual exploration, and it is also constantly fluctuating, and obviously they are constantly fighting inside. Marks McClown stared at Dumbledore coldly, and Dumbledore stared at Marks McClown. Finally, Dumbledore spoke slowly and said, "Are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you'll be obedient to catch me." Dumbledore's voice was particularly dry. 370 dumb. Marks McClown shrugged. It is obvious that today's affairs can no longer be arbitrarily closed. Marks McClown's hand has been pressed on her wizard's robe, and two magic wands belonging to Marks McClown are in it. Dumbledore also noticed Marks' eye's little movement, and gently pressed his fingers on his wizard's robe, ready to take action at any time. Marks McClown spoke lightly and said, "Dumbledore, are you sure you made this decision? I am afraid it will be too late to say anything in the future." With Mark's size, strength and potential, as well as the forces behind him, it stands to reason that they are the most suitable capital. But it is also very likely that if you are not careful, it will become a threat of equal power. Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye and said, "You can't make trouble in my plan, so you should disappear, and I will never regret the decision I made." McGonagall and Snape slowly walked behind Dumbledore. Although their hearts were struggling with Marks McClown's rhetoric, it was better to deal with Marks McClown first, so they did not hesitate to stand there behind Dumbledore. Marks McClown looked in McGonagall's direction from Dumbledore's position, and then in Snape's direction. McGonagall had already recovered his calmness and stared at Marks McClown to prevent Marks McClown from sneaking. Cool tiger, and even though Snape looked indifferent, Mark's eye still saw a trace of discomfort from Snape's eyes. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Since you have all decided, I have nothing to say." As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, the professors who were ambushing outside in the spiritual exploration suddenly jumped in spirit, and their spirits became extremely tense. Everyone clenched their magic wands and stared at the small room where Marks McClown was. It broke out in an instant. Boom. On the other side, Harry and the students have been driven out of the Hogwarts auditorium. Some students have begun to walk towards the dormitory, but most of the students are still stranded in front of the auditorium, feeling as if something is going to happen. Harry was at the forefront, looking at the back of the auditorium, looking very anxious. Ron said, dissatisfied on the side, "Nothing will happen, maybe they are just discussing some issues." Harry shook his head and said, No, I always feel like they have some conspiracy, otherwise, why would the party be over suddenly if they had a party? The students of the California Army also gathered here, and there was a lot of discussion, and Joseph also came up and said, "McClowns, this kind of thing is too weird. Do you think they will do something to the boss?" George laughed and said, "You think too much. Mr. Marks is a great hero of Hogwarts, and he said nothing would be done to Mr. Marks." Fred said, "I believe Professor Dumbledore will do it to you." A group of students were grinning. Most of them didn't think Marks McClown would be dangerous. They were just a little worried and curious, so they stayed outside waiting for Marks McClown. Janku walked to Harry and frowned. "I also have a bad feeling. I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with the professors today." Harry nodded and said, "The professors behaved too strange today, and I don't want to doubt them, but it's really too unusual." Just when the students were chatting outside the auditorium and the discussion was intense, suddenly a loud noise came out from behind the auditorium. Boom! The huge explosion directly shredded the small room behind the auditorium, and 4 figures shot out from the ruins of the explosion. "That's the room Mr. Marks and the others are in," Harry shouted in shock. All the students were shocked by the sudden situation in front of them. They looked at the explosion site in surprise. The first thing that came to their minds was that someone had invaded Hogwarts. The 4 people shot out were Marks, Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall. Marks McClown panted heavily and jumped to one side of the square, with cold sweat on his forehead. his eyes staring straight ahead. Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall were indifferent. They stood in front of Mark's eye without any expression on their faces, and their wands were aimed at Mark's eye. Harry and the others quickly drew out their wands. They all thought someone had invaded, and Mark's eye was even injured. But when they drew out their wands and wanted to find the enemy, they were surprised to find that Mark's eye and Dumbledore were in conflict. Nobody else. The two wands in Mark's eye's hand actually refer to Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall. On the contrary, the wands in the hands of Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall also pointed straight at Mark's eye. Chapter 636, Hogwarts Civil War. How is this going? The students didn't have time to think about it. In the shadow, one figure after another jumped out. It was the professors of Hogwarts who completely surrounded Mark's eye, and the wand in his hand pointed to Mark's eye without hesitation. The students present were shocked and dumbfounded as they watched all this. No one even reacted. Did they really guess right? Marks McClown was actually the target of Hogwarts professors. When Dumbledore saw the large number of students outside the auditorium, he couldn't help but angrily said, "Isn't you asking you to drive the students back to the dormitory? Why are they still here?" McGonagall nodded repeatedly and shouted, "All students leave here immediately and return to their dormitories. Students staying again will be dealt with according to school rules." Snape also said coldly, "Joseph, take the students back right away. Right away." Marks McClown smiled bitterly and looked at the students' onlookers. He did not expect that the duel between himself and Professor Hogwarts would be seen by the students. Before Joseph had spoken, Harbin was dissatisfied first, and rushed forward and shouted, "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape. What are you doing? Why are you doing something to Mr. Marks? Marks, sir, is not our enemy." The faces of Dumbledore and the professors were not pretty. They thought that the students had already returned to their dormitories. Who knew that these students were still staying outside the auditorium, which was unexpected. McGonagall watched Harry still have the urge to rush forward, and immediately screamed, "Harry, take the classmates back to his dormitory immediately. You can take care of things here." Harry didn't pay attention to McGonagall. At this time, he was worried about Mark's eye. Mark's eye was the pride of their Hogwarts. How could they fight against Hogwarts professors? There must be a misunderstanding. Harry shouted, "McClowns, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and fellow professors. There must be a misunderstanding between you and Mr. Marks. If you have anything to do, talk about it. Why do you have to fight?" The students behind Harry also yelled. The situation in front of them really made them nervous. Mark's eye on one side is their idol and pride, and the professor on the other side is their respect and teaches them knowledge. Mentor. The students couldn't think of how the two parties would suddenly have a bad relationship, and they were going to fight directly in front of everyone. The confused students and Harry thought the same, and felt that there must be some contradiction between the two. Marks McClown could not do anything to apologize to Hogwarts, so they all rushed forward to stop the professors. Seeing that the students tended to riot, the professors winked at each other. They have to deal with Marks McClown is one thing, but they can't keep the students watching. A professor must come forward to stop the students. On the way Harry rushed forward, a small figure stood in front of Harry. It was Flitwick. Flitwick is the Dean of Ravenclaw, and his popularity at Hogwarts is not low. The key is that McGonagall and Snape are the main combat forces against Mark's eye. Flitwick can only jump out to stop the students. Flitwick looked at Harry with erratic eyes, and after gritting his teeth a few times, he said with difficulty, "Harry, go back now. You don't care about things here. We have our own consideration." Harry shouted excitedly, "You must have misunderstood. You can do it with anyone, but why do you do it with Mr. Marks?" Flitwick trembled even his hands when he heard the words. He took a deep breath and said, "You don't need to think about this. We naturally have a reason for our actions, and we will leave immediately." Flitwick even drew out his wand and pointed it at Harry's feet, as if Harry stepped forward and shot directly outside of Professor Hogwarts' encirclement. Marks McClown glanced at the surging students outside. Marks McClown didn't know what to say, so she could only retract her gaze and look at Dumbledore again. Dumbledore was also afraid that the time would become unstoppable if it dragged on too long. At this time, the wand in his hand shook slightly, and he said lightly, "Do it." Middle dot seeking flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot. The professors around Hogwarts nodded at the same time, and the magic wands in their hands immediately lit up the light of the spell. Marks McClown took a deep breath. Now he is at the most dangerous time in his life. He had faced the strongest enemies before, but Lilith, the resurrected Voldemort and the like, even if they lost to them, Marks McClown still had the power to fight. But now, what Marks McClown is facing is the joint blow of all the professors of Hogwarts. Even if Marks McClown tried his best, it was impossible to survive this move. This was completely the result of being crushed. What's more, Marks McClown's body was not in perfect condition because of Veritaserum. Marks McClown looked at all the professors who waved their magic wands with cold eyes, and all the magic power was condensed on his own magic wands. Even if they lose today, Marks McClown will fight to the death, but today's hatred, Marks McClown has written down. What's more, Marks I has a lot of trump cards in his hand. In the end, whoever wins might win. The combined blow of Professor Hogwarts is no joke. The magic is so strong that the entire space is making overwhelming sounds. The students in the distance even have difficulty breathing, not to mention Marks I in the center. Marks McClown exhausted his body's magic power and gathered it in the wands of his hands, ready to face this terrifying blow at any time. Professor Flitwick, have you forgotten that Mr. Marks rescued you under Umbridge? Harry's voice suddenly sounded like thunder. All the professors were taken aback at the same time, looking in Harry's direction, and the magic power that had gathered on the professors suddenly dissipated. P.S. Thank you Veers Yan for the 300-point reward. Thank you Ryan for the 100-point reward. Chapter 637, Determination and Decadent. Harry trembled with excitement, pointed at Flitwick's nose, and shouted, "It's not Mr. Marks who argued for you at the gate. You have been kicked out of the school by Umbridge. This is how you repay Mr. Marks?" Flitwick stared at Harry in front of him blankly, as well as the angry students behind Harry, unable to speak for a while. His trembling body was shaking more severely. His eyes became more erratic, and his inner resistance to this action became greater and greater. "McClowns, I obviously like the child Marks I very much. Why do I have to go to this point?" Dumbledore saw that Flitwick was in a state of absent-mindedness and realized that it was wrong. Without waiting for the reaction of other professors, Dumbledore shot directly, burning fire. The surging magic power belonging to Dumbledore instantly turned into a large sea of flames, rushing toward the Cloud Knight like a tide. You must know that Dumbledore is one of the few top wizards in the world, and any attack spell in his hand is also full of lethality. Before the sea of fire hit Marks I could feel that all the air around him was evaporated instantly because of the scorching heat, and a suffocating heat quickly surrounded Marks I. Clear water is like a spring. The two magic wands of Marks I were held high at the same time. The top of the magic wands gushed out a huge spring water, which collided with the hot sea of fire. The extremely hot flame was extinguished by the spring water, and immediately emitted a huge amount of steam, which immediately covered everyone present. Dumbledore secretly said that it was not good, and shouted, "Beware of Marks I. He will run away." Marks McClown's current state is not very good. It is absolutely impossible to escape with Professor Hogwarts head. Escape can be said to be Marks McClown's best way. This massive amount of steam is an excellent opportunity for Marks I to escape. The professors were awe-inspiring. They were just attracted by Harry and lost consciousness for a short period of time. Marks McClown actually seized this opportunity immediately. Flying sand and stone. Snape's cold voice suddenly came out, which was why Snape had the fastest reaction among the professors. A huge wind swept out of Snape's wand, and the steam was blown away in an instant, revealing Marks McClown's embarrassed figure. Marks McClown originally wanted to escape while taking advantage of the steam. Who knows? The steam lasts for the most time. Snape was blown away in less than 2 seconds. At this time, Marks McClown was also quite embarrassed. Many parts of the wizard's robe on her body had been charred, and smoke was blowing out. Cool tiger, Dumbledore really deserves to be the strongest wizard in the wizarding world. In addition, Marks McClown is currently in poor condition. An ordinary fire curse has such a powerful power. You must know that Marks McClown uses the water curse to restrain the fire curse. Dumbledore saw Marks McClown's figure reappearing in front of him, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and he almost followed Marks McClown's way. Harry saw that Marks' eye was so embarrassed by Dumbledore in a short time, and he was even more anxious. So he ran directly in the direction of Marks' eye. Flitwick also reacted at this time, and could only forcefully stabilize his mind and said, "Harry, stop for me. I will do it if you step forward." In fact, Flitwick was also extremely uncomfortable at this time. He had no prejudice against Marks McClown, and even said that he was the person in Hogwarts who liked Marks McClown the most. After all, Marks McClown's parents graduated from his Ravenclaw college, and Marks McClown can be counted as their Ravenclaw child. Moreover, Marks McClown was also very affectionate and righteous to Flitwick. When Umbridge attacked Flitwick, everyone was at a loss and could only watch him being driven out of Hogwarts by Umbridge. Only Marks McClown dared stand up and speak for yourself, and keep yourself in school. Now to start with Marks' eye. The most uncomfortable professor is undoubtedly Flitwick, but Flitwick can't help it. Dumbledore is the principal of Hogwarts, and Flitwick also respects Dumbledore very much. He can't help but listen to Deng. What blood-oh? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. Marks' eye's affairs can't be postponed anymore. I don't know what will happen if I go on. I will catch Marks' eye first, and let's talk about other things later. Dumbledore yelled, "Listen to all the professors, and at the same time take action to subdue the traitor Marks' eye. Don't be distracted." All the professors stopped looking at Harry's direction, and the magic wands in their hands once again glowed with the light of the spell, illuminating their faces. This time all the professors have made up their minds to subdue Marks' eye. Marks McClown felt this surging magic power, and his face also showed a tragic look. This terrifying magic power was not something Marks McClown could resist. Could it really end here? Harry and the others also felt this terrifying magical power. If all the professors shot at the same time, let alone Marks' eye, even Voldemort would be crushed directly under this attack. How could Marks' eye survive? Dumbledore wanted to kill Marks' eye. Professor Flitwick, you disappointed me so much. Harry's voice sounded slowly, his tone firm and beyond doubt. The students behind Harry also showed a firmer look, as if a large group of people made a decision at the same time in just a short moment. Harry took a step slowly and firmly, and walked directly to Flitwick. Flitwick was taken aback, and the wand in his hand was raised unconsciously and pointed at Harry. But Harry seemed to see nothing. Go straight 2.2 towards Flitwick. Joseph slowly opened his pace, and followed Harry firmly. Janki's delicate face also showed a firm look, followed behind Joseph, then the Weasley brothers, then the students of the California Army, and finally all the students slowly moved forward. Flitwick looked at Harry in shock, his face turned from disbelief to frustration, and finally became decadent, and the wand in his hand slowly slipped weakly. Chapter 638. Now it's our turn to protect you. Flitwick didn't expect that Harry would dare to walk forward with his wand in such a way. Who gave them the courage? Wouldn't they be afraid to punish them with a spell? Harry had no expression on his face, walked past Flitwick, and walked in the direction of Marks' eye. Flitwick was like a failed rooster, bowing his head as if he had lost a battle. The students slowly passed Flitwick's side. There was something called firmness in everyone's eyes. They had to use their own way to protect Marks' eye in their Hogwarts pride. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to burst out of anger, watching Harry lead the students across Flitwick and towards Marks' eye. If he insists on attacking Marks' eye, The attack range will surely spread to the innocent student. McGonagall looked at Harry in shock, and the students behind Harry. This is the first time McGonagall has seen students so united in Hogwarts for so many years. They are all to protect Markseye and to protect the true leader of the 11 California Army. It's just sad that the students are actually fighting against Hogwarts professors. Snape's original rigid face slowly showed expressions. It was an expression mixed with shock, disbelief, and even a little secret joy. The wand in Snape's hand lost its light first. Snape gave up the opportunity to attack Markseye. Madame Huochi watched the students slowly surrounded with Markseye as the core, and finally sighed helplessly, and slowly put down the wand. The light on the top of the wand also slowly dissipated. The professors put down their magic wands one by one. They didn't dare to continue to attack and hurt the students. McGonagall saw that many professors had put down their wands, so he shook his head and put down the wands as well. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was still holding on, like an obsession and a stubbornness. McGonagall said softly, "Albus." Dumbledore trembled slightly. It was the tremor caused by extreme anger, but Dumbledore finally defeated the sensation by reason. Finally, he slowly put down his wand and watched the students coldly. The surrounding water is impenetrable. Marks McClown's eyes were also full of shock at this time. He knew that Harry and his classmates loved him, but he didn't expect that they would dare to do this, and stood by his side bravely against all the professor's attacks. At this moment, Marks McClown's heart was also deeply moved. Harry stood in front of Marks McClown and said lightly, "Mr. Marks, this time it's my turn to protect you." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Thank you, Harry." Harry secretly gave Marks McClown a thumbs up and whispered, "McClowns, in fact, Professor Flitwick doesn't want to do it to you. I dared to do it only when I saw it." Marks McClown was taken aback and looked at Flitwick's position. Flitwick lowered his head and stood in place with his back facing Marks McClown, without any expression. At this moment, Joseph stood up and said, "Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Marks will never do anything sorry for Hogwarts." "You must be mistaken," Dumbledore said coldly. "Didn't you say it? It's not your turn to take care of things here. Do you want to be punished by doing this?" At this time Harry also stood up and said, "If it can prove Mr. Marks' innocence, I would rather be punished." The Weasley brothers glanced at each other and shouted, "We would rather be punished." Not to be outdone, Joseph immediately shouted, "I would rather." The students also expressed their willingness to accept punishment. All the students were noisy for a while, and each of them said that they would go up to the sword and the fire for the Knight of the Cloud. Seeing the appearance of the students, the corners of Marks McClown's mouth slowly rose. With such students, Marks McClown felt that his contribution to Hogwarts in the past few years was completely worthwhile. At this moment, Janku suddenly leaned in front of Markseye and said with a nervous expression, "You run away quickly. Today's affairs cannot be done well. If you have any way to escape, you can do it quickly." Marks McClown was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth that had been raised once again returned to its usual appearance. Indeed, Marks McClown was a bit careless. Marks McClown knew that no matter how much the students stood up to him, Dumbledore would not let him go easily, and staying at Hogwarts would not have good results. Fortunately, Janki's kind reminder, otherwise Marks McClown would be careless. Marks McClown pondered for a moment. With her own strength, it was wishful thinking that he wanted to directly get out of Hogwarts. Not to mention the professors with outstanding strength. Even Dumbledore was not able to fight against him at this stage. As for apparition, it is even more impossible. In Hogwarts campus, only Dumbledore can initiate apparition, and this teleport spell has no effect. There is no way to leave 367 Hogwarts, but Markseye still has a way to hide, and the hiding place will never be discovered. Dumbledore looked at the surging students, and now it seemed that it was no longer feasible to try to deal with Markseye. After all, with so many students, even if the magic is leaked casually, It will cause a lot of losses. Dumbledore must not be able to do anything with the students, but this is what Marks McClown thinks. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Dumbledore's expression of making a certain decision. McGonagall noticed this clearly, and said nervously, "Albus, the students are here. Don't mess around." Snape's relaxed body immediately tightened and looked at Dumbledore nervously. Dumbledore would not insist on doing something with Mark's eye under the current situation. Dumbledore took a step back slightly, his eyes fixed on the Cloud Knight in the crowd. Chapter 639 Jankius Heart. McGonagall and Snape realized what Dumbledore wanted to do at the same time, and looked at Mark's eye among the crowd. At this time, Mark's eye seemed to be whispering something to the people around him, without noticing Dumbledore. Lido's action is a good opportunity for Dumbledore to take action. Marks McClown whispered to Janku, "I need 10 seconds, and within 10 seconds I can't be disturbed." Janku looked surprised. She thought it would be difficult to help Marks McClown escape. Who knew that she only needed to cover Marks McClown for 10 seconds? "Isn't this an extremely simple thing?" Marks McClown gently nodded towards Janku, and under the cover of the crowd of students, holding the magic wand in his hand, slowly swiping, a kind of magic filled with space power slowly took shape. 10 seconds. Dumbledore slowly moved his hands back to his back. His eyes hadn't left Mark's eye, and the noisy voices of the surrounding students seemed to be cut off by Dumbledore. 9 seconds. The more they shouted, the more excited they became. They felt that this was a victory for the professor, and this victory was also the courage Mark's eye gave them and led them to win. 8 seconds. McGonagall and Snape held their breath. They knew what Dumbledore wanted to do next, but this method was very risky, so Dumbledore did not dare to act rashly, looking for the best opportunity. 7 seconds. Marks McClown concentrates on manipulating magic power. This power involving space does not allow him to have any distractions. 6 seconds. The magic wand in Dumbledore's hand was already waved behind Dumbledore's back, and it was also a spell involving space, which could be triggered at any time, just waiting for Dumbledore to activate it. 5 seconds. Dumbledore's figure suddenly disappeared in place, as if disappearing out of thin air. Except for McGonagall and Snape, no one reacted. Apparition. Dumbledore is going to attack Mark's eye with a teleport spell. Now there are 4 seconds. Dumbledore suddenly appeared in front of Mark's eye, with his wand pointed directly at Mark's eye's face, and the suffocating sense of terror and magic pressure rushed towards Mark's eye without a sound. Marks McClown didn't react at all, and he didn't expect Dumbledore to take such a risk to pass the students and attack him with apparition. However, Marks McClown had to admit that Dumbledore's hand was really beautiful. He didn't even think of it. Did he lose in these 4 seconds? A beautiful shadow suddenly rushed in front of her. Her exquisite and beautiful face was Janku. The last 3 seconds. Janku and Mark's eye are the closest, and Mark's eye is busy manipulating his own magic power, but Janku always pays attention to the situation around Mark's eye. Janku discovered the moment Dumbledore appeared. Janku didn't have time to think of anything. He instinctively threw himself in front of Marks McClown, with his mouth still open. The mouth shape made Marks McClown immediately understand what Janku wanted to express. Fast. Dumbledore's pupils shrank. He never thought that someone would dare to stand in front of Mark's eye and use his own to block his curse that could tear everything down. The students closed their mouths at the same time, and some people didn't even notice that Dumbledore had appeared in front of Mark's eye. As for the students who discovered this, they couldn't make any response, and could only stare at it in amazement. 2 seconds. Janku felt the terrifying magic behind him. Too late to feel the fear. Too late to regret. Janku stared at Mark's eye blankly like this, with no thoughts in her heart, as if she did not do all this at all. She just looked at Mark's eye as usual, her eyes full of peace and love. Dumbledore gritted his teeth and tried his best to recover the power from his wand, but how difficult it was to recover the released power. But for Dumbledore now, no matter how difficult it is, he must do it. Otherwise he will kill an innocent student with his own hands. which is enough to make Dumbledore regret his life. Last second, Marks McClown stared at Janku in front of him blankly. He had never thought that he would be rescued. But now there are people who have jumped out to save themselves. They are still a girl. Looking at Janku's delicate face and the poignant look on his face, Marks McClown hated her incomparably because of her weakness. Not only could she not protect the girl in front of her, but even let such a girl protect yourself. At this moment, Mark's anger towards Dumbledore rose to the extreme. Albus Dumbledore diaresis. Marks McClown roared loudly, like a wounded beast. At this time, Dumbledore also recovered his spell in time, but forcibly recovering his spell caused Dumbledore to suffer serious injuries, and the corners of his mouth even showed bright blood. Janku fell to the ground and fainted directly. She was not hit by any of Dumbledore's attacks, but she thought she was hit, and the extreme tension made Janku fainted. Small world with you. Open. Marks McClown's wand was lifted high, and a space hole in the small world appeared behind him. Marks McClown stood in front of the small world, staring coldly at Dumbledore who was facing him. Between the two, it was Janku who had fallen to the ground and passed out. Because Dumbledore forcibly retracted the curse, the power of the huge demon Gudzao in his body became disordered for a while, unable to launch an effective attack in a short time. He could only watch Mark's open the space door, but couldn't do anything. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore with hatred, slowly falling backwards, about to pour directly into his small world. Wait. I swear, I won't run away from Hogwarts in such embarrassment, but will walk out from the front of Hogwarts with my head high. Marks McClown glared at Dumbledore. The whole person was already in the small world with his body. The angry eyes stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore could no longer forget Marks McClown's eyes. Chapter 640. His country. At the next moment, the void in the space is directly closed, leaving only a vow to linger. Cool tiger, nothing is left in the same place. Mark's eye seems to have not been here all the time. Dumbledore stood sluggishly on the spot, looking at the place where Mark's eye had been standing, but now there was nothing. The students present were also dumbfounded. None of them thought that Dumbledore would attack Mark's eye like this, and Janku seemed to be not afraid of death to block a mortal blow for Mark's eye, and Mark's eye was magical. Entered another space and disappeared. And before leaving, he said such a lofty sentence. Wait. I swear, I won't run away from Hogwarts in such embarrassment, but will walk out from the front of Hogwarts with my head high. The professors at Hogwarts were also dumbfounded. Isn't Marks McClown already the urn in their urn? Even if he is protected by the students, Marks McClown cannot escape Hogwarts. How could Marks McClown disappear now? McGonagall sighed, not knowing why she heard Marks McClown's last words. Her heart was extremely disturbed, as if she followed Dumbledore's words this time. It was the last choice she regretted in her life to act against Marks McClown. Seeing Mark's eye disappeared, Snape was helpless and a little bit relieved, and his mood was extremely complicated. Snape could only conceal with a wry smile, this Mark's eye really is not the last step. You will never think of Mark's eye's other means. The professors were also awe-inspiring. In the past, Marks McClown was just the king of Slytherin, able to call the wind and rain in the Slytherin, but in the professors' minds, it was nothing more than a fight between children, which could not be taken seriously. But after 5 years of experience, Mark's eye has now become the king of Hogwarts, and the reputation and popularity gained in the school even surpassed Dumbledore for a time. Even if they joined forces and even Dumbledore used a sneak attack, Mark's eye managed to escape. When Mark's eye comes back next time, the king of Hogwarts may be just as he said, leaving Hogwarts grandiosely. No one can stop him, because this is his country. Wang's posture when he left his country would only be an upright head raised. McGonagall walked to Dumbledore and said, Albus, what should we do now? McGonagall's voice seemed very bitter. Dumbledore slowly raised his head, and Dumbledore, who was always energetic, looked so old, as if he was 10 years old instantly. I just tried to track the space trajectory and found that I did not use phantom shifting, but used a space method similar to magic, hiding in a mysterious space. But just as he couldn't break through Hogwarts' space movement restrictions and use phantom shift, here is his entrance into the space. He can only come out from here if he wants to get out of it. In the future, he will send more professors to guard here and always guard against it. McGonagall nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I see." Dumbledore took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, "Also, send a message to the Ministry of Magic to issue an arrest warrant for McGonagall was stunned and nodded. Dumbledore's meaning was obvious. Now could not be controlled by their Hogwarts power alone, and he needed help from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore looked around at the people around him and announced loudly, "Now I declare that is the enemy of all of us." Once all Hogwarts students find that there is someone who assists they will be dealt with according to school rules. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore was sitting in his seat, squinting and looking ahead but his pupils were not in focus, as if thinking about something. Albus, McGonagall and Snape walked up the spiral staircase. McGonagall asked, "Is there anything you asked us about?" Dumbledore nodded slightly, and said, "Do you have any reaction from your classmates?" McGonagall pondered for a moment, and said, "Many classmates are very disagreeable with you, especially Harry, who have been clamoring for you to seek justice for these past 2 days." Dumbledore let out a breath and said, "Where is Is there anything unusual?" McGonagall shook his head and said, "No, we sent people to patrol the area where disappeared day and night, but there was no result." McGonagall was silent for a while, and said again, "I think it might be as McClown said, he will come back to Hogwarts for revenge after his strength has greatly increased." Snape glanced at McGonagall, his mouth moved slightly to say something, but Snape didn't say anything in the end. Of course Dumbledore saw Snape's little gesture, and said, "Severus, are you still questioning my approach?" Snape remained silent, but his frowning brow reflected Snape's mood. Dumbledore said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if I am doing this right or wrong. I don't want to explain too much, but things have reached this point. All we have to do is to continue on the road. Now that we have dealt with we will let him never stand up." McGonagall raised his head and said, "Albus, although the Ministry of Magic has agreed with us to treat as an enemy, what should we do on the Marks family? The Marks family's power in the wizarding world is deeply rooted. If it is tough and the Marks family swore, I am afraid that neither we nor the Ministry of Magic can bear it." Dumbledore stood up slowly and said, "I asked you to come over to deal with this matter." Snape finally spoke, his voice extremely hoarse. "Are you going to attack the Marks family?" Hearing Snape's words, McGonagall trembled and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. "Albus, didn't you hear what I said?" Chapter 641 Attack the Marks family. If a full-scale war with the Marks family is started now, even if it is won, the result will not be something that we and the Ministry of Magic can bear. Especially at this critical time point, if a mysterious person enters the void, then we will be in big trouble! Dumbledore took a breath and said, "We have all forced Marks to this point. Do you think there will be a chance for relaxation between the Marks family and Hogwarts?" McGonagall still wanted to argue, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he was thinking about it too naive. Marks McClown is the only seedling of the Marks family, that is, the only and greatest hope of the next generation of the Marks family. Their attack on Marks McClown is undoubtedly the hope that the Marks family will continue to be exterminated. For this reason, the full battle between the Marks family and Hogwarts seems to be nothing. I can't say it. Snape's expression also darkened, and he also realized that the conflict with the Marks family was inevitable. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and said, "So it is inevitable to start a war with the Marks family, but it lies in how we can minimize the scale of this war." McGonagall sighed. The Marks family will never give up easily. Either the Marks family will be destroyed or our Hogwarts will be dissolved. There is no solution to this kind of thing. Snape also set his mindset at this time, saying, "It's not just us Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic will not stand by on this matter. It is impossible for the Marks family to defeat us and the Ministry of Magic. Plus cool, Tiger." When McGonagall heard this, he didn't know whether it was comfortable or worried. After all, it was just because of Dumbledore's suspicion that forced the demise of a large family. It seemed that they were wrong first. Snape said, "Professor Dumbledore, what are you going to do?" Dumbledore glanced at Snape. He knew that Snape had completely placed himself on the opposite side of the Marks family. What he admired most was Snape's point. He was always able to think about problems most rationally. Completely suppressed his heart. Dumbledore asked back, "Severus, what do you think about this?" Snape pondered for a moment, and said, "Joining forces with the Ministry of Magic is certain. The key is how we deal with the Marks family. It is not a simple matter to uproot the old wizards and nobles like the Marks family." Dumbledore nodded, without speaking, staring at Snape closely. Snape continued, "First of all, we can't let them know about Marks' affairs, otherwise we will become a passive party. And there will be enough time for the Marks family to summon their powerful wizards in various industries. A big lineup battle is not the result we want." After listening to Snape's calm analysis of the whole incident, McGonagall knew that this incident could no longer be avoided. All she had to do was to face it positively, and then destroy the Marks family. Dumbledore nodded approvingly, and said, "Severus, what you said is not wrong. I have notified the Ministry of Magic to close the news of the Marks family, including the news of the industries under the Marks family, even the news of the Marks family. No matter how accessible the internet is, you won't get news of Marks in such a short time." Snape continued, "Then what we have to do next is to summon the strength that can crush the Marks family, with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic as the main force, and lie in ambush near the Marks family." Dumbledore said, "This is what we have to do now, but we at Hogwarts will not mobilize too many people. After all, I understand Fudge. I am afraid he will be 100 times more active than us in this matter, and he will be responsible. The main combat power." Snape was taken aback. He had already understood what Dumbledore meant, otherwise Dumbledore wouldn't just call them both. Sure enough, Dumbledore said, "I want you two to go with me." McGonagall was taken aback and hesitated. "We, just the three of us?" Dumbledore said, "Why, we Hogwarts dispatched the principal and the two most powerful deans. Isn't it enough?" Snape snorted, "I'm afraid that's not the case. Professor Flitwick's ability in the duel will never be inferior to Professor McGonagall and me. No. Even better than Professor McGonagall and me. Find flowers. Dumbledore glanced at Snape and said, "Severus, you have to know that this is a death fight, not a duel. The two are fundamentally different. What's more, Phileas can't be like you. Calm down like that." Flitwick was the champion of the duel competition when he was young, and he was super strong. But based on his attitude towards Marks McClown and his feelings towards the Marks family over the years, Dumbledore had to exclude him from this plan. "I will listen to it as a compliment for the time being." Snape hummed coldly and stopped talking. McGonagall frowned again and said, "But will Fudge have any opinions? After all, this matter was made by Hogwarts. It stands to reason that we should be responsible for the more important combat power." Dumbledore shook his head and said, "Fudge won't have any objections. I'm afraid he will be very willing to be a bully against the Marks family." Seeing that McGonagall still looked puzzled, Snape explained, "As the Minister of Magic, Fudge is the most uncomfortable thing in his heart now is the rumors about mysterious people. The biggest source of rumors comes from Marks. The Marks family has repeatedly opposed his policy and propaganda. Now Marks has disappeared. Fudge has the opportunity to prove that such rumors are false by attacking the Marks family. Of course he would be happy to beat down a dog." McGonagall was still a bit dubious, not convinced that Fudge would agree to such a thing so simply. Dumbledore took out a box and said, You will see Fudge's attitude later. Come on, grab some flu fans. Let's go to the Ministry of Magic. Snape stepped forward first, grabbed a handful of flu powder, and walked into the fireplace in Dumbledore's office. The Ministry of Magic. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 642, The Terrible Marks Family. A green flame rose, and Snape's figure disappeared. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore held the flu powder box and gestured to McGonagall slightly. McGonagall had no choice but to step forward and grab a handful of flu powder, walked into the fireplace, and shouted, "The Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore saw that both of them had gone to the Ministry of Magic through flu fans, and then he grabbed flu fans and glanced at his office. "I am afraid that this war against the Marks family will not end in a short time. He will come back again. Probably it was time for the Marks family to be destroyed. At that time, Marks I would be extremely desperate even if he came back, but he can't be blamed. After all, who made him his enemy?" Dumbledore walked to the fireplace and shouted, "The Ministry of Magic." 350 Ministry of Magic Headquarters. The three of Dumbledore appeared in front of Fudge's office. A staff member of the Ministry of Magic tried to stop him, but Snape stood in front of him with a cold face. When the staff at the Ministry of Magic was a little overwhelmed, Dumbledore had already pushed open the door of Fudge's office and walked straight in. Fudge was correcting some copy, as if he had known that Dumbledore would come, and had no reaction to Dumbledore's move in with McGonagall. Cool Tiger. Snape also followed McGonagall and walked into the office. A bunch of Ministry staff wanted to rush forward to stop the three. Fudge said coldly, "Joseph, get out." "Is it Albus Dumbledore who is not coming?" Only a group of Ministry of Magic staff exited Fudge's office angrily. Dumbledore and the three sat in front of Fudge, looked at Fudge indifferently, and did not speak directly. Fudge was still correcting the copy. After a long time, Fudge slowly closed the file in front of him, and said calmly, "Albus, have you finally come to me?" Dumbledore smiled slowly and said, "If I don't come to you, how could you take the initiative to find me? Are you a busy person?" Fudge leaned on the back of his chair, posed in a comfortable position, and said, "Let's talk. You have stabbed such a big basket. What do you want to do?" Dumbledore said, "Connelly, I don't talk too much nonsense. I will tell you one thing. There is bound to be a battle between us and the Marks family. The problem now is that we at Hogwarts are fully capable of withstanding the anger of the Marks family. But your Ministry of Magic is not necessarily." Fudge snorted heavily and said, "Albus, wrong." Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore shook his head slowly, and said, "We Hogwarts are just a school of magic. But the professors we have are all first-class combat power. With the strength of the Marks family, if it weren't for the full force, I'm afraid we won't be able to shake us. A little bit of Hogwarts, and more importantly, Hogwarts has me." This is the biggest reason for the terrifying wizards who reach the level of him and the Dark Lord. The reason why everyone has done enough to shake the entire wizarding world is precisely because of their powerful quality beyond quantity. The smile on Fudge's face gradually solidified, and he said, "What do you mean? Do you look down on our Ministry of Magic? If we have a lot of elites in the Ministry, would we still be afraid of a small family?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "The Marks family is not a small family. I know that the Marks family actually has its own businesses in many parts of the wizarding world. It also has deep friendships with many large wizarding families. If the Marks family decides to avenge the Ministry of Magic, if you do, I'm afraid that you don't need to use combat power. You can destroy the Ministry of Magic in economic terms." Snape slowly said, "According to the statistics of the previous year, 35% of the Ministry of Magic's income last year came from the wizard family's taxes, and the Marks family accounted for 4.23% of it. The Marks family can be ranked in the wizard family. If the Marks family can instigate at least half of the other families to refuse to pay taxes, or to delay taxes, it is conservatively estimated that the Ministry of Magic's apparent income will be reduced by 20%. Hearing this, Fudge's brows couldn't help but jump. This is actually his biggest worry. Snape continued, and all the industries under these families will stop exporting funds and needed items to the Ministry of Magic. If so, the Ministry of Magic will have to lay off at least 30% of its staff next year to be able to deal with it. And after 30% layoffs, the various departments of the Ministry of Magic will naturally be greatly reduced in strength, and it will be difficult to maintain the normal operation of the wizarding world. If you counted like this, enough. Shut up, Fudge shouted, dripping sweat from his forehead. He knew how powerful the Marks family's influence in the wizarding world was. What Snape said was not exaggerated. On the contrary, he was quite conservative. That's why Fudge, the reason why we must continue to please the veteran wizard aristocrats. The influence of these aristocrats is really too great. Dumbledore smiled lightly and said, Connolly, this is just an economic impact. Do you want me to talk about the strength of the Marks family? Fudge glared at Dumbledore and said, I don't believe that the Marks family's strength can be compared to our Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said, indeed, how can the overall strength of the Marks family be comparable to the Ministry of Magic? You can be proud of this. After all, the Marks family is just a big family, and no matter how strong it is not as strong as your government agency. Hearing Dumbledore's words like this, Fudge raised his mouth. He is the leader of the strongest government agency in the wizarding world. This is something proud of. 2.7. But Dumbledore turned around and said, the Ministry of Magic also has to pay to support people. If the ministry is forced to lay off staff, then the Marks family will pay a high price to recruit powerful wizards. Fudge's face stiffened, and he couldn't speak anymore. Dumbledore smiled and said, but Connolly, you don't have to worry so much. I am just worried that this will happen, so I am here. Fudge took a deep breath and said, what do you want from me? Chapter 643, The Minister of Magic's Personal Action. Dumbledore said, it's very simple. Let's join hands to get rid of the Marks family. Fudge was taken aback and laughed. Albus, you just said that the Marks family can't afford it, but now you want me to help you get rid of the Marks family. Isn't that absurd? Why didn't I join the Marks family to get rid of you? Where is Hogwarts? Dumbledore shook his head with a faint smile, and said, the Marks family won't let your Ministry of Magic go, and you won't help the Marks family, will you? Fudge slowly reduced his smile, and his face gradually calmed down. The reason he said just now was only to gain an advantage in the negotiation with Dumbledore, but undoubtedly Dumbledore had already seen everything. It's true that the Marks family is very powerful, and that Hogwarts is Fudge's thorny eye, but destroying Hogwarts has no effect on the Ministry of Magic. It just destroys a school with a long history. And if the Marks family is destroyed, the Ministry of Magic will be able to obtain everything about the Marks family. You can see through which one is more important. Fudge said, let's talk. What are your plans? Dumbledore smiled at 11 and said, Connolly, how nice it was in the beginning. Fudge snorted heavily and did not answer, looking at Dumbledore. Dumbledore continued, now the Marks family has not heard about Marks McClown. The first thing we need to do is to start with the nobles who have made friends with the Marks family. Wait. Fudge immediately interrupted Dumbledore's speech and said, what do you mean? We can't provoke other nobles anymore. Do you want our Ministry of Magic to fall? Dumbledore stared at Fudge coldly, and said, listen to me first. I mean, let your people sound the alarm for those nobles who are vacillating. Don't let them do things that will regret it. Let your family suffer disaster. Fudge immediately understood what Dumbledore meant. After all, he had been in politics for so many years, and he understood this. The most terrifying thing about aristocratic families like the Marks family is not only the influence of the family, but the connection between the family and the family. There are many activities in it, and the connections of various interests are also dazzling. The whole can be regarded as an interest group inside. But this kind of relationship is close and slack as well as slack. Everyone will focus on the interests of their own family. To put it bluntly, interests are everything. If the Marks family gives enough benefits, it is not impossible for all families to oppose the Ministry of Magic. Think. Plus cool, Tiger. On the contrary, If the Ministry of Magic gave enough benefits, the Marks family would fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. There was no suspense about this. Fudge nodded lightly and said, "I know what to do." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Especially the Greengrass family, they are very close to the Marks family, especially their daughter Astoria, who is said to be Marks' little fan. If you can solve Greengrass the Sea family, other families don't need to be afraid." Fudge pondered for a moment, and said, "I will send someone to resolve this matter. Are there other things to prepare?" Now Fudge has regarded Dumbledore as an ally, and no longer rejects Dumbledore's opinions. After all, Fudge still knows that their unanimous enemy is the Marks family, and for the time being it is time to not distinguish between each other. Dumbledore said, "Of course there are still many things to prepare. After all, it is a deeply entrenched family. But Connolly, you should settle the Greengrass family first. I will discuss other things later." With that, Dumbledore stood up slowly and was about to leave. Fudge said anxiously, "Albus, the Marks family will soon learn about Marks McClown's disappearance, and will also know that Marks McClown is wanted by us. Why are you so in no hurry?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Of course I am also anxious, but I think Mr. Fudge should show your sincerity first." Dumbledore took out a box. The box containing Floo powder, and placed it gently in front of Fudge. Dumbledore's meaning was extremely obvious, and Fudge also understood Dumbledore's meaning. Dumbledore spoke slowly. "It is estimated that it will not take too long to chat once. We can wait for you for half an hour." Fudge pondered for a moment, and said, "Are you asking me to go to the Greengrass family myself?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said, "I know you have a Floo fan line that directly connects the Greengrass family. After all, they are a well-known big family, aren't they?" Fudge took off the road fan. He knew that Dumbledore must have a lot of ways to deal with the Marks family, but he needed to set an example by himself to prove that he was firmly on Hogwarts' side, so he let himself persuade Granger. The Sea family. Fudge took a deep breath, walked to the fireplace in his office, and yelled, "Grangerless!" A green flame swallowed Fudge directly, and Fudge disappeared into his fireplace. 377. McGonagall hesitated for a moment, and said, "Albus, is this really good? How did Fudge say he is also the Minister of Magic?" "He personally lobbied Greengrass to see if it would be a bit." "What's the matter?" Dumbledore asked in return. "I asked Connolly to go to Greengrass, not only to lobby Greengrass Patriarch, but also to give them orders, so that we can let go of our hands and feet to do the next thing. Otherwise, there will always be these clumsy nobles. How could it be so simple for you to eradicate the Marks family?" In a forest in the south of England, a majestic castle sits here, but moles cannot see where the castle is with the naked eye. Even if they pass by, they will be confused by a psychedelic spell. Only wizards can see to the mystery. And the famous Greengrass family in the wizarding world lives in this castle. The next moment, Fudge appeared at the fireplace in a courtyard outside Greengrass Castle. Chapter 644. What is a noble? Although Fudge's office has a direct Floo line to Greengrass, it does not go directly to the inside of the castle. Plus cool tiger. When a house elf in the courtyard saw Fudge appearing, he immediately screamed, "Who are you?" Fudge said, "I'm looking for the patriarch of your Greengrass family, and now take me there." The house elf disdainfully said, "Who are you? Our patriarch does not want to see you." Fudge said coldly, "Few will want to see me. I only have half an hour to lead the way." The house elf heard Fudge calling Fudek's name, and was frightened by Fudge's serious expression. He nodded immediately and led Fudge into Greengrass Castle. Although the Greengrass family has the same name as the Marks family, they are also nobles who are close to each other, but the Greengrass family is obviously more. Otherwise, how could it be possible to live in such a big castle? At this time, the patriarch of the Greengrass family, Fudek Greengrass, was looking at the books in his study leisurely, and he had no preparation for Fudge's visit. "Mr. Greengrass, it's been a long time." Led by the house elf, Fudge walked slowly into Gringrass' room. Gringrass turned his head in confusion, and when he saw Fudge, he was a little surprised and said, "Mr. Fudge, what happened today? Why come to our Gringrass family suddenly? It should be the working time of the Ministry of Magic." Fudge smiled lightly. "Naturally, I want Mr. Gringrass to help me, so I came to visit." Gringrass motioned the house elf to bring something to entertain Fudge, and said, "Mr. Fudge, please sit down." Fudge shook his head and said, "No need to sit down. I don't have much to talk about." He'll finish talking in a few words. I'm still in a hurry to return to the Ministry of Magic. Gringrass glanced at Fudge with a puzzled look. The Minister of Magic came to him himself, and he was still in a hurry. It seemed that the matter of finding himself was very serious. Gringrass also put away his lazy appearance, and said, "Mr. Fudge, just say anything. If you can help, our Gringrass family is bound to define it." Fudge nodded and said, "Very well. Just want your attitude. My request is simple. It is to let the Gringrass family not act rashly during this time." Grangers narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "It seems that during this period of time, our Granger's family didn't do anything unpleasant to the ministry. Don't you start with rash actions?" Fudge looked at Gringrass, stared into his eyes, and said, "Our Ministry of Magic will soon join Hogwarts to eradicate the Marks family." Gringrass' pupils shrank, and the Gringrass family and the Marks family were in a sense of ally-like existence. After all, the two had various continuous interest relationships. Plus cool, Tiger. If the Ministry of Magic eradicates the Marks family, the interests of the Gringrass family will definitely be greatly implicated. Gringrass stood up and slowly said, "The Marks family and our Gringrass are inseparable. If the Ministry of Magic must attack the Marks family, I am afraid we Gringrass will not stand by." Fudge smiled lightly and said, "What you call indivisible, but we damage the Marks family at the same time, and we will also damage the interests of your Gringrass." Gringrass' attitude towards Fudge at this time also became cold, and said, "Since you know this, then you still want us not to help the Marks family?" Fudge said, "After the Marks family's demise, the Ministry of Magic will give up half of the Marks family's industry. Do you know what this means?" Gringrass widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Half? Although the relationship between the Gringrass family and the Marks family is very close, if according to the Ministry of Magic, if the Marks family falls, a large part of the industry will be vacated. If the major families can eat together, this patch of industries will probably be much stronger." Fudge looked at Gringrass with a smile. "The core interest of these nobles is their own family. As long as they see that their family has a stronger opportunity, what are their allies?" Gringrass slowly recovered from the surprise just now. "The ministry will not do such a disadvantage, right? It will not do any good to the ministry." Gringrass said, "Why do you have to deal with the Marks family?" Fudge stared at Gringrass closely. He had already seen a kind of human instinct in Gringrass' eyes, and now he just gave a reason for Gringrass to convince himself that he should abandon the Marks family. Fudge said simply, "Marks McClown stole the Sorcerer's Stone and betrayed Hogwarts. It has been included on our Ministry of Magic's most wanted list, but we haven't announced the incident because it can't disturb the Marks family." Gringrass frowned deeply. "Of course, this kid Marks I knew, a rare magic genius. How could he do such a thing? Isn't this too stupid? Moreover, Marks I stole the Sorcerer's Stone and betrayed Hogwarts. What was it about Cornelius Fudge and what was it about the Ministry of Magic? I'm afraid the real goods our reason must be more than that." However, Gringrass deeply understands the cruelty of politics. It is uncertain whether Marks McClown did such a thing, but the fact that the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts deal with the Marks family is the reality he faces. Whether he will give up the Marks family, that's what he needs to consider. Gringrass fell silent in his chair. He is thinking about what choice he has to make in this matter. As the head of the Gringrass family, he has too many things to consider. A little carelessness will lead the family to the point where it is impossible to recover! Chapter 645 Gringrass Choice. Fudge also stopped persuading, waiting quietly for Gringrass' choice. He knew Greengrass would make the wisest choice. Greengrass was also distressed at this time. The Marks family and Greengrass family are allies. If Greengrass betrayed the Marks family like this without warning, it is estimated that many families in the wizarding world would criticize Greengrass for this. The C family. Plus cool, Tiger. But now that the Ministry of Magic has taken such a tough attitude to attack the Marks family, and with the full support of Hogwarts, the Marks family is at an absolute disadvantage in any way, and it is not good for Greengrass to tie the Marks family to death. How to choose on Earth is a difficult question to choose. Fudge looked at his watch. Dumbledore told Fudge that he would only wait for Fudge for half an hour. It was obvious that a lot of time had passed. Fudge spoke slowly. Mr. Greengrass, it's time for you to make a choice. Greengrass raised his head, took a deep look at Fudge, and said, I have two conditions. Fudge squinted his eyes slightly and said, let's listen. Greengrass said, after the Marks family's demise, I want the Ministry of Magic to clarify the name of our family. We are not betraying the Marks family, but to assist 350 of your Ministry of Magic in the investigation. Greengrass cannot bear the name of betrayal. Fudge smiled and said, this is natural. Aren't you helping our Ministry of Magic work now? Greengrass continued. Also, afterwards, we have to get at least 30% of the assets in the half of the Marks family. Fudge frowned and said, if you don't do anything, you just want to get 30% of the assets in the half of the Marks family. I'm afraid that a little lion has opened his mouth. The corner of Greenglass' mouth raised and said, Mr. Fudge, if you think that 30% of the Marks family's properties are more important than our Greengrass family, you can choose to be stingy. Cool Tiger. Fudge stared coldly at Greengrass. Greengrass deserved to be the head of the family. He was indeed a scheming man. He would never let it go when he had the opportunity. In this situation, Fudge didn't have any capital to reject Greengrass' claim. After all, this kind of profound family power is not a joke. It is enough to deal with the Marks family, and there is another Grange of Duras family. I am afraid the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts really can't bear it. Fudge gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promised. Greengrass shook his head slightly and said, Mr. Fudge, I need you to set up an unbreakable curse. Fudge changed his face and said angrily, Grangeless, I'm the Minister of Magic. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't speak much? Greengrass ignored Fudge, and shouted, Corib, come here. A middle-aged man walked into Greenglass' room. His appearance were 9 points similar to Greenglass. It was Greenglass' younger brother, Corib Greenglass. Corib smiled lightly. Brother, I have heard you talk. Greenglass said, whether I hear it, I don't bother to explain. Mr. Fudge is going to cast an unbreakable curse. Just be a witness between us. Corib nodded with a smile, and looked at Fudge with a smile. Fudge said angrily, I haven't promised you such a spell yet. Greengrass said, is Mr. Fudge afraid that he won't be able to fulfill his promise? If that's the case, it would be too regrettable. But we Greengrass may be on the side of the Marks family. Fudge's face flushed, and sure enough, none of these nobles was a good thing. The Marks family was not a good thing, and the Greengrass family was not a good thing either. After a while, Fudge reluctantly stepped forward and reached out to Greengrass. Greengrass only smiled and held Fudge's hand, and at this time, Corib took out his wand, leaned it against the hands of the two of them, and looked at Fudge. Fudge took a deep breath and said, I, Cornelius Fudge, I swear here today that after the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts have jointly destroyed the Marks family, they will definitely issue a statement to let Greengrass be charged with betraying the Marks family, and transfer 30% of half of the Marks family's assets to the Greengrass family. The curse on Corib's hand flew out 2 dazzling fire snakes, which circled Fudge's palm for several times before slowly disappearing. Corib smiled and said, isn't this a very simple thing? You see, that's it. Fudge's face became very ugly. He, a minister of the Ministry of Magic, would be so threatened by the nobles. It really made Fudge feel uncomfortable in his heart. All this is the fault of the Marks family. Fudge thought hard. Greengrass retracted his palm and said with a smile, Mr. Fudge, I promise you that if you join hands to deal with the Marks family, none of our Gringras family members will show up." Fudge snorted heavily, and looked at the outside of the castle as he flicked his sleeves. Now a lot of time has passed, and half an hour is about to time out. Fudge has to go back to see Dumbledore in a hurry. Seeing Fudge's departure, Brother Gringras slowly reduced the smile on his face. Corib asked, "Big brother, is it really appropriate for you to do this? After all, the Marks family is our ally." Gringras sighed lightly, and said, "There is no way. If only the Ministry of Magic strikes the Marks family and let him blow the sky, I will not betray the Marks family." But now that Hogwarts has also stepped in, this matter is not easy to handle. Who knows if Dumbledore will take the shot himself? If Dumbledore also shot, how could the Marks family be able to resist it? Corib nodded hesitantly. It seemed that the Gringras family took a lot of advantage, but in fact their Gringras family was also the oppressed party. Chapter 646 Dumbledore's Plan. It's just that Fudge's oppressive method used to oppress the Gringras family is temptation, but for the Marks family it is violence. Plus cool, tiger. Gringras said, "Corib, you go to the Marks family now. Tell Patriarch Marks what happened today. Go immediately." Corib was frightened by Gringras' attitude, and looked at Gringras a bit at a loss. "We told the Marks family, Patriarch, but didn't we just agree to Mr. Fudge?" Gringras smiled and said, "We don't have an unbreakable curse." "What are you afraid of? Go quickly, otherwise the Marks family will be in danger." As a qualified nobleman, a qualified patriarch, of course we must always do well with both hands. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape were still in the office, waiting for Fudge's return. Dumbledore's face was indifferent, as if everything was under control and nothing could escape his control. And Snape still had a cold face, as if thunder struck him without frowning. He couldn't see what he was thinking. As for McGonagall, he had a sad look. When he thought of attacking the Marks family, McGonagall felt extremely guilty, but he had no choice but to watch the Marks family slowly being wiped out. At this time, the fireplace in the office slowly ignited a green flame, and Fudge appeared in front of the three of them. Dumbledore looked at Fudge with a smile and said nothing. Fudge didn't look good, and sat back in his seat. McGonagall asked, "Mr. Fudge, what happened? Did the Gringras agree?" Fudge snorted heavily, and said, "I went to their family personally. How could they still disagree?" Dumbledore took a meaningful look at Fudge. How could the Gringras family compromise so easily? "I'm afraid Fudge has also made some secret treaties, but these are not Dumbledore's concerns." Dumbledore smiled and said, "As expected of Connolly, the work efficiency is really high, but the Gringras family was settled in half an hour. Since the Gringras family has compromised, other nobles are not a problem. As long as Cangnelli, you send the Commissioner of the Ministry of Magic, and the other nobles will obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic." Fudge said in a huff, "I know this. I will go back and arrange it soon." "You haven't told me the specific plan," Dumbledore said. "Don't worry, am I about to tell you?" Fudge snorted and stared at Dumbledore. This time, in order to attack the Marks family, the Ministry of Magic had sacrificed enough. If he could not destroy the Marks family, he would not let Dumbledore easily. Dumbledore also knew that Fudge was anxious and stopped selling Guernsey and said, "I have a plan now, that is, I will visit the Marks family as Principal Hogwarts. The Marks family does not know about Marks McClown and will definitely be negligent. Will only receive my home visits politely. At this time we can attack the Marks family together inside and outside." When Fudge heard this, his brows immediately frowned, and said, "Does this method work? The opponent is the Marks family. Your method seems to be too simple." Dumbledore said, "Isn't the simple way bad? Besides, the Marks family has no precautions. What if you make a complicated plan to make them realize that it is wrong?" Fudge was stunned. What Dumbledore said was not unreasonable, and the success rate of this method was actually very high after careful consideration. No matter how powerful the Marks family is, there won't be too much combat power in the Marks family's headquarters. After all, A lot of combat power will have to be in the Marks family's industry. Gather all the fighting power back. And Dumbledore is one of the top wizards in the wizarding world. If he enters the Marks family headquarters and meets Marks fan Marks Sixuan and his wife, he can naturally capture them with his strength. As the saying goes, catch the thieves first, and after the two leaders of the Marks family are arrested, the Marks family will naturally fall apart. And what Fudge's Ministry of Magic has to do is to cooperate with each other and act as a cover. Find flowers. Fudge nodded lightly and said, since you have said so, let's try it. How many elite wizards do you need from the Ministry of Magic? Just say it. What Fudge thought was that Dumbledore could solve this problem by himself, only to prevent Hogwarts from facing the pressure of the nobles. So he joined forces with the Ministry of Magic. So all he actually needs is the name of the Ministry of Magic, not the power of the Ministry of Magic, so there shouldn't be too many people to help. Dumbledore thought for a moment, and said, there are about 100 people, everyone needs to be a good hand and an elite among wizards. What? Fudge almost squirted out the tea he was drinking and exclaimed, why do you want so many people? Can't you catch Marks fan and Marks Sixuan by yourself? Dumbledore said, it is not difficult to catch the Marks fan couple with my strength, but this was established without the Marks family's knowledge. But what if the Marks family knew what happened to Marks Eye? What about our Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic? When Fudge was stagnant, he hadn't thought of this. If Marks fan knew that they were going to attack the Marks family, wouldn't it be a problem? At that time, facing the full counter-attack of the Marks family, I am afraid that even a wizard of Dumbledore's level would be difficult to deal with. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with arranging more manpower in advance just in case. Fudge finally nodded and said, I will make Scrimgeour ready for the manpower later, and you don't have to worry about other nobles. I will send a commissioner to solve it soon. Chapter 647, The Marks Family in the Dark. Dumbledore smiled and said, very well, I will send a home visit letter to Marks fan now. The time is set for the day after tomorrow. You should be able to prepare everything the day after tomorrow. Fudge nodded heavily. Now they have no other way to go. They must eradicate the Marks family, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The Marks family at this time, the villa of the Marks Eye family. Marks fan sat on the sofa in his study, frowning tightly, while Marks Sixuan on one side was already crying with red eyes, and the floor was full of tissues that Marks Sixuan had thrown away. The bouncing dog was also lying on the side, not as lively as in the past, but lying on the side in silence. The atmosphere in the whole study was very heavy. Marks fan just received a 343 report from his own informant in Hogwarts, and Dumbledore actually openly attacked Marks McClown. Not only forced Marks McClown to drink Veritaserum, but also teamed up with the professors to deal with Marks McClown. I don't know how Marks McClown's specific situation is. Although I heard that he has escaped, his whereabouts are still unknown. Marks Sixuan slapped the coffee table abruptly and said angrily, Marks fan, my son has been bullied like this. Why are you sitting there calmly? Are you really not caring about your son at all? Marks fan said with a sullen face, how could I not care about Xio's affairs? I will never give up Dumbledore's actions on Xio. Marks Sixuan stood up, rushed to Marks fan, and said excitedly, then summon our Marks family immediately. I'm going to Hogwarts to seek justice for Xia McClown. Marks fan held down the excited Marks Sixuan, and said, Sixuan, don't get excited, you will naturally get it back, but the most important thing now is Xia McClown, isn't it? Xia McClown is still missing now. As soon as Marks McClown's whereabouts were unknown, the tears in Marks Sixuan's eyes rushed down again, and said, Dumbledore has already done something to Xia McClown. Xia McClown must have been injured. Maybe he was seriously injured. That's why he hid. Don't dare to move in one place, my poor boy. Marks Sixuan cried and cried, and the whole person was soft on Mark's fan. When Mark's fan saw Mark's Sixuan's sad look, the nameless fire in his heart was also blazing. They are the Marks family, and Mark's eye is the Marks family. The only heir to this behavior of Dumbledore is undoubtedly a declaration of war with their Marks family. He said that nothing can be swallowed like this, and he must seek justice from Dumbledore. However, Mark's fan deserves to be the head of the family, and there are many things to consider for Mark's eye, let alone go to war with Hogwarts. Even if he declares war with the entire wizarding world, Mark's fan is willing to do so, but now the opponent he faces is Dumbledore! Facing Dumbledore, one of the top wizards in the wizarding world, even the strongest Marks fan in the Marks family is probably not Dumbledore's an enemy. When Voldemort, who was at the same level as Dumbledore, swept the wizarding world, not only was the Ministry of Magic shrouded in his shadow, but also the purer-blooded nobles could hardly compete with large families. It shows how terrifying their power is. How to deal with Dumbledore is a great difficulty, and it is definitely not a good way to simply summon all the masters of the Marks family heads. This made Mark's fan extremely distressed. At this moment, a house elf cautiously walked into the study and said, "Master, someone from the Gringrass family is coming to look for the master." Mark's fan was taken aback, and said in doubt, "The Gringrass family?" The house elf nodded repeatedly and said, "It is Mr. Corib Gringrass. He came through Flufans and said that there is something important to find the owner. Now he is waiting for the owner in the hall." Mark's fan patted Mark's Sixuan lightly on the shoulder, helped Mark's Sixuan, who was crying like a waterman, sat on the sofa, and whispered comfortingly, "Sixuan, let me go out and see what happened. I'll be back soon." Mark's Sixuan still cried silently, and did not answer Mark's fan. Mark's fan comforted Mark's Sixuan and followed the house elves to the Marks family lobby. Sure enough, Caleb was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, waiting for Mark's fan. Mark's fan opened the mouth and said, "Caleb, you are so anxious to find me, is there anything?" The Marks family and the Gringrass family are allies, so Mark's fan is also very familiar with Corib, so he is called Corib's name directly. Corib stood up, looked at Mark's fan seriously, and said, "Fan, of course I am looking for you in an emergency, and this matter is related to the survival of the Marks family." Mark's fan's face sank. The matter of Marks McClown has already annoyed him. Now that Corib appeared in front of him and said such alarmist remarks, it made Mark's fan very unhappy, but he still said, "If you have anything, just go straight. Say it." Corey preached, "Mr. Fudge came over to find Big Brother just now, and he clearly stated that he would attack your Marks family, and let the Gringrass family not interfere in this matter." Mark's fan's expression changed, and he said angrily, "What?" Corib continued, "The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts will join forces to deal with the Marks family. I believe the reason should be known based on the strength of the Marks family, so I came here to make you prepare." Mark's fan took a deep breath, tried to contain his anger, and said, "What preparations? What a Ministry of Magic? What a Hogwarts? I really think that our Marks family is too bullied." Corey preached, "Fan, I am afraid that we, the Gringra 3.2's family, will not be able to support what happened to the Marks family this time. All we can do is to come over and tell you this news in advance. I hope you can tide over this difficulty safely." Mark's fan looked at Corib. He also understood the interest relationship between the nobles. The Gringrass family and the Marks family were closely related. Now the Gringrass family has clearly stated that they will not assist the Marks family, which proves Fudge offered higher benefits. P.S. Thank you for the 400-point reward of Where Is Your Heart? The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 648 let you see our power. And the opponent not only has the Ministry of Magic as the official government, but also the powerful wizard Dumbledore outside the specifications, both of which are existences that no family wants to be hostile as a last resort. Even if it was simply to preserve the strength of the family and to ensure the continuity of the family, Gringrass had to make such a choice. Therefore, The Greengrass family will abandon the Marks family because of Fudge's benefits. Marks fan can understand it. In other words, he will do the same. Greengrass can send someone to inform himself of this. It's done all the benevolence. Carib looked at Marks fan's uncertain face and said lightly, "Fan, I have already told you about the matter. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The last word of advice is my elder brother's original saying, don't be with you. The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts head to head. How far they can go." Carib finished his last sentence, turned around and left without hesitation. Marks fan stood on the spot. His face changed several times. No wonder Dumbledore wanted to attack Marks McClown. It turned out that their target was their Marks family. They want to start with the Marks family. Marks fan clenched his fists and burst into blue veins. "Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You want our Marks family to die, right? You want our Marks family to disappear, right? Then I will let you see how deep our Marks family is. Even if our Marks family desperately died, we still have to get from you people. Bite a piece of meat." Marks fan said coldly, "I will immediately issue the Marks G #1 warning order, and the leaders of the major industries will immediately gather at the headquarters." The house elves on the side responded immediately and ran to use the unique contact method of the Marks family to summon the master of the Marks family to return. Marks fan returned to the study with a calm face. Marks Sixuan saw Marks fan's heavier face and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" The muscles on Marks fan's face twitched, and said, "The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts are going to join hands to attack our Marks family, and they have already won over our noble allies. Just now, the Greengrass family sent someone to tell me that they won't help us." Marks Sixuan's face paled and said, "What about Xio? Are we going to fight Hogwarts of the Ministry of Magic?" Marks fan nodded lightly and said, "Maybe we can't find Xio for the time being. The reason they dare to attack Xio is because they also want to attack our Marks family, so don't worry about angering Marks family by attacking Xio!" In this case, of course we have to meet their needs. Even if they die, I want them to feel the horror of our Marks family. Marks Sixuan looked very excited, and kept exhaling deeply. Now Marks McClown had an accident, and the Marks family was facing the biggest crisis in history. Marks Sixuan couldn't accept this fact for a while. Marks fan's face was also determined. He knew that fighting the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts at the same time, no matter how deep the Marks family's background was, it would not help, and the final result would still be perish. But this is the end of the matter, and it seems that there is no other way except this way. Marks fan sat down on his chair. Is the Marks family going to be destroyed in his hands? Will this veteran pure-blooded nobleman who have been in the wizarding world for hundreds of years be destroyed like this? Marks fan slowly clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind that even if the Marks family was destroyed, he would not let the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts get better. The next day, nearly 20 elite wizards had appeared in the Marks family who had rushed back from all over the UK. These wizards are all elites in the wizarding world. Some were hired back with high salaries, and some were members of the older generation of the Marks family, but without exception, they were all loyal to the Marks family and their strength was superior. These more than 20 elite wizards were sitting in the hall of the Marks family. They rushed back from various places and consumed a lot of money. They all tried their best to restore their magic power within a limited time to prepare for emergencies. These more than 20 wizards are only part of the Marks family's heritage, and there are more wizards on their way to the Marks family headquarters. Marks fans' plan is to wait for all the Marks family's elite wizards to gather, and then cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Fight to the death. An old man who looked very old slowly got up from his table and said, "Xio fan, it's been a long time." As soon as Marks fan saw the old man, he put on a respectful expression and said, "Uncle Jin, I haven't seen him in 20 years. You are still strong." Marks fan is called Uncle Jin by his name, Marks Jin, the head of the Marks family of the previous generation, that is, the younger brother of Marks Fan's father. Marks Jin used to be the pillar of the Marks family. After the death of Marks Fan's father, she has been living an enjoyable life in Ireland. McClown's today, she received the #1 warning order issued by the Marks family headquarters and used the apparition to rush back overnight. As the pillar of the Marks family, Marks Jin's strength is extraordinary. Even when Marks Fan's father was alive, Marks Jin was also the strongest combat power of the Marks family. He is naturally good at using elemental magic that is rarely involved in general wizards, especially the lightning curse, and his attack power is amazing. It is said that Marks Jin had been to the giants at that time, and relied on her proficient lightning spell to knock down the warriors of the giants. His strength was quite terrifying. Although Marks Jin's strength will regress a lot as he gets older, Marks Fan still respects Marks Jin very much. Looking at the elite wizards in the hall, Marks Jin couldn't help but shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that the Marks family would suffer such a catastrophe before I died. Could it be that God didn't care about my Marks family?" Marks Fan sighed, and said, "I am afraid that our Marks family is already in the midst of life and death." "Don't worry, Uncle Jin, even if it is a battle death, I will protect the dignity of our Marks family." Marks Jin said, "What I am worried about is the inheritance of our Marks family. We can fight to death, but the Marks family can't break the inheritance." Chapter 649 Pride. By the way, where's your son? I heard that your son is a magic genius that hasn't happened in a century. Why don't you show it to me? When Marks Jin mentioned Marks McClown, Marks Fan's expression became difficult to look at, and said, "Xiao McClown was framed by Dumbledore's old dog, and now his whereabouts are unknown. I am afraid it is also at stake." "Cool Tiger." Marks Jin's face sank, and he shook his head helplessly, and said, "Albus Dumbledore, I didn't expect these characters to become the enemy of our Marks family. Heaven will destroy my Marks family." When the two were talking, a tall man in a snow-white robe fell from the sky on a flying broomstick and landed in the courtyard outside the Marks family compound with a loud bang. Marks Fan said, "It seems that Puduraki is here." The tall man let out a heroic laugh, walked into the hall wrapped in cold air, and said, "Mr. Marks, how are you?" Marks Fan said, "Sure enough, it's Puduraki." "Why did you come so fast? Aren't you guarding the bank in Sweden?" The tall man known as Puduraki said loudly, "Didn't you issue the #1 warning order?" "Of course, I rode this flying broomstick back overnight." "You don't know." "Fortunately, I was prepared." "3 flying broomsticks, otherwise I won't be able to come. You have to pay me the 2 broken ones." Marks Jin looked at Puduraki with a smile, and said, "Puduraki, I didn't expect to see you before I die." Plus Cool Tiger. Puduraki laughed loudly, "Old man Jin, I don't believe that you can die so easily. The giants can't do anything to you. How can the god of death get you?" Marks Jin shook his head and said, "When a person is old, what's the use of being like this? It's better to die sooner." Marks Fan looked at the old and the young who were familiar with the sky in front of him, and his heart was full of emotion. Puduraki is the adopted son of Marks Fan's father. He is considered to be Marks Fan's righteous brother. He is of Russian descent. Puduraki has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child. Not only in magic, surpasses ordinary people a lot in physical fitness. Therefore, Puduraki was sent for special training after living with Marks Fan for a period of time. He is a rare powerhouse in the world who both cultivates both magic and body. Although the development of the body is not the mainstream of this world, Puduraki is certainly not as perverted as Lilith and Marks I, but it is enough to defeat any elite in the special forces. It is said that Puduraki once infiltrated a large Nordic wizard family alone, assassinated its head and retreated all over. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Marks Fan let out a sigh of relief and said, "I can see the two. I really don't know if I should be happy or sad." Marks Jin patted Marks Fan on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Fan, don't be discouraged. You are now the leader of the Marks family. If you are all discouraged, how can the Marks family win the battle?" Marks Fan shook his head and said, "I'm not discouraged, but as the head of the Marks family, I really can't bear to see our Marx family lose their soldiers. Pudulaski haha laughed and said, Big brother Marx fan, where did your former pride go? We are all soldiers raised by the Marx family. To die for the Marx family is our highest glory. As long as you give us an order, we all of them will die without hesitation. The Marx family wizards in the hall also stood up and looked at Marx fan firmly, with the meaning of living and dying with the Marx family in their eyes. Marx fan looked at everyone with satisfaction and said loudly, I understand everyone's intentions. Our Marx family is definitely not an object that can be humiliated casually. The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts want to destroy our Marx family, and we won't make them feel better! Exclamation mark. The Marx family is mighty. Pudulaski shouted loudly, and all the Marx family elite wizards in the hall also shouted, the Marx family is mighty. Marx Jin looked at the owl-willed Marx family, and the corners of her mouth also showed a smile. At this time, the grey-white owl suddenly flew towards the Marx family villa with an envelope in his mouth, and Marx fan recognized at a glance that this was the owl used by Hogwarts to send letters. Marx fan frowned and stared at the owl's figure. What tricks Hogwarts was playing. Sure enough, the owl landed in the courtyard in front of the Marx family villa, and immediately a house elf rushed over to pick up the envelope and hand it to Marx fan. Marx fan looked at the envelope in his hand, and it really had Hogwarts' exclusive seal on it. It was a letter from Hogwarts. Marx Sixuan screamed and ran out of the room and said, Marx fan, is there a message from Xiao I saw Hogwarts messenger. Marx fan nodded and said calmly, McClowns, it's a letter from Hogwarts. Marx Jin squinted at the letter and said, Xiao open it and see what Hogwarts is playing again. Marx Sixuan also looked nervously at the envelope in Marx fan's hand, and wanted to open it to read the contents immediately, but was afraid in his heart, fearing that it was something he could not bear. Marx fan slowly opened the envelope, scanned the contents of the letter, and said, it is a letter from Dumbledore, indicating that I want to visit our Marx's house someday. Marx Sixuan said angrily, he still has the face to visit home. If it weren't for him, how could Mixio be missing? How could he still be missing now? Marx fan shouted, Sixuan, you are cold Zaulis and calm down. Marx Sixuan was holding back the tears in his eyes, with an aggrieved expression. Marx Jin frowned and said, Dumbledore wants to visit Marx's house for what? Marx fan took a deep breath and said with a sneer, as the saying goes, he wants to capture Sixuan and me. As expected, Dumbledore, a master of art, dare to come to us. Family captures us. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Marx Jin and Pudulaski's faces, Marx fan explained, in fact, Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic have closed the news of Xiao from our Marx family. Chapter 650. They thought we didn't know the news about Xiao, so they wanted to catch us by surprise and catch us before we could react. Marx Sixuan held back his tears and said, Dumbledore, the old fox, really has an inch. I won't let him go. Marx Jin thoughtfully said, in fact, if we are like this, we might as well take our tactics and catch the old fox Dumbledore in turn. Marx fan also understood what Marx Jin meant, and said, McClowns, they think we have no defense against this. If we can seize Dumbledore by our plan tomorrow, we will have more bargaining chips in our hands. Pudulaski slapped his strong chest and said, it's okay, isn't there still me? As long as Dumbledore enters our Marx family villa, I promise he can't get out of our door. Marx Jin shook his head and said, no, don't think of Dumbledore too simply, he is not so easy to deal with. Marx fan nodded, and said, McClowns, Dumbledore has lived for hundreds of years. If it were so easy to deal with, I would have died how many times? Marx Jin said, Dumbledore must be done. Now that we may know the two-handed preparation of Xiao's affairs, we may not be able to succeed, but we still have to try it. After all, being able to catch Dumbledore is too tempting for us, and it will be of great help to our future affairs. Cool Tiger. Marx fan glanced at the Marx family elites in the hall, and said, Although our people have not yet come, there are more than 20 elite wizards. It is still a bit confident to try to ambush Dumbledore. Mark's Jin nodded lightly and said, let's discuss the ambush event tomorrow, and we must also prepare with both hands. In the Ministry of Magic Square at this time, hundreds of wizards from the Ministry of Magic stood solemnly on the square, like soldiers receiving a military parade. Standing in front of them was the Minister of Magic Fudge and a man who looked very burly. In order to deal with the Marks family, Fudge had spared no effort this time. Except for the many elite Aurors who were performing missions, all the Aurors who had no missions were gathered. The burly man standing beside Fudge is the director of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. Fudge looked at the hundreds of elite wizards erected in front of him, feeling proud in his heart, and said loudly, you are all elites of the Ministry of Magic. You are all good role models in the wizarding world. Tomorrow you will participate in a sacred event. And in a just war, we must eradicate the black magic for Malith Marks family. Hundreds of elite wizards stood up, staring at Fudge. They didn't know why the Marks family was called the Dark Magic family, but they must obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge continued, tomorrow, you will follow Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Scrimgeour to the Marks family's villa. The whole process may be simple or difficult, but I believe that you will be able to overcome these and be perfect. Complete the mission, because you are the best elite in the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour also walked out slowly, and said solemnly, not only the Aurors under my command but also the elites from various departments of the Ministry of Magic gathered here. But from now on, no matter what your status is, you are all my subordinates, and you must obey my orders. Does anyone have any opinions on this? Hundreds of elite wizards still stood, and no one expressed any dissatisfaction. Cool Tiger, well. Linji took a step forward and said, now everyone will go back and prepare their belongings, and gather at this time tomorrow and set off for the Marks family. Step down on the Marks family. Hundreds of elite wizards left the field in an orderly manner, leaving Fudge and Scrimgeour to stay where they were. Fudge looked in the other direction. There was a small room there. The door of the small room was opened. 3 figures walked out of it. It was Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. Dumbledore smiled and said, Connolly, Mr. Scrimgeour, deserves to be the Ministry of Magic. It really is amazing in combat power. In a short time, hundreds of wizards have been summoned. It seems that the Marks family is not the same. It's very difficult. Scrimgeour called respectfully, Professor Dumbledore. Fudge smiled and said, otherwise, what do you think? The Marks family, the Gringras family, are nothing more than a paper tiger in front of our Ministry of Magic. If we offend our ministry, there will be no good end. Dumbledore echoed Fudge and asked Scrimgeour, Mr. Scrimgeour, do you know all the plans for tomorrow? Scrimgeour nodded and said, Mr. Fudge has already explained to me. I look forward to Professor Dumbledore's direct capture of Marks Fan and Marks Seegsuan tomorrow, so this matter is much simpler, and my men are unnecessary. There were casualties. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, and said, I also hope things become easier. The next day, the Marks family villa. At this time, the Marks family villa did not reveal anything wrong. It still looked so magnanimous, and the house elves were cleaning the lawn in the courtyard outside the villa. And outside the Marks family villa, in a ravine, hundreds of elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic looked at the Marks family villa in the distance with vigilance, and everyone seemed very cautious, like an army. Scrimgeour was at the forefront of this Ministry of Magic army, squinting his eyes to look at the Marks family in the distance. The mission this time may be simple, and it may be as long as they wait until Dumbledore returns successfully. But it may be particularly difficult to say that it is difficult. After all, this is the top big family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the wizarding world.